なかうまくいかないのどうして多分君がいないからそこそこうまくこなしたつもりでも君がいなくちゃ半分半分ピカピカ光る月が丸いから今君に会いたいよ半端なままのはぐれ者としてよかあげまで過ごそうよどんな悲しみに出会っても二人でなら上書きしちゃう Oh, baby 心配しないでなかったことに巻き上げてそうや歴史を変えて避けたことはうやむやかけそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい巻き上げてそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけでもそれを変えてそうやなかなか長く生きてるとどうして何もかも曖昧になって赤がか燃える光がは損して消えていてしまいそうなんだだけど君はそれ好きるから自分が小さく思えて悩みも消せらせら心配しないでなかったことに巻き上げてそうや歴史を変えて避けたことはうやむやかけそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい巻き上げてそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけでもそれを変えてそうや
What is up, everybody? There's a lot of talk about toes already, which I'm just gonna preemptively disavow that. And
Disavow.
everything related to that. Good to see you though, K2. Good to see you, Thumping Weevil. Good to see you, Ag07s, to all of you guys. Today we're going to be going through the best and the worst and the middle arguments for God. This is as much my Lurie experience as everyone else, and perhaps more so for me, depending on how much knowledge you guys have, or whoever joins has. I know there's some fellow bros that sometimes hop on panel, so anyone's welcome to come up and learn, teach, debate, whatever happens. Yeah, trying to get a couple people up here. While I wait, maybe I'll talk a bit. Just talk to you guys. Anyone have any plans for New Year's? Feel free to go away from the stuff you guys are currently talking about and move into stuff that prepare your souls, okay, people, for the strongest arguments for God. Okay, by the way, the video we're going over is by Alex O'Connor, who is an atheist, but he's like a really fair atheist who's like pretty goated, and I think he actually can give the best arguments for and against God. And so this is what the video looks like. Okay, it's divided into sections. Probably not going to make it all the way through today, but we're going to try to get far. And I'd be interested to see if you guys think that if we agree on what the strongest arguments are, or if we disagree. Alex, a gay Connor, Big Soda, get up here, brother. Come on, get up here. I need a sanity check. If I think an argument is like good, I need someone to be like, that's not a good argument, or vice versa. Did I text Frankie? I don't have Frankie's number. Do you mean, did I Facebook Frankie? In which case my phone is dead. But yeah, Frankie should be joining. I mean, Frankie loves talking about different religious groups, especially one particular religious group. Mm-hmm. And one of the versions of the cosmological argument did come from the Muslims. Oh, Big Soda. Okay, he will be on, but he's got to go to the store real quick. So the pinned comment, you guys can come up and join, even if you just want to talk for a bit, because I don't want to. It depends how long Big Soda is. I kind of wanted to go through this with him. I don't want to go out there on my own, but I don't know how long Big Soda is going to be. So he's getting milk. I guess that's a valid thing to get. At least he's not going up for cigarettes and never coming back. He wouldn't do that, Big Soda. Big Soda wouldn't do that to Baby Soda or Mama Soda. Yeah, strongest argument for God. The strongest argument for atheism. That's what the video is. Confluence's alter ego has entered the studio. I'm assuming that's you, Big Soda. It is, Big Soda. Give me one of these. All right, you're coming up. There. Oh, wow. You are looking dashing today, Big Soda, again. Very stylish. Very cool. Very cool. Big Soda, I can't hear you if you're talking.
I dyed my hair.
Very good choice. And I see you got the cool glasses on. I see a little hint of like a rosary around your neck. Us. And again, it looks like you have a tarot card in the background. I can't really tell what deck that is, but you've become very, very cool. Very
I esoteric. Keep them so that way I can curse people from a distance.
Yeah, that actually is a valid thing. It's a valid thing. So are you able to be on this while you're going to the store, Big Soda?
No. I just forced my wife to go.
Oh, based, red-pilled.
You said you needed me, so I was like, okay, he summoned me.
I do need you, soldier, okay? Look, I don't want to go this way alone. I don't know what these arguments are going to be, and I don't want to be evaluating arguments, without any pushback. That seems crazy.
Well, I mean, Alex O'Connor, everything I've seen, I generally like.
Yeah, he's been fair, so that's why I'm excited, because I think he is honest. So if he's saying, like, this is the best argument in his opinion,
he's going to come back. He's going to come back eventually. It's just taking some time, and I don't blame him.
Yeah. I don't blame him either. Some people think he's already, I can't remember who said this. Someone on panel said this, that they think he's already, maybe it's Indian Jesus, that they think he's already a Christian, but just like has been kind of audience captured, so he doesn't know how to like really come out and say it, because his like whole thing is like, his whole channel is like based on atheism. I think it would be a really cool thing, and all the Christians would love it. But probably his original fan base would be like, "What the fuck?"
Well, I know he did that show, or it's not even a show. He was like on stage with David Woods, I think it is. It could be another guy with the last name Trent. No, not Trent Horn, but some guy with the last name Woods, who's an ortho guy, and he handled himself pretty well. He was able to kind of get around a lot of the arguments, and then at the very end, a guy named God Logic in the when they were asking questions, asked him a question, and it stumped him. And instead of trying to piece together an argument that he felt wasn't adequate, he just was like, "Well, you know what? You kind of got me there, and I'm gonna have to think on that." And that's always a good trait.
Do you remember what the question was, by the way?
You can find famous clips of it. So I don't know if after this you want to watch it. It's like a 30-second question, and it's probably another 45-second response.
Yeah, let's see if we can find it real quick.
God Logic asks Alex O'Connor a question, or God Logic stumps Alex O'Connor. They got some clickbaity titles with it.
Okay. Why this one question stumped Alex O'Connor. Okay. I'm not sure. It's 12 minutes, so I don't know if there's a lot of preamble. I'm hoping we can.
Yeah, it was a quick, one question. Alex O'Connor's like, that's a tough one, and it's probably at least a minute response.
Okay, let's give this a quick watch, because I am curious. Which question has stumped the mighty Alex O'Connor? That is a good trait, though. Instead of just coming up with something on the whim that you don't actually believe in, just being honest and being like, yeah, I'll have to think on that. Okay, so this is 8 months ago. We're probably gonna skip, I guess, God law.
Yeah. Because I mean, they're doing lineup for questions, and he's
David Wood.
So there's a lot of.
All, Brandon says that he'll definitely come on later, which is good because I feel like we need a strong. Brandon is booked up on philosophy, more booked up than I am. That's for sure. So it'll be interesting to have you on, Brandon, if you're stronger. Oh, he's giving his predictions. Fine tuning against probably the problem of evil. That's interesting. The problem of evil, I just briefly, I think it's an emotional problem. I don't actually find it a compelling philosophical problem.
Yeah,
and I'm sure we'll get into it in the video.
I think I've solved it pretty quickly. I mean, I'm an idiot, but I think I've solved it.
Yeah, I actually don't think rationally, I don't know if it's that much of a problem. And even I remember even Dawkins basically said kind of the similar thing that as soon as you presuppose that something is evil, you're already bringing in God into the situation. And so I don't know. It's it's only contradiction if you give hyper specific definitions on what exactly God would do, and you can't come up with any reasons. I think emotionally, it's a strong reason why people don't believe. Oh, and good to see you, Vibe. I don't know if I think we talked one time, but it's been a hot minute. I don't know if you remember me.
Well, Jesus Christ,
God, we're just trying to talk about Jesus Christ. In this one, I'm assuming Alex O'Connor is just talking about a general existence of does some type of supreme being exist. I doubt he's going to be specific on is it Zeus? Is it Ganesh?
He'll probably follow the Abrahamic God. I mean, I would think he would kind of keep it refined to there, because once you start talking about just a supreme being, there's a little bit of a vagueness to it.
But I doubt if the arguments are philosophical, I doubt. I get what you're saying, but I doubt it's going to be specific to Moses and bringing up Abraham and the binding of Isaac and stuff. I doubt he's going to go in that direction. I think it's
it could be true.
Maybe your classical, monotheistic God, I guess I'd say. Because it is often said that the God of philosophy is not the God of the Bible, which I think is an interesting thing to think about. Because if you actually match it up, a lot of times it doesn't seem like it. The God, at least in the Old Testament, seems to be presented in a different way than philosophically we understand God. Not sure if that's
Yeah.
just a narrative thing or, like God changing his mind, God getting emotional, right? And it's hard to know like what's anthropomorphizing. But of course, we'll do that to our book and we'll be like, well, that's God didn't actually like change his mind or he's not actually haggling. It's just anthropomorphizing. But then when we look at like other texts, like we did look at the story of Zeus, we're going to be like, no, Zeus is like way too like not godlike as to be like something else. So we do carry water a bit in that way. I will admit that.
Oh yeah, well, I'm biased.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm biased.
Me as
Leave me
well.
alone. I'm biased.
Okay, but
Alex
let's hear this
had a
God
fire
logic.
pendant on top now is pre-existed,
Okay.
and he used an argument that surprised me.
Dave has already talked about the angel of Yahweh, and there is the suggestion that the angel of Yahweh is Jesus. That doesn't seem to make much sense to me. For a start, if you turn to Hebrews chapter 1, the very first verse says, in the past, God spoke to our ancestors through the prophets at many times and in various ways. But in these last days, he has spoken to us by his Son. In these last days. If Jesus is the angel of the Lord, way back in Exodus, the story of the Exodus, why is it that Hebrews says he's only spoken to us through the Son in the last few days?
Now, there are a number of reasons why this caught me off guard. Alex, I realized this.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you'll be able to tell.
The
Yeah.
last place you want to go. And here's why.
Oh
We got
boy,
a question
sorry
from
everyone.
Avery. All right.
Oh, you're on the mic? Okay. All right, for sure. What's going on, guys? So this is a question for Alex, man. How you doing, man?
Hey,
You mentioned
God logic.
Yes, yes, sir. You mentioned in Hebrews 1 where God is speaking. Or God spoke to our through prophets. Now He speaks to us through His Son, and you're saying, where was Jesus then? Back then He should have been active, and so. Regarding Hebrews, I just want to read you this and get your thoughts on this. Okay, it's Hebrews 11. Regarding Moses, it says, by faith, Moses, and I'm going to just skip down to 25 and 26 for time, choosing rather to be mistreated with the people of God than to enjoy the fleeting pleasures of sin, he considered the reproach of Christ greater wealth than the treasures of Egypt, for he was looking to the reward. So how is it that Moses can be considering Christ's disapproval if Christ wasn't around for him to disapprove?
Yeah, that is a great question. So Christ there, he regarded disgrace for the sake of Christ as greater value than the treasures of Egypt because he was looking ahead to his reward. Now,
That is a good question.
that's something which I think, I think it's a good point. I mean, of course, I can offer a Christological interpretation of this, which sort of says that Christ is promised as the Redeemer of mankind, and we're looking at this in retro. Where's he gone? Oh, there you are. And we're looking, and just dropped it and left. And I suppose we're looking at this in retrospect, and he regarded disgrace for the sake of Christ. Yeah, I do think that in this instance, Hebrews is probably presenting Jesus as, I don't know about the angel of Yahweh, but certainly we're looking at a high Christology in Hebrews. Yeah.
So close.
But yeah, I see what you're saying.
All right, let's go to the next question because we only got. He's so close, guys.
But I have no, I for what it's worth, I have no problem saying that Hebrews has a high Christology. That's kind of not an issue to me. But I think it is interesting to suggest that as a retort to the idea of the angel of Yahweh being Jesus, I think that is an excellent point. Yeah.
Great job, Avery. All right.
You see why?
I'm assuming that's the end. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good response.
I kind of mistold the story, but yeah, it was. It would seem like this kind of. I don't want to say defeated what he was talking about earlier, but it kind of went against what he was saying, and he was just like, "Okay, yeah, that makes sense."
Yeah, I would be interested in knowing, so if he thinks, as an atheist, if he thinks that there are hints of Christ in the Old Testament, or if he just sees it as all like that, like, okay, like when he's given this passage, if he just thinks, okay, the writer of Hebrews is seeing Christ in the Old Testament, but Christ wasn't actually in the Old Testament. Like, you know that passage in Daniel when, like, what's those people's names? Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego, when they're like burned by Nebuchadnezzar. And then there's a passage where it says, let me see if I can pull it up. Do you know the passage I'm talking about? It's a very interesting.
I've been my journey rereading the Old Testament. I'm not quite there yet, so can't bring up specifics on it. But I
Okay,
plan
so
to get
I don't
there.
want to like spoiler anything
No,
for you.
no,
You
no,
know?
no. Yeah, you're good to spoil it, but like consistent detail. Like right now I'm on Judges, so anything from Genesis to Judges, I kind of have a more fresh memory of.
Okay, so let me see if you can see this. So like this to me is one of like the clear. I mean, I know I'm reading it as a Christian, but it seems like a clear thing of Christ. Okay, so this is from Daniel chapter 3, I think. Yeah, 3. So this is them there when Nebuchadnezzar is about to fry the people. Therefore, because the king's commandment was urgent and the furnace exceedingly hot, the flames of the fire slew those men that took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down bound into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king was astonished and rose up in haste and spake and said unto his counselors, Did not we cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire? They answered and said unto the king, True, O king. He answered and said, Lo, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt, and the form of the 4th is like the Son of God. So he throws 3 men in, then Nebuchadnezzar sees 4 men, and he specifically says the 4th is like the Son of God. So to me, I mean, I don't know how the Jews would read that. To me, I read that as like, that's freaking Jesus. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
You know, like,
Yeah.
That seems to be very clear. The Son of God, like.
I have very loose. I've got 2 things that I very loosely equate to Jesus being in the Old Testament. I think when they so like the angel of the Lord. I think to me, I interpret that to be when people reference the angel of the Lord or the angel of the Lord meets people. I think that is Christ. And anytime someone is face to face with God, because like in I believe it's not Exodus, but it could be Deuteronomy, but it may be Exodus when they go up to Mount Sinai and it kind of references how you can't look at God face to face, and like
Right,
there's
and
this
live,
kind
yeah.
of, I guess, barrier to prevent you from doing that. But it seems like there's a couple instances after where people do have face to face interactions with God, and to me, I would interpret that to be a conversation with Jesus, because it seems like Jesus is kind of the middleman of the face to face with.
I think Exodus, I think you're right. It's Exodus 33. 1, is it? There's a passage, I'm trying to find it. Yeah, there's a passage where it says that Moses spoke to God face to face as a man speaks with his friend.
And in the Old
Find it.
Testament, it seems to hint at the fact that this can't happen.
Yeah, it says
And
no one can see God's face and live.
Yeah.
And then who was that? Who I'm getting my stories confused now. But who's the one that wanted to see God? Was this Abraham, or where they tucked him in the crevice of the rock so God would go past him and he would see the glory of God from behind? Because
I don't think that was, I think that was
who
during
was
the
that?
Abraham time, but I don't think it was Abraham.
I'm gonna have to Google it. Who was
Yeah,
tucked
Google it.
into
Google it.
a rock to see God
It does
from
sound some Jewish stuff,
behind?
though.
Oh wait, no, it was Moses. So that's
Okay,
so yeah. So
okay,
if
so that's
anything,
much after.
that's interesting because
Well, that also probably adds up to the fact that, hey, why Moses wasn't allowed to see the Promised Land.
But I also think that could be the Jesus thing you're talking about, because so Exodus 33:11, that's what it's not 33:1. The Lord would speak to Moses face to face as one speaks to a friend. But then in the other passage, in wherever that other one is, where he sees the back of God in Exodus 33. Oh wait, is this the same chapter? Wait, okay, wait. Now I have to go to this chapter.
It could be. It could be. It could be.
Because how does this work? If it says in the same chapter, how would they even understand this? So this is where it says speaks face to face as with a friend.
I don't think.
Oh yeah, and then it says, it does say later on, But he said, "You cannot see my face, for no one may see me and live." I never realized this was in the same chapter. The Lord would speak to Moses face to face, and then it says, "You cannot see my face, for no one may see me and live." Then the Lord said, "There is a place near me where you may stand on a rock. When my glory passes by, I will put you in a cleft in the rock and cover you with my hand until I've passed by. Then I'll remove my hand and you will see my back, but my face must not be seen." But then earlier it says face to face. No, I don't know if I'm reaching, but now it could be just like a limited glory thing. Like maybe you can't see the full thing, or maybe the first one is talking about kind of like a Christological figure that Moses is seeing.
Think
And the
about it,
second one is like
because when you
Yahweh.
think about face to face, like you think about, okay, I'm looking at you and you're looking at me. We're face to face. It's like we're right in front of each other. Like the way I interpret that is, okay, I'm looking at who I'm speaking to, and the person who's speaking is looking at me.
Yeah, that's how I would take it. So that's yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
To me, I'm like, okay, well, because it's also interesting because in the New Testament, Jesus talks about talking with Moses.
Yeah,
And so this seems to be kind of one of those things that Jordan Peterson talks about the you ever seen the diagram of all the cross references? Like it looks like a rainbow. Yeah. This looks to be like an instance of like cross reference within the story, or I should say history.
I think one of the most interesting things that when I went to do like Bible studies was a class that like went through the Old Testament and like and tried to basically show or argue that like Christ is found like in basically like every book of the Old Testament in some way or others.
I believe
and
it.
Some of them are stronger illusions, but it is really interesting to read the Old Testament with that eye, like looking for like what possibly is, because there's a lot more I think hints than people think, especially if you cross reference it to what the New Testament says. Like, because we're told that like Christ is the wisdom of God in the New Testament, and if you're reading Proverbs and it personifies wisdom in Proverbs and talks about wisdom as like a person, then it's like, well, if Christ is the wisdom of God, then it's like, then that's Christ in Proverbs. And so I think it's like really adds a lot of meaning when you like look at the Old Testament in light of like Christ in the New Testament. Ivory Cattell says Alex talked about God logic in the last question of his latest Q&A. Oh, God logic is on his mind.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I watch a lot of God logic content. He used to do a lot of content with Sam Shimon, and then Sam Shimon's fucking batshit crazy, and so he's kind of like, he still treats him as a friend, but it seems like they've kind of distanced himself, because Sam Shimon, I think there's, I don't want to say like schizophrenia, but there's a little bit of like some mentalness going on.
I don't think I know who that is. But he's gone a little cuckoo.
It's the Arabic, or the Arabic guy who used to be Muslim, who converted to Christianity probably in the late 90s, and now he does like debates with Muslims and stuff like that.
Okay.
Very, he got into it with Jay Dyer, and Jay Dyer was like messaging him during a stream, and like the guy was saying that Jay Dyer was possessed by demons because he knows that he's streaming, and why would he text him?
Okay, yeah. Sounds a little crazy.
He also got into it with Andrew Wilson. He said he was demonically possessed.
That one's more believable. No, I'm just kidding.
But it's just like, bro, come on, man. You can't just be throwing out demonic possessions every time someone pisses you off. But no, the God Logic dude, he just I forget the place in London, not Tenement Square, but there's a place in London where debate people get
Tenement Square.
Yeah, that's way off. But they get together and like they'll debate at this place in London, and they'll do religious debates. And he's been going there the last couple of years, and I enjoy watching those. He did one with a black Israelite, and that one was pretty fucking interesting.
I was just watching. You know, I always talk about Matan Evans, the guy with the hair.
Yep.
And I always say that Richard watches podcast. He just hosted a debate, an absolute shit show, a true nightmare rotation.
Same guy. That black Israelite is the same guy. Yeah,
like the guy with the gold headpiece thing. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that guy's ridiculous. That guy's ridiculous. And it was so did you see the Matan thing that I'm talking about?
I've seen clips of it. I haven't watched the whole thing, but it gets pretty fucking wild.
Because the latest one, he's had the guy on before, but the latest one, he brought Bert from Fish Tank, and then 2 Black Hebrew Israelites, and then brought like legit like Christian like ministers. Like there's like a father and son duo. I can't remember their names. It's like Stuart something. I've seen them before a few times, and it just, of course, the whole thing just goes insane because like Black Hebrew Israelites are like the most insane types of people, like the most insane. Especially that guy with his headpiece. Although there was a few times, there was one moment specifically where I was like, ooh, the Black Hebrew Israelite is actually right on this one. And I can't remember what it was, but it was a translation thing. And it was something where he's like, that's what it was. It was, and I've actually learned this from Alex O'Connor, and I've looked into it, and it is right. So, you know how John has the famous I am passages in it?
Yeah.
You ever heard of those? Yeah, where it's like Jesus will like say at like I think 3 or 4 different times. He says, like before Abraham was, I am, right? And people take that as like it's in Greek it's like ego eime, which is like, and people take that as like Asher Eheye or Eheye Asher Eheye, like I am who I am, like when God says his name is to Moses and stuff. But the Black Hebrew Israelite pointed out, and this is true, that in the next chapter, when Jesus heals the blind man, everyone asks like, "Oh, who is the blind man that you healed?" And the blind man says, "Ego eime." He says, "I am," like I am him, basically. But it's the same word. And so the Black Hebrew Israelite was arguing that if you're going to look at Jesus claiming that he's God, you'd have to look at this. Now, I think that's not the same necessarily. I think the context matters, but it is true that ego eimi does just mean I am and is used multiple times. And so maybe not every time it could, I get it. But the other people, the pastor was just like, that's not true. It's not ego eimi. There's no possible way it is. And I'm like, it is that, brother. Like it is that.
I think that because and just to get my best steel man, I would say that, they were asking who the blind man was that he healed, and he says, I am who I am. So he's referencing what they think he is. And so he's saying, I am who I am. And I would say at the time, people were, the rumor was that God was the Messiah. And so he's answering, I am who I am. And so I think with a little bit of context, you could probably make a decent enough argument to say that he's answering the rumor itself. The same way the blind man
ones, but there'd be some like so. But the before Abraham was, I am. I think that is more like a Christological thing. But then there are some. I think that it happens when Jesus is in the boat and Peter's like walking on the water, and then Peter becomes afraid. And I think this is like not a verbatim quote. I don't have it in front of me, but he says like, "Don't be afraid, I am," or something like that. And it seems like less, it could be like it is associated with a miracle, but it's like it's maybe less clear than because the before Abraham was I am, they pick up stones to stone him, right? So it's like there's a lot going on there that I think they get that he's blaspheming,
they know, but I think with the boat situation, it's kind of like Peter's having doubts. And so, Jesus is telling him, to come out on the water, and with his doubts, I am who I am. It's kind of referencing, hey, trust me, I am who I am. Stop the doubts. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap. That would be if they make a Zoomer Bible. That would be the translation.
God, I'm gonna be honest. That's gonna do a lot of damage to Christianity.
I should write that. Jesus saying like, I don't know, 6'7".
Stop the cap.
Skibidi, stop the cap. Vibe says, okay, face to face, according to the Constable notes, is an idiom that communicates intimacy, not a theophany. My issue, though, Vibe, is that. Is it a different Hebrew thing in the same chapter? Because it says Moses talked to God face to face, and then doesn't it say later on that like if you see God's face, you'll die, like in the same chapter? So like, is the word face there the same? Is one idiomatic but the second one isn't? I don't know. And we have Marilyn. I almost played the disavow sound by accident instead of your magnet, Marilyn. I've never disavow Marilyn. Good to see Marilyn. We're talking about the Lord Divine, the Lord of Hosts. Marilyn, your favorite topic? Yourself. No, I'm just kidding. But, yes, Vibe is here. Whoop, whoop. All right. Oh, whoops. That was the wrong button. Okay. Are we ready to dive in? Do you have any final thoughts before we kick into this video?
No final thoughts. I'm ready to get into it. I'm ready to hear Alex go with this bumbling nonsense. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. And by the way, if any of you guys want to join up, again, Topanga, if you're still there, Ag, Brandon said he'll join eventually. Vibe, I mean, you like talking religion, brother. Marilyn, come on, these arguments are about the existence of Marilyn. If you think about it,
he could bring up magnets. You never know.
He could. In fact, I think he might. I think he might. I
think
got
it's a strong fan. I'm going with the over.
Me too.
That you are here for some kind of reason that's written into the rules
Okay,
of
tell
the
me,
universe,
is that volume okay?
and that it all is just
Solid.
happy or unhappy accident.
Wait, am I sharing this?
I think that there are very good arguments to
We've
believe
got the
that there are some
German
kind of
dash going on
foundational
quite
principle of the
nice.
universe, some necessarily
does.
existing being, some first cause. But I think that the Judeo-Christian tradition is an
Ron says maybe.
imperfect approximation of who that being is. Nihilism doesn't remove values. It analyzes values and finds them to be essentially groundless, or if they do have a ground, subjective preferences of people. It's very difficult things to find concepts like good and bad, but we employ them all the time. Like, what is the difference between
Kind of like a sneak peek of what we'll be talking about.
It's wrong that that murder just occurred. If you try to isolate what the actual difference is there, I think it has to just be an attitude. It's an expression. It's the way you feel. My name's Alex O'Connor. I'm the host of the Within Reason podcast. I think I'm best described as a philosophy YouTuber and former edgy atheist.
Chapter 1. The strongest arguments for and against the existence of God.
All right, here we go. Oh, I'm excited.
So I think probably the most powerful argument for the existence of God is the so-called first cause argument, which is quite naive. A lot of people are familiar with the idea that we need a first cause for the universe, but I think people think about it wrong. There is what you might think of as a horizontal causal argument and a hierarchical causal argument. And a lot of people just aren't familiar with the hierarchical version of the causal argument, which I think is probably best explained with a prop, like this lovely glass of water. You might ask yourself, why is this water here? And the way that people tend to think about cause is in terms of time, what happened before what might be called the efficient cause in the Aristotelian sense, which is, well, somebody just poured the water into the glass. And then I might ask, well, why did they pour the water into the glass? Oh, well.
Okay, I do want to pause because I want to hear your prediction and give my own. Vibe is here. Vibe, give me one of these if you can. In the back. If you can't, then I'll figure it out. Okay, there we go. It's a real vibe. It's a vibe for real. Good to see you again, brother. You are muted, Vibe.
Oh, you're muted.
Good to see you too. Hey, I don't want to take it off topic, but can I just reference Exodus 33:11 really quick?
Yeah, sure.
So when I'm reading Bibles, there's different versions, right? There's word for word, and then there's thought for thought and things like that. And the NASB is probably the most accurate. But if you really want to get down to Hebrew translation, there's actually something called the Interlinear Bible, which is a word for word. Now, it doesn't read good English, but when it comes to the face-to-face, I actually was just pulling up my Interlinear, and it actually goes like this. It says, and he would return his friend to a man speaks as face-to-face, Moses to Yahweh. As face-to-face is the literal translation. And it doesn't read perfect in an English sentence. His friend to a man speaks as face-to-face, Moses to Yahweh.
So you're saying it's like the as is meaning it's like metaphorical, like it's as if he was.
The Gospel Notes is basically saying when they're saying face-to-face, they're saying as intimate as face-to-face, But when it translates to English, it just turns out to be face to face.
Mhm.
But it's not actually face to face. It's as intimate as face to face.
And then in the
Okay.
interlinear, when you look at the later passage where it says you cannot see the face of God and live, then I'm assuming it's like there's not that same consideration.
Yeah, let me go to my net Bible. That one was let's see. So we're at 11. What was that 16 for how he can be known? Favor sight. The Lord said, "I'll do." Do you remember which one
Was
that
at
was?
the very end of chapter 11, if I recall.
Ah, here we go. Okay, so at 21, then the Lord said, "Behold, there is my place by me. You can stand there on a rock, and it will come about." 23. Then I'll take my. Wait, where's the death part?
I think it's before that, before the actual action happens.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, 20. He said, "You cannot see my face, for no man can see me and live." Okay, so that's 22 or 20. Let me go to the interlinear to that one. I really need to write a software app that actually does this for me. I love netbible.org, but it doesn't have the interlinear.
Yeah.
See, I always use Bible Hub. They have a interlinear. It used to be called Bible.cc, but now it's BibleHub.com. It has all the translations, interlinear, original Greek, original Hebrew, if you don't want the interlinear.
So yeah, that one is man shall see me, know for my face, see you cannot. But he said. So that one doesn't actually interpret to English as well. Man shall see me, know for my face, see you cannot, but he said. And live. Sorry, I missed I didn't see it was below the scroll there. So it says, man shall see me, know for my face, see you cannot, but he said, and live. Is the direct word for word from the original transcription.
Good to see you, Alex.
So it doesn't say no. He does say no for my face and live, but it doesn't say face to face, right? Like nobody can be face to face with me. So it is. A matter of fact, actually, if you look at the symbols too, the face symbols are not the same. And
so the only person who
phonetics.
arguably saw God's face was Daniel when they wrestled. But that seems to be because God took like human form.
What, you mean Jacob?
Oh yeah, sorry, Jacob.
But that wasn't that the angel of the Lord, which I would say is Christ, but I don't know. That's what we were talking about at the beginning. Is that God himself? Is that
no? That was God himself.
But I think in the
yes,
passage,
exactly. Jesus Christ.
He took on human form, which I guess you could call Jesus if you want to.
Why? I thought it said. Am I crazy? I thought it says the angel of the Lord that Jacob wrestled with. So like it depends, and we started off talking about this. Let me check in case I'm like totally getting this wrong.
If I'm not mistaken, is angel a reference to messenger?
Yeah, angel literally means messenger in Hebrew and Greek. Okay, so Genesis 32. Okay, so where's this wrestling thing? See, sometimes I'm curious, like when it says this, and I'd have to go to the interlinear. When it says messengers, does that mean the same as angels? Like, is this word here the same as this word? Because that'd be interesting if they're translating them differently.
Jacob ends up calling the place Peniel, which means face of God.
Oh,
because that's where he saw the face of God.
And that kind of sounds like pineal gland in English, right? Does that stretch?
That's a pretty big stretch, yeah.
Someone grab a squirt bottle.
I forgive you.
Okay, during the night, Jacob got up and took his 2 wives, based, red-pilled, his 2 maidservants, holy based, I'm just kidding, and his 11 sons, and crossed the ford of Jabbok. He took them and sent them across the stream along with all his possessions. So Jacob was left alone, and there a man wrestled with him until daybreak. When the man saw that he could not overpower Jacob, he struck the socket of Jacob's hip, and dislocated it as they wrestled. Then the man said, "Let me go, for it is daybreak." And Jacob replied, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." "What is your name?" the man asked. "Jacob," he replied. Then the man said, "You will no longer be Jacob but Israel, because you have struggled with God and with men and have prevailed." And Jacob requested, "Please tell me your name." But he replied, "Why do you ask my name?" Then he blessed Jacob there. Yeah, I guess it doesn't say the angel of God. I guess I'm wrong about that. So Jacob named the place the pineal gland, saying, "Indeed, I've seen God face to face, and yet my life was spared." See, so okay, now we got to be vibe coded. Okay, we got to be vibe coded. We got to go to the interlinear. Is this as face to face? Does he say, "I've seen God as face to face," or is he saying it like, "I for real 6'7" saw God face to face"?
He
did say,
God's face.
"I was spared," so it almost is actually pointing to that, like, nobody else has been able to do this.
Yeah,
but I was.
Yeah, part of it is it was dark enough that it wasn't as direct of a sight of his face. But even that, like, supposedly God should have, or he should have died, but God spared him. That's why he had to leave before daylight.
Okay, if I know Hebrews read backwards, but if I'm reading an interlinear, am I supposed to start at the bottom?
They still put it in our order. So face God, I have seen. And you can see that follows the same pattern as the sentence. But their sentence structures are different, right? And they don't necessarily have half the placeholders that we do. And then where you see the dashes, by the way, like actually in this one has no dashes. That means we actually don't have a translation. And sometimes those are left out of the English versions. In this particular case, we don't actually have any of the dashes, so that's good.
Like, but what's weird is like, face God I have seen, but then at the bottom we have face two. So it looks like it should almost be like face to face.
Yeah, so and we can see the phonetics there too, which is easier than reading the symbols. We got panim, which is the same as what was face in the previous version we were just talking to. So they're using the exact same word. Sometimes you'll see face and a different word above that, or the phonetic different version of that word above it, which means they actually might have slightly different denotations. But in this particular case, they are the same. But I think the key here is "and is preserved" is the translation at where he said, "I was spared." Right? I was the first to see them face to face, but I was spared. Because he's spared because seeing God face to face equals death, and the caveat there written is preserved.
So face God I've seen, for Peniel of the place the name Jacob.
Genesis.
Everything's written backwards, and called my life, and is preserved face two. Are you sure this is the right order to read it in? Seems so strange. But I mean, I guess we are going from, well, let's pull up. Let's okay, yeah. And called Jacob the name of the place, for I've seen. No, I think it's wrong. I think it's not like that. Because this should be just the Hebrew in order, right? And called Jacob the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face. So this is saying that Panim el Panim should be connected. Let's see. Okay, now we're reading Hebrew now.
It gets really fun.
Peniel. No, what is this? Pemeshe. No, what are we reading right now? Where's Panim? Oh, this is Panim. Let's go back. How's it? Okay. Pay noon yod mem. Pay noon yod mem. Pay noon yod mem. Do we see that anywhere else? Yeah, there. Yeah, see, so there is a weird order read, because these two on an L, Panim el Panim. So it is connected in the Hebrew. So the interlinear, we must be reading it in the wrong. Somehow this face connects to this. Like, it's so reading it left to right, top to bottom is somehow wrong.
Yeah, and I haven't actually read it on this website before. I know the one that I was using previous had it in order. I've been trying to actually use AI to build an NASB side by side to interlinear version, but it's giving me some copyright issues on that.
Okay, I figured it out. You are supposed to read this, the interlinear for the Hebrew. You're supposed to read it right to left, top to bottom. Like that's how it matches up with how it's actually written in Hebrew. So you're supposed to read it and call Jacob the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face and is preserved my life.
That
so it's
makes
read
sense, yeah.
this way,
That-
and then
okay.
so
Okay.
it still maintains the right to left. They should really clarify that because like it's being put into English. So like how am I still supposed to read right to left? But yes, it is supposed to be read that way. So it is actually even the same face to face as we saw before, but it's not as face to face. And like the key thing I think you said, Vibe, is that he's preserved after it. He doesn't get wrecked.
Yeah, he was spared the death.
Yeah.
Now, a good question would be why. I'd love to dig into that. Why is
Yeah.
nobody allowed to do that?
Now, is there
I
is
think
there
it's supposed to be a consequence of
Like, wouldn't you
of
think
seeing him.
Moses deserved that, right? Like Moses just got to see his back end. That's it. That's shameful.
Is there a
True.
vibe? Am I crazy, or like with the angel of the Lord thing? Is this passage mentioned anywhere else? Like, is there any other thing that it says that Jacob wrestled, like in the New Testament? Or am I completely making up the fact that it was an angel of the Lord? Like, is Jacob wrestling with an angel mentioned in the New Testament? Do you remember it all? Because what would be the Hebrew interpretation? Yeah, why was he spared? If this was like just actually God.
Because it was dark.
So maybe he didn't, he didn't
his
actually
full
see it?
visage.
That could be
No.
true, yeah.
He didn't see the whole, like he didn't see some. This is the explanation theologians give, is he didn't see like his whole face because it was dark, and he had like restrained himself into a more human form. But supposedly seeing
this
his
is just
face
a
is enough to kill you, because it's not you die because God kills you for seeing him. It's you die because you can't stand the sight of something as
it's like staring into the sun. It's just too beautiful that it hurts your eyes.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is just an AI overview. It says Jacob wrestles with a mysterious figure, often called the angel of the Lord or God in human form. It is a pivotal Old Testament story, Genesis 32, where Jacob wrestles all night until dawn.
So yeah, does it ever say, is that just something that people assume that it's the angel of the Lord? Or is there some Bible verse that like at a different point says angel of the Lord? Because in my mind, I have this coded as it being the angel of the Lord, but now that I'm reading the text, it doesn't seem to say that. So did I just like come up with that?
It might refer to it at some point, like in reverse.
Yeah, like I'm wondering if in the New Testament, although I can't find anything in the cross references of the page we're on. It's weird that how is this passage not mentioned in the New Testament? But we do have stuff like, yeah, no one has ever seen God in like 1 John. And again, in John 1:18, no one has ever seen God, but the one and only Son, who is himself God and is the Father's side, has made him known. Maybe that's why people think that the angel of the Lord is.
When did Jesus see God, though?
Jesus saw God during the Transfiguration, didn't he?
While he was alive?
Yeah, I think so. Or does Jesus just become transfigured and doesn't see God?
Maybe you're right. I might be.
I'm not. I don't. I really should know this. It's amazing how much you forget if you don't keep studying.
Yeah, you should know this. Come on.
Yeah.
Man.
Okay, after 6 days, and this is the NIV, but okay, fine. We'll be vibe coded because I too prefer the NASB or the ESV.
All of them together, kind of.
I don't suffer a thought for thought translation. Thought be gone.
All thoughts be gone.
Exactly. Yeah. 6 days later, Jesus took with him Peter and James and his brother John. Am I sharing the right tab so we can all follow? Yes. And led them up on a high mountain. Oh, sus, a high place. That's bad. By themselves. And transfigured before them, and his face shone like the sun. His garments became as white as light. And behold, Moses and Elijah appeared to them, talking with them. Peter responded and said to him, Lord, it is good. Oh, this is where Peter is a retard. Lord, it is good that we are here. If you want, I will make 3 tabernacles here, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah. While he was still speaking, a bright cloud overshadowed them, and behold, maybe it's just a voice. A voice from the cloud said, this is my beloved son with whom I'm well pleased. Listen to him. When the disciples heard this, they fell face down to the ground and were terrified. And Jesus came to them and touched them and said, get up and do not be afraid. And raising their eyes, they saw no one except Jesus himself alone.
Yeah,
So yeah, maybe it's just a voice.
Stolen in Star Wars in that ending scene with the Ewoks, where all the Jedi that are dead show up. They totally stole that from the Bible.
I think the Bible stole it from Star Wars. Actually, I think you have the wrong order.
maybe. I mean, God is timeless, right? So maybe God created Star Wars and then created us.
Yeah. Now, what's the other? What about that when John is like baptizing? Is that just a voice too? When John the Baptist,
the clouds open, right? And he says, "This is good."
And is there no visible thing? Is that just a voice as well?
Do
we remember this?
It's not like
I always remember them when I read them and forget them after.
Okay, we're going to be a little sus-coded. We'll stick with the NIV on this one just to mix it up. Okay. Wait, is this the only? Doesn't it? No, there's better passage in this, right? The next day, blah blah blah. Man who surpassed me. No, this isn't the baptism. Where's the baptism?
There is no baptism.
Is the baptism not in John? John, get your shit together. Why wouldn't you write about the baptism?
Matthew 3:16. And Mark and Luke.
Wow, John wow. Way to be unique, John. Way to be not synoptic coded and all this stuff. Yeah. Crazy.
John sucks it up real bad. It's okay. You shouldn't expect much from a guy named John anyways.
That's true. Basic ass name. Okay, wait. So I don't know what to make of this. At that moment, heaven was opened, and he saw the Spirit of God. I'm assuming this is like the pneumos of Theon or something. If we switch it over,
yeah, it gets weird when you talk about spirits too, right? Because apparently, angels are only spirits too. They don't actually have bodies.
Yes.
How do they come to Earth?
I guess they can take on bodies.
There's
angels that ate food, right? There's angels that ate food in the Bible in the OT.
Yeah, well, I get what you're saying. It's not like they're physical in nature, but they can take physical form.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
I suspect.
Throw some attention on like the whole argument of Nephilim being from angels and interbreeding because they potentially don't have that capability.
I don't think that. Yeah.
I know. I remember looking into this, and Hebrew scholars are like completely divided.
Cain got with
on the Nephilim thing.
That's what that was.
But I think angels fucked some people. I think that happened. I do think that happened.
Yeah. See, I actually hold the opposite view, where I don't think there was any demon or angel fucking going on. I think it was all when they talk about the king of men or gods of men, they're talking about some of the original offspring, like Cain and Abel, and
like all the people that Cain got with after he was cast out.
Yeah,
that's how we get the giants. How is Goliath is like 10 feet tall? He's like.
Yeah, but
that's angel, spawn coded.
I think a lot of this mythology comes from the books that aren't included in the canon, like Jubilee and Enoch, where some of these assumptions come from. And without those books, none of these assumptions would have ever been made.
I don't know about that. Although Enoch is a great book. It says that Azazel, the angel Azazel, invented makeup to fuck with women. So
yeah, makeup. They taught how to like make weapons.
Did a great job with that shit.
Yeah, Enoch, first, second, and third Enoch, I would recommend everyone read those. Big Soda in the chat. Big Soda, welcome back.
My bad, my phone died.
Okay, so what was I looking here? Yeah, what does it say? Oh yeah, he saw Kai Adon. I'm pronouncing all this wrong. To Numa To. Okay, yeah, the Spirit of God. So he saw the Spirit of God. Is that the same as seeing God? I'm not really sure, but it's descending as a dove. I've always assumed that it like he saw an actual dove. Am I just like crazy with that? Because now I'm reading it, it's like descending as a dove. Does he just mean that like it descended, but in the way a dove descends, or does he mean it like took the form of a dove? What do you guys think about that?
I mean, the as is definitely the interesting part of that sentence. It's kind of like it's the same thing. God
before reading this, did you think? Because when I've always read the story, I always imagine like a dove, like like a vision of a dove coming down, and that being like the vision that he had.
I would probably generally agree with you. I don't remember, because I guess when you factor in the as part of it, it kind of it seems to alter it. And in the version I remembered it just being the dove.
The problem is when these languages, this is like, I know a little bit how to navigate this stuff, but like I don't know enough like Greek to know like when it says as, should I be taking that in the same way that we would use that? Because if I said, oh, I'm descending as a dove, I would be meaning that as like, oh, this is a metaphor clue, like, or it's a clue that I'm using a metaphor. But in Greek, is that for sure what it means?
That's the crazy part of some of this stuff, like dissecting one single word, like as. Like if I'm dressed as a beatnik, doesn't mean I'm a beatnik, but I'm still dressed as a beatnik, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
We have to go back to the other literature written at the time that we can guess that this was written at, and look at how the word as was used.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably more than we have time for in your show, but
you'd be surprised. We're on the page right now in Thayer's Greek lexicon. Okay, so we have stuff from look, I don't know what fucking Greek text this is. Okay, this one is saying as if. Why isn't it giving me more than this? Why is it only punting to a one like outside the Bible thing? Usually it gives more.
Yeah, and see, I mean, even this isn't a good definition, because once again, this is the probably most latest translation, right? So, like today, gay usually means somebody that likes a man that likes another man. But if you looked at the dictionary 50 years ago or 70 years ago, it would have meant happy, right?
I have Nietzsche's gay science over there, and I almost like got rid of it. I was like, why did I buy this? I don't want to know about. And I was like, oh wait, oh okay, I get it. So
So you literally have to take the translation of that word from that time, not the most recent version of Greek's translations, right? Otherwise, you may get a completely different translation.
Well, hang on, Confluence. Scroll up just a little bit more. Oh, no.
Oh, sorry. I already jumped the gun.
It gave the keep going. It was past the Greek lexicon, so keep going. Right below the topical lexicon. Okay, yep, Matthew 3:16. It says pictures a spirit descending like a dove. Now
okay,
that's different than the as.
Yeah, like, so the like here, because I saw it can be what is it, like, about, it's most translated as, well, this is saying as if. I feel like we're on there must be cognates here, because there's so many things showing up in the, oh, there we go, about, like, much like, some. And so yeah, so this would be the same word here, and I guess, yeah, they're not literally sheep without a shepherd. This is obviously in Matthew 9:36. That would be a metaphor. And the demon delivered became like a corpse. Okay, also a metaphor. Okay, but this one, wait, okay, holy, I always thought when it says sweat becomes like drops of blood, I always took that as literal drops of blood, because that's an actual like medical thing that can happen, right? At least from what I remember. There is like a medical thing if you undergo enough like levels of stress and stuff that you can actually like be like sweating blood. You guys heard about this?
Yeah, I haven't really heard too much about it. Like, I guess bleeding out of your sweat pores.
But when you have heard this before, that Jesus was in Gethsemane when he's sweating blood, did you take that as a metaphor? I always took that as like a literal thing.
I believe I took it as a like statement. He's doing something like.
So it just means he's like sweating a lot? That seems so much
No. If you would have read the definition, I think there was more added than just like how did it use it?
See, ESV says his sweat became like great drops of blood. That to me sounds
okay. That's a little different.
Blood. King James says his sweat was as it were great drops of blood.
And see that's kind of.
What do you think about this? Do you think did you imagine this to be drops of literal blood when Jesus is sweating?
No, I imagine it as thick as blood.
Because there is, but am I crazy? Did I make this up? I feel like there is like a medical thing that can happen where you actually sweat blood. Yeah, there is. Look at this. Yeah, see, so this is why I thought, sweat. I mean, okay, first of all, Gemini, so massive grain of salt, but it gives the name hematohidrosis. It's a very rare condition where blood is exuded through intact skin, often linked to extreme stress, fear, based confluence for knowing this, or underlying systemic issues resulting from ruptured capillaries supplying sweat glands or follicles. So this is what I thought it's talking about. I mean, this is a real medical thing.
Yeah, I mean, based on that knowledge, but come on, this is God as a human. He didn't have this rare condition.
That's a good point.
Well, no, it's I don't know if it's like rare as in like genetically rare. I think it just means that it takes like an extreme amount of like stress. Like if you have enough stress and you have ruptured capillaries. Okay, I'm gonna open this in a new tab because I know this is gonna be like graphic.
What we're looking at was saying like blood, right? Sweating like blood, not sweating blood, and as a dove, right? So here we have once again the word like, and then we have the word as. Mm-hmm. So originally we're kind of like going, well, did God show up as an actual dove, or was his appearance as a dove? Was Jesus sweating like blood, or was Jesus sweating blood?
But it also, if you look on the side here, it also seems to mean like approximately, like the same word is used for it is now about the 6th hour. So that's not a metaphorical usage. That's just saying it's approximately kind of the 6th hour. And then same with this,
it's almost
about an hour has passed.
You can, especially the time example, it's about 6. It isn't 6. It's about
right.
6. Yeah.
But that's different than a metaphor. I wouldn't say, unless we're like saying like kind of like California Valley girl talk. If you're like, it's like 6 a.m, like you wouldn't say that like you wouldn't use a metaphor indicator to like, unless you're speaking like kind of colloquial English, right? You'd say it was around 6.
Is
like,
as and like always metaphor, like have a metaphoric, I guess, pinning?
In English, no. But in this Greek word, it seems like this one word can be used to mean approximately and also in like a metaphorical sense.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I have the perspicacity to know which one this is going for, Like, yeah, there are about 12 men. This obviously doesn't mean it metaphorically there were 12. It's like an approximation. So was Jesus approximately, seeing a dove? Or was it just descending in a way that like is a total analogy and it's descending in a way a dove might descend? Or is like the best thing, it kind of is dove coded when Jesus is seeing it. And when everyone else is seeing it. So that's the word they're using. I'm not really sure how to, figure that out.
It would probably also help to kind of, now this Greek is still an active language, correct?
Well, this is Koine Greek, so it's not the Greek that's taught today, but it's not as obfuscated as ancient Greek. It's like the common Greek of the the 1st century kind of stuff.
Okay.
So it's not like it's not super dead, but it's dead adjacent.
So we went down this rabbit hole, right? Because we're talking about looking at God face to face, and pretty much anybody will die except for the one person that was spared. So the debate on whether he showed up as a holographic dove or a representation of a dove or an actual dove, God in a dove, would the argument be that? I mean, I would say he couldn't have shown up as an actual dove because that would actually be God, and that would actually be face to face, even though you're face to face with a dove. Therefore, you would die.
True.
It had to be as a representation of a dove, not a dove.
Right. I'm
think
just
I
wondering
agree
if
with
they
that.
saw a dove in the same way, like with this axe one. I've always thought that they saw tongues of fire, because otherwise this metaphor is like a confusing metaphor in the axe one. You know, that Pentecost, this is that passage. They saw what seemed to be tongues of fire that separated and came to rest on each one of them. So this to me makes the way, and this is the same word, by the way, seemed to be that we were looking at. I would say, I mean, I've always thought this means like they're actually, the best thing that they can call this stuff is tongues of fire. Because otherwise, what are you meaning with that? And so with all of these, I'm not necessarily sure how much is pictorially represented, how much is purely just an analogy.
Well, I see.
Fine, K2 donated. I shouldn't read this for $2, but Flunts, Ducks, Tooties. I don't even I will read this because I don't know what the fuck this means, K2. I will give you your little, that's K2. That's you, K2. So you get your little thing, and I'll give you the IJ little sound. There we go. Thank you, K2. Glad I don't exactly know what your message is trying to say. You're probably trying to slip by some censors and whatnot, but I will stay in my ignorance.
Well, maybe we have to read it backwards.
Possibly coded 2D's Zux fluence. No, I'm not. I have no idea. It's like a cryptic clue, you know. Oh, I see the earlier message. Last time I did that, Emmett left, so I'm not going to pull it up. Emmett rage quit the last time I tried to interpret your message properly, which is the same message you're saying again right now. So we're not going to have more people leave, okay? We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. All right. So I guess, do we have anything else to put a bow on this before we go back to the video? We're into a bit of the weeds, but in a good way, in a way I enjoy personally.
Yeah, no, that's fun. I mean, really digging in and looking at all those pieces. But yeah, I didn't mean to sidetrack you for that long.
No. That's what
We
my
love
show's
it.
all about. Yeah.
By the way, hi, Big Soda. Good to see you.
Hey, it's always good to see you.
Where did Alex go? I was so in the weeds, I didn't even realize that Alex left.
I heard his kids, and then he muted his mic, so I take it he could be either putting them to bed or...
Oh, kid coded.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't. I have to think the screen. Okay. Oh yeah. So we were talking about. Oh yeah, where we left off, talking about the cosmological argument, and he's saying people confuse the horizontal causality versus vertical, which I hope he goes into, because recently I've been seeing videos that like the classic interpretation of the universe, that it like had a beginning, that now a lot of physicists way out of my wheelhouse are like, well, no, actually maybe the universe is going through a series of big crunches and big bangs, you know. And I've heard that before, but now apparently that's like the dominant theory. I don't know if that's true. I do have a Discord vibe, and that is my Discord, Confluence 358. I realized I could make it the same thing. So, and we have Marilyn now. Marilyn, you get that heart. You get that. Almost hit disavow, not disavow. You get the. I've been here the whole time, and I'm still not sure the dilemma. The dilemma of what we're talking about. The whole time we were talking about about seeing God face to face. And if you can live, and in one of those, the reason we got, just to summarize it briefly, we got down a rabbit hole because Vi pointed out that in the passage where it says that Moses saw God face to face as a friend, it says, if you actually look at the Hebrew, it says he saw God as face to face, or as if face to face, or whatever it was. There's an indicator there that seems like it's an analogy and not a real thing. So then we started looking at that word, looked at different New Testament examples where they kind of do a similar thing, where they put like as, like the dove descended, or it descended as a dove when Jesus was being baptized and heavens opened up. And then we were looking at all the Hebrew and Greek to determine what is metaphor, what is for real. Marilyn, you absolutely do need to come up. You absolutely do, Marilyn. Do it. You do. Okay. But thank you, Marilyn. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. And now the last part we left here, depending on when Marilyn will come up or not, but I will keep a watch for her. But yes, we are. Yeah, the cosmological argument was the thing. Oh yeah, and what I was saying, the Big Bang, right? Now it seems like I've seen all these videos and articles about how it seems like modern cosmology thinks the universe is just eternal. And so I wonder if Alex is going to get to this, Alex O'Connor, that is. Because usually when we just think of of causality, it's easy to just say, well, the universe had to have a cause, right? And most of physics used to agree with that, and now apparently they don't. So I don't know if that changes the kind of cosmological argument. Marilyn, give me one of these. We'll bring you in. Marilyn is here. All right, Marilyn, is this all a psyop or what's going on? I'm just
kidding. I didn't hear any of the video, but I've been here long enough, and you're telling me the prompt about seeing God. And I don't know, I just wanted to comment on that because I look at it as we're all God. So, a lot of people can't feel worthy enough to be God. That's just out of people's total wheelhouse. But, Jesus was God. Jesus was equal to God. And it says in Philippians 2 that in the very beginning, Philippians 2:2 or close to it, it says Jesus did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. So he was already equal to God, but he didn't see being equal to God as something to rule over people or take advantage of being God, to make it, he came to tell us Father's business, that we're no longer called slave, but friend of God. So I really feel like God has been trying to, because it says you'll be revealed with Christ in glory. I feel like he's always pointing to wanting to be able to communion with us on the same level, the same grounded playing field. So if Jesus comes back or whatever, or if Jesus and God come back forever separately and as their own, entities that you can communion with separately, how are you going to be able to, how are you going to be able to be with them for all eternity without looking at them as some grandiose, larger than life thing that you can't even cast your eyes upon because it's just too much, too bright, too big. I feel like he just wants to bring us down, not him down, but bring us to the same where we can walk with Jesus and talk with God and be able to go in walk down the beautiful paths, golden paths, and the crystal clear water and the perfect blades of green grass. Be able to walk with Jesus and not feel like we have to fall to our knees and worship him for all eternity because we're so in debt to him. We're so we just love him so much, just idolize him so much. And because as much as he loves that, I feel like he created for us for a design. We have a design. Our design is this body and of 2 eyes to hear, or 2 eyes to hear, 2 eyes to see, 2 ears to hear, a mouth to speak. It's all very perfect. And he called us blessed and very good in the beginning when we were made. He called everything else good, and it was good, and it was good. But when it came to us, He blessed us and called us very good. So like our design matters to him and what he has in store for us to multiply and to add unto his glory. So I don't know. I just feel like he wants to bring us to our level, his level. Like no, of course, no one is higher than God, but no one has to be lower than God either. You know, you can be his friend, you can be a co-heir, you can be, you know, his favorite because he shows no favoritism. Everyone is his favorite. So and Jesus is one of his. So it's just, I don't know. I said too much probably, but that's the way I feel about the idolization of it all.
I think I agree with you. At least I think I agree with the sentiment, and it makes me think of like yesterday when we were talking about like how, you know, the main metaphor is like the church, like all the people, right, are the bride, and Christ is the bridegroom, and that
Right.
metaphor is like consistently used. And Big Soda pointed out that maybe there's an aspect of submission, and sometimes there like is in the New Testament, but it's an interesting example to pick because it's not like when anyone has ever been married that all they do is just like worship the other person, and just like it also is a picture of intimacy and knowledge, and on some level like an equal footing, right? Like in the same way where it's like, yeah, like Jesus, like there's like different theological interpretations about like if Jesus is eternally subordinate to the Father, or if that was just like on earth and stuff like that. There's like some rabbit holes to go down there. But I think ultimately the fact that we're presented with an image of marriage, and if you think about any marriage has ever happened, it's obviously not like a slave master relationship, right? So I think we're meant to, maybe there is an aspect of submission we're meant to take. I think there's also aspects of intimacy and friendship and like everything you would think of in like a normal marriage. And the fact that that's the image presented over and over, I feel like that has to mean something. So I think I agree. I don't think we're just supposed to be in like, I don't think we're just like on our knees the whole time, just like bowing down. I mean, it does even talk about us being like right friends of God and stuff like that. So,
well, so think about it. It's kind of like generally the woman's role is to caretake and to, I guess, have a established domain or household. And it's like that's kind of our job, and Jesus' job is to kind of guide us and be the figurehead and be the leader, and I guess the one that has the ultimate the plan that will work out. And so we submit to a lot of these aspects to where, okay, it's not me that's in control of my life, but it's actually the figurehead of the family, or Jesus Christ.
Right,
yeah,
like we're by design.
And I'm thinking too, like it's interesting. Sometimes I think we get not we as in like us now, but just people in general get lost in the sauce a little bit, instead of I think going back to what we've seen in scripture, where it's like we look at like Adam and Eve and stuff, right? It says that like God like walked with Adam in like the cool of the day in the garden, right? Like they were just like chilling, you know. It's like, and then we act like it's gonna be this like, yeah, that the way people talk sometimes feels like heaven is going to be like you're just like bowing down the whole time, and there's always this like insane like hierarchy that goes on. I'm not saying there's like not necessarily a hierarchy, I don't know, but it's like the image we're given when before Adam falls is like one of two people walking together, right? Like, and I think that's kind of the more reflected image, both in like the marriage example I gave, and in what we're literally told about the Garden of Eden, right? And so I don't know why we would think we're not going back to that or back to something better than that.
Right. If you can imagine heaven, you wouldn't think that he would want us all in the throne room for all eternity, bowing before him and dancing before him, or even, you know, just being with him in his presence. And I don't know, I always thought about sitting on his lap and listening to his heartbeat and kissing his feet. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, that's the best place to be. But, like, he, you know, why wouldn't he want you to see the rest of heaven? Why would he want you to do that forever and ever and ever? Like, I know it's hard to separate that closeness, but it's not really separation. It's like it's really adding on to rather than, distancing yourself from. Mm.
But then I guess you could make the argument that I guess everything has a role to worship the Father. I mean, angels are no different. We are no different. Like it's kind of we have the same role the angels do to, and it seems like a voluntary thing. I mean I won't go into whether I would assume the angels are as well, but with us, it's pure like free will to do that worship, and it seems like something that we will want to do.
But it
Like
does
if you're
say there is some distinction. Now, someone mentions on panel that passage where I don't remember it is now, where it says that angels will like bow before us. That because we have this like intimacy with God, that the
okay,
angels
yeah,
don't seem to have that. That it's weird to think of now as the angels bowing to us, but Paul says it somewhere. I'd have to like Google it, but
yeah.
there's a
I feel
real
like I've heard
passage.
that.
Yeah.
I feel like I've heard that, and I feel like people have created a distinction that there's something about us that is unique that nothing else has.
Right. It's like I think angels, right? Like we talked about, the word means messenger. Feels like they're beings built with a purpose to do
Hmm.
this thing. But all the passages talk about us and our final state, right? It's all about, being children of God, being, the spouse of God, all these like kind of intimacy proxies that were given as examples. And I don't know, I don't know if the angels are talked about in the same way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was going to say in most instances when you hear an angel, there is a purpose. I mean, even if you think of like cherubim and other stuff like that, there are purposes to them. There are those that guard the throne room and stuff like that.
Hmm.
But they didn't mean any less to God. I don't think they
No,
meant
no,
any less,
no.
right?
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Adam Cadmon says the one true God is self-evident. If your God is not, then they are false. I mean, I think I'd agree. Although I think you said this to Indian Jesus before, Adam. Depends, I guess, what you mean by self-evident. Like I would say God is self-evident, but obviously there's specifics of God that are going to be like not self-evident,
Hmm.
unless you're saying, Adam, that those are like definitionally then not true. I would say the basics of God, like if I like distilled God to like God being, all powerful or the creator or all loving or all logical, I think all those things are self-evident. But if you're saying there can't be like any possible like details beyond that, I don't know if that's necessarily true, or I don't know why we would see a
Well,
reason for that to be true.
there's like God's plans which we have no access to, and it's stated, at I guess at the final hour, the only one that will know is the Father, and so it's definitely saying that angels, humans, there are aspects that cannot grasp an element of God or God's plans.
Like, I don't know why you wouldn't think it's self-evident because we exist. We exist in the flesh and the spirit. So, like, you can clearly see it's not just a, imaginary thing in your head. It's like there's actually a physical reality that is truth because it doesn't have an agenda because whatever it is will stay that way forever. It'll never change into something else.
But that's kind of my point or my question, I guess, is like, because I agree that is self-evident, but then if we go out, like, is Jesus self-evident? Like, you would have to have heard the story of Jesus to like, to know those details, right? And I don't think that means Christ is false. Like, if you're on an island alone and you've never heard of any religion, I think I think it's possible to come to knowledge of God and some of like the base characteristics of God. But I don't know if you'd ever come to the knowledge that there was someone who lived in like the first century Israel that that died on a cross and fed the 5,000 and walked on water, like that would be something. I don't think those things are self-evident, but I wouldn't say that means that those things are false.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I'm not
God himself, I think, is self-evident, but I think maybe some of the minutia and details, I don't see why those would necessarily have to be self-evident.
I'm not religious. I'm not superstitious. So I believe we're all God. So no, I'm not gonna hold any of those beliefs at all.
But you believe in Christ. You said that.
Oh yeah, Christ is King, Christ is God, Christ is
Right, but
Lord.
Christ isn't. If you're on an island, how would you get to Christ? If you're just like born on an island.
But
we never leave.
everyone is King, everyone is Lord.
I know, but would you ever get
everyone
to
is God.
Jesus? Would you ever be talking about Jesus if you went to the island? If you were born on an island, you had no communication with the outside world. You might come to believe in God, but would you never come to believe in Christ?
Listen, you're idolizing Christ. I know what Christ did was more
than
Christ
is God, so
let me finish.
I'll accept that.
Well, I believe we're all God. So you're idolizing Christ. Like I do believe
that's impossible.
Can I finish? Yes, it is. And it's embarrassing. Anyway, I believe it's embarrassing because when it could be, given out rather than hoarded and held as an sacrifice to an idol, like turning Jesus into to an idol just seems
You just
crazy
said Christ
to me.
is God.
He is God, but I believe we're all God.
So how am I'm idolizing God?
You're idolizing Christ and God, yes, because you're giving.
How do you idolize God? What does that even mean?
Because you're over loving God and giving a sacrifice to God when that.
Hey, the one accusation I'll accept is if I love God too much. If that's my fault.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with loving God too much, but when it interferes with like loving the whole body, which is everyone, I feel like everyone is a part of the one body. So if you are neglecting part of the body, but you're idolizing one part of the body, I know it's like the Godhead, it's the best part of the body, but like when you're neglecting the rest of the body just to give this part more attention, there's an imbalance.
But why do you think me saying that like Christ is God and Christ is like important and I worship Christ, why does that mean I'm neglecting the rest of the body? Like why would those things be true?
Because I believe there's an order to things, and like we can get to that place, and that's great and all, but like you cannot get to that virtue signaling until everyone comes together and everything is, a gosh dang oasis for us.
I feel like you're using virtue signaling wrong there, but
no, it is, because if kids are starving and you're gonna paint a picture and be an artist and say, "Oh, this is my hobby, I paint." Like, are you serious? Like, what? The pretentiousness.
Marilyn, I've told you this before. That perspective you have, that's death. You're in a death cult if you truly believe that. Okay?
No,
you actually are. You said that was the most insane thing, Marilyn, you have ever said to me was like a week ago where you said you don't do paint, you refuse to do any art, you will not create anything because there are children starving. That is a fucking death cult. And you say everyone else is a death cult. That's the clearest example of a death cult in the modern age I've ever heard, Marilyn. Like for real.
There's an order to things. You cannot cut yourself off from the rest of humanity. You have got to be tied to everyone. And when,
I know, but to say I can't do art until I can't do any creative endeavor until every human is not suffering is like an insane level of just self-harm. Like it actually is. I truly think it is. First of all, it's not consistent because you're fine like going on panels and stuff.
Right.
Marilyn, how can you go on panels when there's kids starving in Africa?
Exactly.
Like you could say the same thing. So why can't you disconnect from a panel and make a picture? Like how are those things different? It's literal self-harm. Like it actually is.
No, bro. It's not. It's fine because it's gonna happen. Like we're all going to figure this out sooner.
Okay, so why can't you paint in the meantime? What's wrong with that? Like I was feeling so sad when you had said that you refused to do any possible creative outlet at all until like every suffering in the world is fixed. There's just
I
something
think
like
it's
deeply
pretentious.
death coded about that. Like actually,
I think it's pretentious.
how
I
is it
just-
pretentious? You could paint and not show anybody. You could just like do it for yourself. You could write a little poem. You could like, you know, draw a picture. Do it for God. Do it for the glory of God. Don't have to show anyone else.
I don't get it. I guess I don't get it. I don't have that amount of like freedom stress wise. I feel like that stuff is for people that are don't have a care in the world and have time to innovate and don't have a job and are just like living the just free life. People that are able to be that comfortable to do that, something like that.
But
So I personally think I
Okay, go
personally am in love that Marilyn shows up on these panels. Marilyn and I have talked in the past. We're friends. Marilyn knows I do not agree with her point of view. We had a debate on that. She's a lovely person. She's full of love. That's great. She has one thing right, and that's the sense that we all were created in the image of God. So in a sense, we're all a little bit God. But we're not God, and that's where we definitely disagree. He wants us to elevate ourselves to that, and I'm so happy that Marilyn shows up on these panels and shows up to my show and your show and talks, because I think we can convert her, because she comes from a Gnostic type of view. The Gnostic view being that there's the secret knowledge that we can actually get here on Earth prior to even going to heaven, which I personally think is false. I love her. I love that she shows up. I love that she speaks her mind. And I hope she keeps on listening to us. Marilyn, I hope you keep on listening, because
why would Jesus
there is
say
a better
that,
way.
though?
And God did create you to start drawing as soon as you get off of this panel. So
No,
I'm
why
not saying
would
get off.
Jesus
I'm just saying
say?
you
Why would
need
Jesus?
to be painting. God created you to paint.
No,
I agree
no.
with that. We are all
What?
Marilyn. In the same way you say you're God, you know what God often does? He creates. Humans were
There's
meant
a
to create.
timing
That's
and
why I say it's a
place for
form of self-harm
everything.
to not allow yourself, to morally disallow yourself from poetry, from painting, from any type of art. It honestly
There's a
is a type of self-harm to do that. I
no.
truly believe that.
That's crazy. There's a time and place for everything.
I know, but you're saying the time and place is when every child is no longer starving. That will that when is that going to happen? Right? Throughout the past, like, you know, the 30,000 years of what we know of human history, there's always people like starving, right? So you're never going to paint. And also, yeah, Marilyn, you made a baby, which you know, I mentioned what I thought you said about him the other day. But Section 230, right? You've created before, Marilyn. Why are you so anti-creation, especially if you're so God-coded?
Hey,
I'm not.
And yeah, Marilyn, did
I'm
you
not
when you made
anti-creation.
that baby, were there still starving children, or was that the one time where there was no starving children? So I can
Marilyn?
fuck right now.
Yes.
Marilyn, do you
Yes.
think that maybe like creating something beautiful can relieve pain in a different way?
I don't like what. See, I'm not. I'm not. I don't have pain to relieve. Like
No,
there's
not
nothing.
In other people,
I'm not talking about you.
Like I listen to music or see art, and I'm relieved of suffering. Like that is a beneficial thing to my soul.
So producing beautiful things or creating art can help other people in ways that giving them food can't.
Man cannot live off of bread alone, Marilyn. That's in the Bible.
True.
But by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So create some divine fucking art, like for real.
Then what's wrong with painting?
Because it's just unnecessary. So unnecessary.
How is it unnecessary? Think if there were no museums, if there was no art anywhere, if Da Vinci didn't paint the Citadel, like there's so many things that exist only because of art. There's so many people who are inspired by it.
It's putting the horse before the carriage.
No, it's not. It's putting the horse and the carriage together. Otherwise, you just have a bunch of horses and nothing to draw.
Oh, so you're talking
That's true,
about
Alex. That is true.
all I envision when you say that is some like starving child that is skin and bones and is so hungry they can't even hardly move. Like, and then someone drawing a picture of them instead of feeding them. Like
No.
sitting
You're not
right there
drawing
and
a
painting
picture.
them.
You're not drawing a picture of a starving child that you could have fed, right? You're just drawing a picture for somebody who needs the inspiration. Those are vastly different things.
I can chat.
It's really not.
How not?
Yeah, how not? How not?
Because it's pretentious. How can't you see?
But
No,
how is
That
talking
sitting
don't see
there,
how it's pretentious.
Marilyn, we're talking about starving children right now. Well, children are starving. If anything would be pretentious, isn't it that the fact that we're on like panel
True.
and talking about starving kids and stuff? And you're saying it's pretentious if you left panel and then like went and like painted a picture like between you and God? Like, I like square that
See,
circle for me. I don't understand that.
I look at it more
Actually,
like
hold on. Do you think there's people with a lot of money and means who've never seen a starving child?
who's never fed a starving child?
No, who's never seen one
Like in real life or like on video?
in
What does that
real
have to
life.
do with the parts between China?
Probably a lot of people, right? Like probably a lot of people.
So imagine if you drew like this image, this depiction of a child that's suffering, that is so powerful and moving that it moves a single person with like billions of dollars into helping feed 1,000 people.
Oh my gosh! Give
Wouldn't
me a
that be
freaking
more?
break.
Wouldn't that be worth
No, how is that?
more than any singular action you could do?
Marilyn, if I can jump in for a second, and I don't know if this is like off base, but Marilyn, I want to hear your thoughts. Like, do you hold the same thing about photography?
Any art at all? Like, if you're not trying to
do you
help the
acknowledge like because
problem,
this you're kind of balking at Alex's drawing thing, but do you acknowledge like the famous photo of that Vietnamese young child who is naked running? So I don't know if I could show it on stream. I won't to be safe, but a famous photo from the Vietnam War. She was hit by napalm and she's running, and a photographer captured a photo. That photo went on to like changed like so many things about like the Vietnam War, people's like perception of it, the use of napalm. Like that photo, that piece that guy sat down, and yeah, he did. It can feel pretentious. He chose his f-stop. He chose the aperture. He chose the shutter speed. He chose the ISO. He did all of this, right? He captured that photo, and that photo went on to have real world effects. And it's
More
like it's
so
a
than
smart
anyone
photo.
else. More
Yeah,
so than
so
anyone
like
else could have.
So is that photo like? Would you say that was bad? Like
it's
that photo is iconic, and it like changed like history.
It's like trying to put out a fire with the moisture from a kiss, is what it is.
No, it's
That
it's
sounds
like telling
beautiful,
people
but
that
it
there's a
confuses
fire
me.
to put out.
It's just so.
Yeah,
that
also the
they're-
Tiananmen Square pic. Yeah, there's a lot of like photos that have changed the course of like that culture's fucking history, right? Like totally that people still use to this day as like to inspire and to change things and to have real world effects, right? Like
this is so
Marilyn?
hypnosis coded.
How is this
do you
hypnosis
think, hold on,
coded?
Marilyn, do you think truth is important?
I think truth is not an agenda. I don't think it's
I'm
controlling
not
or
talking about
manipulating.
agendas. Do you think it's important
You
that
are.
people know the truth about like what's happening?
I think it's all fear porn. Like the people that run the media and say,
No,
okay,
I'm not talking
this
about
is
the media. I'm just
no,
talking
it's
about
what
the truth.
the only way you get your information is through the media. So whatever
Or through
truth you
people that go
believe,
there and see things, right?
right. Them people, your
Okay.
best friends, them guys. So anyway,
But
media.
how do they show you what's happening?
How do they show you what's happening? They tell you. That's why it needs to be a communication all over the world of everything that's happening with everyone, rather than there being so many obstacles and blockages, and some people see this and some people see that. It needs to be like a full communication so that there's no lines crossed, no middlemen, no projecting or perceiving something the way they it needs to be all out front, and we need to see it all like,
we can't see it if there's no pictures or art
but there's
to show
tons of
us.
people that got stuff put that film all the time and all over the world just because that's what they do. That's what they feel like doing is
Sure.
filming something at
So
the
so
I
time.
then
thought
we
you were.
do
Are you
need.
against that though? I
Hold
guess
on,
that's.
then we
Are you
do need
against that?
that. You're saying we do need that.
I believe we need it for a time, not forever. I believe we can stop as soon as we figure out the problem. And the
But we
only way
can't.
we're going to figure out the problem is getting to know everything that everybody knows as a whole, because we're all part of the one body. For
Right,
us not to cut people off and recipes of what they know
but
and
we
actually
can't.
come together
We
and
can't
talk.
share that information unless we show it to each other in some way that conveys what it is. I can tell you
Then
about. I can
Yeah,
tell
we're
you about
not a
starving children all you
collective.
no,
want, but if I show you one picture of an emaciated child in Africa,
listen,
that's going to do more to change your thoughts than anything I say.
Yeah.
it's not just the communication. It is the sheer fact that we are all God's favorite. We're all divine. We're all the image of God. So we should be allotted um, everything that the world has to offer without having being such in debt over it. Like, there are people in charge. There are people that have a lot of money and want to keep you down and them up. All
Sure.
those people need, you know, there needs to be a change. Let me not get all Jewy, but there needs to be a change in that
Yes, but
dynamic.
change doesn't happen in a vacuum.
Right,
Change happens through exposure.
but no, these people should not have to be exposed. It should just be like,
No,
okay, these
exposed
are the
to,
people.
not like exposed in front of others. I'm saying they should be exposed to what's happening. The more you know about what's going on, the less you have to, less excuse you have to ignore it.
You see how they got COVID out and the information all over the world and how serious it was. You saw how it was just shut. Everything was just shut down. Every single thing was shut down when
Sure.
that happened all over everywhere. They could do the same thing with the knowledge they are keeping from us. How about that?
What
Everything.
Okay.
kinda don't wanna even ask
Vibe
you
has
to
to. So
elaborate.
Vibe has to go. Vibe.
Sorry, bye.
Do you want to post? Do you have any final thoughts? Do you want to post your channel link in the back, and Ahmad or me will post it in the chat? Do you have anything to plug? Final thoughts, whatever.
No. Thanks. I took off camera because I actually have kids coming in going, Dad, I'm hungry. So, and my wife's about to come home with food, so it's time to
That's fair.
start setting the table and prep everything. As always, love to everybody, my enemies, my lovers, my haters. Yeah, I have something, Confluence, I was just inviting you to, called the Uncomfortable Bible Study. I thought it would be a really cool concept, and it's been a shit show. I'm working on making it more coherent, because I bring in atheists and agnostics and Christians together to actually talk about different topics in the Bible that often come up in debates. Love to have you on the next one, Confluence. I just invited you in the back chat, so we'll talk about that.
I would love to.
Check me out at Vibon at YouTube, Vibon Kick, Vibon X, Vibon or Vibeon.com. I try to keep that consistent. So I really appreciate coming up. We talked a couple times, Confluence, I think a few months ago. And today was really awesome. I love this type of like digging into the weeds. This is really cool stuff. Like when we look at the words, we don't just like take it for, you know, what it is. We actually like investigate. This is really cool. Anybody watching, sub to this guy. Good guy.
Love you,
Send him
Vibe.
some donos. You know, keep him alive. That's me. I'm out.
Based. Good to see you, Vibe. Thank you, brother.
Hey,
for
go
stopping
enjoy the
by. And I
family
will
time.
absolutely join your show if I'm welcome to. Absolutely. It sounds like a fun time to me. So
All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks, chat. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Good to
Enjoy
see you,
your night.
Marilyn.
Have a good one.
Bye, Vibe.
And
Good to see you.
Agrillopus, by the way, who's one of my mods. So, yes, shout out to him.
Yeah, he's legendary.
Have a good one, Vibe. Good to see you,
Yeah.
man.
Good to see you.
And yeah, everyone, I posted this. Subscribe to Vibe. Okay, you know he invited me to his show, so I'm gonna be over there. Okay, so everyone subscribe.
think you'll like
okay?
it. I think you'll like it. It's a good
I,
show.
I always
Okay.
like talking to Vibe, so I mean,
We'll be
you
right
know.
back.
All right.
Vibe is cool, dude.
Okay, so wait. Okay, back to Marilyn's self-harm issue.
Oh my God, no.
Marilyn, you have to. You
No,
have to
but, like-
understand, like Marilyn. Okay, if I can ask you a brief question, maybe, like,
We can.
have you not in your own personal life? Have you ever? You're in like a dark time. You either, depending on your kind of flavor, maybe it's music that gets you through it. Maybe it's art. Maybe it's a movie. Right? Like, have you ever had that? Like, I think most people have had that, where it's like they've gone through a hard time, and like a certain art form, like, is a real, like, a fucking boon to their soul. And so then, like, so why would that be, like, if no one created that? I feel like, do you know how many people would probably be dead if it wasn't for art? Like, people going through like serious bouts of depression, and if they have no art to cling to, nothing to guide them to make their soul aspire upwards, right? So like, how can that be a waste of time?
It's just there's a time and place for everything. You can do all that stuff after the mission.
No,
There's
that's
priority.
Hold on.
That's
Can I ask
crazy. The time and place is now. It's always now.
Can I ask you, Marilyn? Are you saying that nobody should do this, or just you shouldn't?
I'm saying, will you be led wherever you feel like you need to be led in order to change what the current system is that is not working, the parts of the system that's not working, because everyone has their lot in life. But in my opinion, like, we are the poor trying to worry about the whole world and how to fix it. And, you know, it's like it's not the people that could actually fix it that are fixing it, because they want you, they want to feel better than you because of whatever hurt they're going through. So like, there needs to be a shift, and so that everyone can be treated as if they are the worst. They are truth. They are the most important.
So you're saying some people are needed to do this, but you're just
No,
not one of them?
everybody as a whole needs to do this, but
No.
I'm
We're
telling you,
talking about art. We're talking about art specifically here.
there are people in this world that could fix the whole world. They could fix the whole world with the money they have easily.
That's not the question, no, Marilyn. That's not the question, no.
No.
But
Yeah,
it's
we were
keeping
specifically talking
people
about
in
art.
a prison.
Are there people like Marilyn? Like, again, I'm asking you personally, I guess, right now. Have you ever been in
not
a
a
dark
puppet.
time? You're not a what?
A puppet or a dancing monkey. Like,
I don't know what that means. I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking you to dance or I'm just
I'm not
asking
gonna
you.
live. I'm not gonna live in this system that is so like embarrassing, that knowing who you are and what you're worth, and then just completely just making you crazy and doing the runaround, doing just micromanaging, whatever, just completely out of order. I'm not going to do anything for that type of system to.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm just
put on a
asking you
show.
on a personal level. Have you ever been in a dark time where some type of art has helped you in some way get through that dark time, either by listening to music, by looking at a painting, by watching a movie, watching a TV show? Like, has that ever happened to you?
Of course.
Okay, so then why, as I know you're not like fans of Section 230, but I think this is a prison comment. It's not our job to fix the whole world. Like, yes, it's like, okay, so we have like a massive unalivement rate, right? In like pretty much every Western nation, right? It's going up like year over year in most developed countries, right? It's like, so I understand that, like, yeah, maybe the art that someone makes isn't going to go to feed a kid in like Kenya or something like that. But if you have been helped by art, and I've been helped by art, and probably everyone on this panel has been helped by some type of art in a dark time, is that not like helpful? Like Like we're all,
I'm
if
not
we are all
saying-
gods, which I think based, I understand, but like if someone puts art out, I'm very thankful for the art that like kind of connects me, that keeps me going in bad times. You know, like I think there's no world I could see that as like a negative thing, because
No,
like every human is valuable and humans here are valuable. Humans here are down bad. So like why can't you like, why would you feel bad about people or yourself helping other humans that, even though I'm not starving, but there's times where I've been very like down bad, and it's like, yeah, art has like helped me, as you said, it's helped you. Why would that ever be a negative thing to do?
I just feel like it's putting the horse before the carriage, that there needs to be a total shift before we make art and have time for art. There needs to be like, it can happen overnight, what they are doing to us. Like
But Marilyn, you don't spend all your time,
severe
Marilyn, you know I love you,
Stockholm
but you don't spend all your time like feeding like dying like Kenyan children, right? Like no one does that. So why would it be so wrong if you were like, you know, music coded to like make music? Or why would it be bad for someone else that's art coded to like make art? Like why, if it helps people, it keeps people alive, it drives people to God, in every conceivable metric, these things can be like incredibly holy and good and helpful.
Let me put it like this. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay, it helps people, yeah, when you know you feel helpless and like you can't help the situation, so you're just gonna make art.
Sure.
Yeah, all that's well and good. But like my art, if I were to ever make art, like it's not gonna be until things are okay. Like it's just not. And that's my prerogative. And like I don't have to share or make art for you.
No,
I
you
don't
don't.
have to
No, of
do
course
that.
not. Of course not.
I is that what you were trying to argue against? Because I don't think anyone else took it that way.
No, I'm just saying, yeah, I don't like I don't feel like anyone deserves my art unless
Well, no.
everyone is okay. If everyone is okay, then my art is going to be okay and it's going to, you know, make me feel good or make me feel whatever type of way, you know, just pride in my artwork. But like, I don't feel like I should open up to that degree when it's not it's not the time and place. Like there's a time for everything, and if everything's not okay in the world, like how do you have time to be egotistical and puffed up and self-absorbed rather than being,
But
you know?
but Marilyn, you don't, I'm not, again, you don't have to like share your art with anyone. And again, I want to kind of press you. Again, it's not like all of our time is spent devoted to stopping like world hunger. So like you feel fine going on panels, but like at the end of the night, if you wanted to, if you don't want to, you don't have to. But let's say you did want to paint, it sounds like you would think that would be like immoral for you to just take some time between you and God and like paint a picture. You don't have to send it to anyone. If that's something you wanted to do, it sounds like you're like keeping yourself from any artistic expression, even just between you and God. But then I don't understand why you feel comfortable like going on panels or just like doing whatever you do throughout the day that's not directly like helping. Like no one can live like that. And I don't think God calls us to live like that. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm like confused kind of by?
I don't like.
But if we're all
feel-
God, then basically we just choosing to live how we want to. It's like preference based.
Preference based, but like I shouldn't be ragged out for not wanting to make any art for any particular reason.
So you just think you don't want to make art, which is like, that's fine. Not everyone has, but it sounds like what you're communicating is you feel like it would be some type of like moral misdeed for you to make art while there are like children suffering and dying of hunger.
Right,
And
in
that's
this
something I
hour.
have a hard time getting, because you'll do other things. Obviously, again, not everyone is fully devoted. That's like impossible, right? And you're
In
on a
this,
panel right now. How many kids have died from hunger in the past 5 minutes? And like, I haven't fixed it. You haven't fixed it. None of us have fixed it. I don't think that's like super wrong. It's just like that. It's like, what? There's only so much that like you and I can do. You and me can do. You and I can do. You and I can do. No. Yes, you and I can do.
You don't donate to Save the Children every 5 minutes? Content?
Yeah, every super chat goes to save those kids. I'm just kidding.
Hell yeah.
It goes to me.
I spent a lot of money on super chats. No, I just don't. I feel like it's pretentious. That's all. I feel like in this hour, in this time and place, in this present, it's pretentious. But like, if we were able to get to a place where everyone was okay, I believe that there wouldn't be as much, I don't know, pushback, or not pushback, just, I don't know, there'd be more energy for it. There'd be more
Just, I guess you fascinate
will.
me, Marilyn, because I like, you say that you're God and stuff, and I am like very like amenable to such ideas. I am. But then usually when people will talk about that, what we think of God, like God is the creator, and that I think that's a fundamentally human thing, and I think it's a human thing to do, because we're also like, we have a spark of divinity in us, that we have some like creative impulse inside of us. And it sounds like you're decrying the very creative impulse, but you're at the same time, you're still like maintaining that you are God. But if you were God, then why do you feel like it's anathema to like create things like that? That really, I can't get my fucking head around that. I can't.
Because creation already exists. Things have already been created that have not been tended to and taken care of. They've been overlooked and overgrown, and people have been over loving and under loving, and there's no balance to any of it. There's no balance to any of it. There has to be an order to things. There has to be.
I agree there has to be a balance, but if the balance you're proposing is that no human or you or however far extends to should be creating anything until all of humanity's problems are solved, I would say that is a gross imbalance, right? That's not a balance at all. That's why I called it self-harm. That's an extreme imbalance to think that no one can create anything until all of the current humanity problems are fully solved. That strikes my head as like a complete imbalance.
I guess you don't look at it as I do. If that iniquity is not the enemy, it's poverty. Poverty is the enemy. So if like all the poverty was cured in the world and people knew in their heart of hearts that everyone was okay and taken care of, then
I know, but then there would be no art piece that has ever existed, because poverty has existed since the beginning of time and still exists to now. So under what you're saying, there would never have been any art ever. No music, no movies, no paintings, no drawings, no poetry.
Talking about
What do you mean? What am I talking about, Marilyn? I'm saying poverty has existed since the beginning of time. There has always been people starving, right? From like the beginning of human history until now, people have always been starving, right? That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying under your rubric, no one would have ever made any painting, any photo, any picture, any song, anything artistic.
Not until that everybody was free and
they're not. So under your worldview, there would be no art ever in all of human existence.
You don't
and that's why it's self-harm. The aristocrats.
That's not true. That's not what I'm saying.
Our kids are starving. Fuck these cave paintings.
Right. Like, that's not what I'm saying. Because you can change
How is it? Okay, if it's not what you're saying, then what is it? What are you saying? Because you're saying right now it would be pretentious to create art because kids are dying. I'm saying kids have always been dying throughout all of human history. So then at what point would it have ever been okay for anyone to make anything that could be called art?
I am saying that if we were not focused on stuff like that and focused on making sure the world was tended to, that we would not we would, there'd be plenty of art. We'd have plenty of art, but like there's but since we get so caught up and lose focus of what the real focus should be on.
But we've never had that focus though, right? So what I'm saying is true. There's always been kids suffering. So then we would have no art throughout all of human history.
No,
Adam and
you're
Eve could have
just,
made art
you're just acting
before they had
as
kids.
if you're just acting as if it's impossible to fathom something that
No,
quick of a
I'm not
shift
Marilyn.
happening.
No, don't future cuck me. I agree it's possible. I'm saying if we look backwards through all of human history, we haven't done it yet. I agree. We could do it tomorrow. So I will not be future cucked. I won't do that. I agree we could do that. I can imagine a world where that happens. I'm just saying from what you're saying, from the past, however many thousands of years of human experience, we would have no art based on what you're saying. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, because we already know the past is in the past. It happened the way it happened. And there's always people dying of starvation from right now to 100,000 years ago,
But
right?
it's not the past. It's like the present. It's not the past things that we're trying to get over and are gonna, just
I know, but I'm saying if you apply if you apply your own standard 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, you would have the same conclusion that no one should ever create anything because there's always people starving. There's always people suffering. There's always stuff that we could use our resources to help other people. The focus has always been wrong. It might not always be wrong. It's always been wrong for everything we've always known. And so the conclusion would be that therefore no one should have ever made art ever in any capacity.
And this is why I have to be future coded, because you have no faith, or you have little faith that has the belief that could happen and it needs to happen. It should happen very
I literally
soon.
said it could happen tomorrow. I literally said I will not be future cucked. I don't know
you
how else to say that.
But that's my only response, because you keep going back to it has never been like that. So like you're
it hasn't. That's just facts. I'm not saying it couldn't. I'm saying it hasn't.
You are casting a spell and foreshadowing the future.
How by talking about the motherfucking past? In 5 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, Big Soda was on my panel. 5 minutes ago, Big Soda was on my panel. Am I casting a fucking future spell by saying 5 minutes ago, Big Soda was on my panel? No, I'm just describing what happened in the past. I'm saying nothing about what could happen. In fact, I said the opposite. I'm saying I agree. Tomorrow, it's possible. It's conceivable. We could solve all the problems. I'm talking about the past, which has already happened by definition. Sorry, I have to shout out to Pango Weevil. I almost said disavow instead of the Indian Jesus. And Pango Weevil, what the fuck have you done, Maryland? This is a question for
Confluence. No, I'll answer as soon as we finish. No,
Okay.
No, Confluence. No. You can't do that.
Don't future cuck me, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Because you're not taking into consideration that, oh man, I don't even know.
Yeah, you're not taking into consideration the magnets, Confluence.
I'm taking into consideration the magnets.
I don't know. I lost my train of thought. I'm trying to finish these dishes. Okay, 2 more, and I stop. But I just it's like you're manifesting the future from what the
Marilyn,
past has been.
Marilyn, I'm talking about the past.
Hold on.
I'm talking about the past, Marilyn.
The past. Listen, Confluence. The past does not exist. The past does not exist. You cannot bring it back to life. You cannot resurrect it. You cannot hold on to it, or you cannot refer to it, because it does not, nothing about it exists. You cannot pull it out of time and say this happened, because it's not real. It's not real.
I don't think I even disagree with that.
You have no control over it.
Yes, but the future doesn't exist either, right? I like, if you want to posit like a presentism, I actually kind of agree with that. But we can still describe what has happened before. I don't think it has ontological existence. So I think I kind of agree with you But I'm just saying what you're still saying would still be true, that then at no point ever could people have made art. That's all I'm saying. So I agree the past doesn't have ontological validity. It doesn't actually exist. All we have is the present moment. That's what I personally believe. But I don't know how that means I'm casting spells. I'm just giving an accurate. I can still talk about the Roman Empire without saying the Roman Empire has ontological existence right now. Because I agree, only the present moment exists. But I can still talk about things in the past, and I'm still communicating something that is real and is truthful, right?
At present, only the present moment exists.
I guess. I don't get it. I don't get the idolatry. I don't get the unbalancedness. I do believe that Jesus was, did a better gift than anyone's ever given for humanity. But I also believe that he didn't have to do it. He did do it, and it was meant to happen. But I also believe that he didn't have to do it because it was just breaking people out of a psychosis, multitudes, masses out of psychosis, and to let you know that the kingdom of heaven is within, and you are the power, you have the authority. But still, it was twisted back to Jewish crap. They've been trying to turn Christians into rabbis since Jesus died. And
Marilyn, why is it okay? Why is it okay when you talk about the past, but not okay when I talk about the past? I'm casting a fucking spell.
Because there is an issue because when I bring up the past, I'm trying to fix a issue that is happening right now in the present.
And I'm not. You've established I'm not.
No, you're not. You're just saying, well, this is the way it's always been, so I guess this is the way it's always going to be. That is not helping.
I said the exact opposite, Marilyn. I said the exact opposite.
It doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean that the Jews don't run everything.
But Marilyn, I just want to point out, I agree with that. You said the past doesn't exist. But I also, Marilyn, you can't do that to me. I specifically said the future. I said tomorrow we could solve. I literally said that like 3 times. I'm not saying we've always had starving kids, so we always will have starving kids. In fact, I've said the exact fucking opposite. You're hearing what you want to hear. And I don't appreciate that. Like, for real. Like, I love you, Marilyn. But you're casting a spell on me, actually. You know what? You're casting a spell on me. You say I'm a psyop. You're psyoping me.
No, it's okay. I'm glad you feel that way. But what did I miss? Like, why do you feel that way? What were you trying to help?
Because I said the past. Okay, the past is something I don't think it has ontological validity now, but we can still talk about past events. They actually did happen, right? They happened in the past. And so what I'm saying, I've emphatically said, I'm not saying we can't change stuff now. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying the future. We just have to accept that a certain amount of kids will always starve. I've said the exact opposite. So I'm saying that, but in all those times, we have still produced art. We have still done our best. Some people have, and there's nothing wrong with producing art in those times. And there's nothing wrong with producing art now. And I understand, like, we should be future focused and we should be trying to get the best for humanity. I agree with all of that. But then you take what I'm saying and you twist it around and say that I'm saying we should always have suffering. We should always just live in this world, that I'm casting a spell, and you just like go into this fucking track that you're on, which is like completely incongruent with everything I've been saying to you.
I don't know, man. I'm on your side, completely. Whatever you say.
That doesn't make me feel much better, Marilyn. Okay, that doesn't make me feel much better.
Whatever you say, Cowboy. I'm gonna do a J Dyer canned beans.
Yeah, now you're making me ornery. And it actually, so Marilyn, I have to take a pee and also to fucking splash some water on my face because Marilyn's
you're like 20 minutes late.
Yeah, I was gonna say I set that countdown for a reason.
I've been holding my bladder for Marilyn. Okay, I'm holding my bladder for Marilyn. Okay, not in a weird way, like just in a normal way. Anyway, yes. So Marilyn, we have a question. From Thumbing Weevil. What have you done to better the world? So maybe say a bit about that.
Motherfucker, I'll be back.
Not made art. not made art. That's for sure.
Right.
That was a
I
simple answer.
No, like I said earlier, the poor is trying to tend to the poor because they know what it's like to be poor. But the people that are the leaders of the world, they're not delegating a bunch of choices for everyone and trying to orchestrate it with the best of their abilities so that things move smoothly. They're actually keeping us in cages, like we're in prisons, like we're like they're gatekeeping us. They're not giving us our full inheritance that is it's just ours by nature from God. We're all sovereign. So for there to people to be out there that think they're better than us or even lower than us, um, it it's not the correct thinking. Like we die because of lack of knowledge. And these people have a lot more knowledge than we do about what's really going on, but they keep it from us. They keep us dumb. They keep us distracted. They give us bread and circuses. They, try to steal every dollar from us. So it's just the system is broken, and I feel like the game ended, a while ago. And people are starting to like fall in line, like just line up, like they're getting back in the right order of things because they don't have a choice. Like it's coming, it's coming. It's already
What have
coming.
you done to better the world, Marilyn?
I'm doing it right now. I'm telling you that it's not our responsibility to make sure that everyone gets what's due to them, but it is our responsibility to give people confidence to let them know that they're capable of living a life with that amount of accountability to take
So
care
you
of
have done
themselves.
nothing to better the world.
I've done lots of things.
Yeah, okay, I just got back. So is that the consensus? Marilyn, have you done
It's
nothing?
not fair. It's not fair because you're just casting out there an agenda, which is controlling and manipulating to try to feel better or less than me, and it's complete trash. It's just
I'm just
bullshit.
joking. I'm just joking. Calm down.
It's just bullshit. Like we're
Calm
all
down,
worth.
Marilyn.
We're the truth. We are all worth. There should be no reason why this shit is happening to all of us. Period.
That sounded like a direct answer to Dumping Weevil's question.
I was trying to stay on track. I apologize. That's my fault. Just blame it all on me.
So did Marilyn answer the question? Which like I don't know if I'd have
No,
a good answer, but I'm
not directly. No.
Not even
because I'm
close.
fine with doing art. I don't know. I don't know if I could get. It's like I don't. I haven't like gone to Uganda and helped a bunch of Ugandese or people, do anything.
She
But I
answered
don't.
indirectly that she has no answer.
Yep.
I am the worth. I am the truth. I'm not going to sit there and plant for harvest like you guys. I supply.
Yeah,
I supply.
this.
I supply. So
Okay, I'm glad.
like
Okay,
you
thank you,
losing,
Marilyn. I do understand what I missed.
do you?
That
Do you
doesn't really
understand?
mean
All this stuff. Yeah.
anything. I'm not sure what you're even trying to say by saying that.
I'm telling you, my cup already overfills. There's no reason why I need to create art
You mean
in
you
order
don't
to.
look? No one's saying you have to, or even that you should. It just you make it sound like anyone doing it is a piece of crap.
I think it's pretentious, but
What is it? What do you mean by pretentious?
like I don't know. I think it was the apostles after these guys Jesus died and rose again. Like, and you would think that everyone would be running to tell the next person and running to tell the next person the good news of the gospel, the good news, so that everyone was got something that good of knowledge to make everything make sense and work properly.
We've got to work on you
But
directly answering questions.
is that what you're doing? Are you like running around telling everyone the good news of the gospel?
I'm telling you, you already are. You already are the truth, the word. There's no agenda. Like success is a psyop, failure is a psyop. We
It
are
sounds like somebody
micromanaging.
who's not succeeding and failing a
But
lot would say.
but failing to what? This system that keeps you at a certain level unless you do backflips for it just doesn't matter. The majority of people are crushed by what is going on when there's an abundance. I feel like you have a lack mentality. It's just a lack mentality and not thinking of an overflow and an abundance. It's just being very hoardy, like very Jewy, like.
So you're using like I can't tell if you're using jewelry like an adjective or a verb at this point, but
I think jury is
it
a
sounds
noun,
like
isn't it?
it sounds like there's a lot of stuff that you don't like about your life, and you're blaming it on external factors instead of anything that you've done.
What do you mean? No, I
You're
don't
saying
think
the world is
so.
crap, things are terrible, whatever, and it's people keeping us down so we can't get up, right?
But it's true. Like if you
What
think
you're
of
saying is true, but
Yeah,
you
but
haven't proven
okay.
that.
Like, even if it was just a bunch of obvious shit, so what?
it's not.
We're asking
It,
you your prescription.
it is so what. I mean, it is so what. But for the people that need to
Ugh.
know this information, it's not so what. And then
That's not
over
what
the
I meant by
years,
so what. Oh, okay.
I'm telling you, there are people all over that like to lie and steal and manipulate, and that's why there's so many court cases and lawyers for big people and little people alike.
Sure.
That people are literally manipulating the system and lying and creating problems rather than fixing things. They just want. There's just too many agendas going on and too many people lying that muddy up fixing everything. Like there are people that really create problems for no reason because I don't know. There's a lot of different
Someone's
reasons.
got some back chatter going on.
I hope it's not me. I hope everything.
It sounded like a TV. Marilyn, you wouldn't be watching TV, would you? Because
Are you watching Forensic
that's
Files?
kind of art coded if you think about it.
I'm not watching TV, but I am in the room with the TV's on. I think it's Crocodile Dundee.
Why do you have the TV on? How is that
I'm
not?
I'm
How is that not
looking
pretentious?
I'm not looking at the TV.
I'm sorry. Why is the TV on? Did you turn it on? Did someone else turn it on?
It's just on, man.
Are you in
It's
danger? Hold up
perpetually
the sign.
on.
I didn't turn it on.
Show us the sign if you're in danger, Marilyn.
My baby daddy has it on.
Spicy chicken, bacon, ranch pizza. He's $9.99 when you fix a match. Or
Marilyn, turn down the
Oh
fucking
my
pretentious
God.
ass TV. Okay, you can't have the TV on and then call all of creativity pretentious. Well,
that
you
the
are
sign?
noise blasting TV into the panel. Okay.
Was that the sign that you're in danger? I mean,
That's
crank your
not
volume
fair.
up?
Yeah. Well,
That's
yeah.
not,
Should we take that as a sign?
no.
How is that
That's
not fair?
fair.
How is that not fair?
Because we are bombarded and like forced down our throats. All
I'm
of
sorry,
these
Marilyn. You don't have to
distractions. I
turn the
already said
TV
that.
on. You don't have
All
to
these
turn the TV. That's a
distractions.
volitional act,
No, I
right?
didn't turn the TV on. I was
Who
just in the
did,
room where the
Marilyn?
TV was on.
Who did? Who put the TV on?
My son's father has the TV on, bro.
My
And I was in
son's
there
father?
getting something.
I don't even want to. Part of me wants to ask questions, but part of me doesn't.
So, moving
Yeah.
on.
So
Nice way to make it awkward, Marilyn.
Yeah,
not
good job,
awkward.
Marilyn.
God.
awkward. Whatever. Y'all don't know my life.
Yeah,
Anywho,
we're all gods, you know.
they are all bad.
They have them baby daddies turning on our TVs.
Sometimes my baby daddy turns on my TV. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Y'all are stupid. I just think there's an order to things, and that the majority of people that are in poverty, or like, you know, who can help the people that are in less in poverty, should all band together, like the majority, not the minority that is the richest. Like, it has to be the majority
Yeah.
standing their ground together and be like, no more. Like, we're gonna stop
This, I
everything
swear, you
until
make us forget the original question and what we're even talking about. It's like we just get so far out there. I'm just like, what the fuck were we even talking about? Like, can we
what do
just
you
get back to
mean?
like, dude, we are so far in the weeds. Like,
I want to
Vibe
say
was
something.
like, you know
Hold on,
what? I
let me
like the
say something
fact
really
that you
quick.
get into the weeds and you talk about stuff, but
Let me
like,
say something
and it's
really
like
quick,
right
okay?
now, how
Hold on.
There's a
If
degree of
the-
weeds.
Listen. If the majority of people in poverty had the motivation to do that, they wouldn't be in poverty.
No, it's not their fault.
It's not. They didn't participate at
No, it's
all
been
in where their lives are at.
See,
Nothing that
this
they
guy's
did
getting it.
brought them
That's a
to the
very
position
generations.
they're in.
conservative take.
It's
Yeah.
been generations of
Often
the
red pilled of
system.
you, Marilyn.
Yeah, based Alexander.
So hold on. You're saying that in essence, everyone who's down in the dumps, who's not doing well, it's not their fault in any way. They should all just blame someone else for it and stand up and attack them. Who are they going to attack? Who's going to give them all the
They're,
things that they're owed?
they're not attacking. They would be just standing their ground and being like,
Against
just like they
who?
did, during COVID. The majority needs to stand their ground and be like, no more distractions, no more bread and circuses. Either everything's going to be fine for everyone, or, you know, like, there's going to be problems, and then you're going to know that the majority is not going to be going to be able to take on the minority of people that are in charge, because there is, what, 7 billion people on Earth. There's not that many leaders or army to take on that amount of people. Like, you've just got to change the system to where the power deviation that they've got going on right now is deconstructed and put on a more fair playing field, because we're either kings or pawns of men, and there should no longer
what the
be
fuck, man?
Yeah, I'm
like the
ag coded right now.
majority
I
of
don't know what we're
people.
talking about. I
The
don't even know what we're
majority
talking
of
about. I have no
Marilyn, you drag
fucking
people.
us so you
idea.
just keep going through the weeds,
I have
man. We don't
no
even
The
idea.
we're
I
answering
don't even
majority
any
of
know. I
questions.
don't even know
people.
what's happening.
You're just saying a bunch of fucking
I
nonsense.
do. It's something I hear all the time. All right, this isn't complicated.
It's not. It's really not.
It really isn't. This is like the most left wing takes I've heard today.
Oh,
Yeah,
Marilyn, how do you feel about
slightly
No.
that?
socialist coded.
Marilyn, you
Okay.
fucking
The
tanky.
majority. I believe Jesus was a communist, and
Oh my gosh.
true
Oh, wait,
communism has never been practiced.
hold up.
Yeah,
True,
Don't even
true,
start.
Sorry, I needed 3
True
of those. I needed 3 of
communism.
those.
True communism.
Times 3.
All right.
true,
Only
true
exists
communism
in
has
a
never been
world where
practiced.
So I knew you were a
everyone. Hold on.
socialist.
Marilyn,
True
But
that's the most
communism
retarded thing
is a
I've ever heard you
blueprint.
say.
Hey, true communism is a blueprint for saints
It's
implemented by
never been
apes.
practiced.
Okay, because it can't be practiced. Because
Yeah.
always there will be people who want to keep the power they have.
Yes.
And that's
It's
never
like
going to
saying
stop.
anarchy has never been practiced in the modern era.
But
Of course, it definitively can't. If by communism you mean a cashless, classless, and casteless society, of course it's never been practiced.
but
It's
you don't
definitively impossible for it to be
it's
practiced.
not It's not definitionally impossible because these same people that
It's
want to
not
keep their power
It
so
will
bad.
last. It will last approximately half a day before somebody decides
I shouldn't
Yeah,
say
in
yeah. It's
in a
not.
world
enjoy
where
the
the
power
dominant
they
country is a
have.
capitalist country, yeah.
I shouldn't say it's definitionally impossible. It's impossible with everything we've ever known about human nature and how all of societies worked since the beginning of time.
And
In
it's
the same
never
way that
worked. And it's
anarchy,
never
As
worked.
long as
And
there's
it's
even a
never worked.
single,
right.
as long as there's a single person out there who wants to take power for themselves and does not want to share it or give it back when they're done, there's going to be people who abuse the system. And the problem with communism is that it requires people to be absolutely faithful to it and to trust it.
That's
You
not true
can't trust those
communism.
people. What do you
That's
mean?
not true communism. That's not true communism. True communism is everybody working
Tell us,
together
Marilyn.
and giving just like Jesus did. He fed 5,000 with 2 fish and 5 loaves of barley bread. Like you just give without expectation, and if you don't want to give, you don't give. But but
That's
giving is
Marilyn,
not
that is
the
Marilyn.
pipeline
I love
to
you.
some
That
spin-off
is
of
that's the
like
worst definition of
system
communism I've ever heard.
Even if
monopoly of some
99% of the
sort.
human race could follow that creed, the 1% would take the power again and ruin it. Just
They
like they do with
couldn't take
everything
the
else.
power
The
from the
bigger point is
90s.
that is not any known definition of communism. That's not like words mean something, right? Communism,
Okay.
if we're going back to Marx, that's not what Marx meant by communism. It's not what Engels meant by communism. So who means that when they say communism for one?
Jesus,
It's
what Jesus
Hold on,
meant
Jesus
by
didn't say
communism.
communism.
Hold on.
So
Yeah.
Stop
you're using a
arguing the
term.
definition and stop arguing the definition and argue against her point, right?
I don't. But
Do
when
you
she says
do you
communism has
think
never been
that's
tried,
plausible?
then I have to know what that means, right? Like I have to know. So like
everyone says communism hasn't been tried because every time it's been tried, it's failed almost immediately.
I know, but when she says that, there's an assumed definition or understanding of what communism is, and it doesn't sound like she means that. She's giving a totally. So we'd have to ask what she means, because like otherwise it's a meaningless. I might as well say a gloopty gloop has never been tried. Why say communism if you don't mean communism in any way it's ever been defined ever throughout all of human history? That's my point. So I would be happy to respond, but I need Marilyn, I need your definition, like a robust definition or as robust as you can of what you mean when you say the word communism. Because that's what you're saying is how no one else has ever used that term.
I'm saying that the people, let me just take a quick sidetrack before I get to communism, because I already said it was Jesus and what he believes. But let me say the leaders of the world that want what you just said, that want what you just said, that want what they want the power, they'll never let you have the power, they're going to keep the power. These people they have lack of knowledge. They don't realize that if they were to give their power up, that they have or that they feel over people and disperse it with the rest of everyone, then those same people stop it. They have a lack mentality. Just because they're rich and wealthy does not mean they don't have a lack mentality. They don't realize what the true worth is. The true worth is people. So if people, every single person knew you and acknowledged you and held reverence to you and felt like you were Lord, everyone knew you in the whole world, that would be true power. But these people, they hold on to fake power. They keep you as slaves and they feel like that's power, is rising themselves up and making you feel small so that they have power. But that's fake power. Real power is everyone knowing you and acknowledging you and reverencing you and honoring you and worshiping you all over the board.
I get that. Would you say you agree with Brandon's definition of communism? Because then I think I understand what you're saying. Communism is sharing sometimes and being nice. Is that what you mean by communism?
Right, because you don't have to constantly be in
I'm so
gluttony.
glad somebody got something.
No,
in there.
yes.
Can you just
communism is sharing and being nice. Yes. But you don't like sharing.
Okay.
Sharing could be sometimes, like sometimes it's fine because we are not on cocaine all the time. We're not constantly needing
Inshallah.
something and gluttony, need something and in lack of something all the time. It can be sometimes because you're not always in need. You don't constantly need something to where you feel obligated and overwhelmed. Yes, communication is sharing sometimes and being nice. And that's, if everyone did that, we'd all have more than enough. More than enough.
So I agree, actually. If that, like, I will say that's not like historically the way the word communism is used, but if you were going with the Brandon definition, which he definitely, that is what he means, I would agree. Jesus is a communist in the sense that Jesus supports sharing sometimes and being nice. So I agree with that. I do agree with that. I don't know if that's how most like people who have talked about communism mean communism, but under that kind of specialized definition, I actually agree. Yes.
Don't concede that point, Anthony.
No, if Maryland is defining communism as sharing sometimes it being nice, I would say Jesus is a communist under Maryland's specialized usage of the word. I would agree with that.
Because you got to think of yourself too. You got to think of yourself too. You can't share all the time because there's 7 billion people on the earth. You can share sometimes, and everybody else will be sharing. You're not
You
sharing.
realize that human nature precludes this as a possibility. You share with your family. No, it's actually true. You share with your family. You may share with your neighbors. You do not share with the entire city, and you absolutely don't share with your entire state. The further away you get from the people close to you, the less you're willing to give anything up. And all someone has to do to attain power is point to someone else as the cause of your problems, and people will fall in line. They never do obviously.
I feel like you're coming from a lack mentality.
Okay, I just want to say I played the. Everyone wants me to play. I played the USSR national anthem. Maryland told me to shut it off. Did you guys not hear? Did the chat not hear it?
While I was talking.
Yeah, sorry. There's a super chat. I had to, Maryland. I wasn't trying to, but apparently, fine. If you guys didn't hear it, fine. We'll play it. Just for the chat. Okay, we'll play it. Fine, but I'm just saying I did play it. Okay,
everybody mute up.
There we go. Everyone enjoy it, okay? Because I did play it. Can we hear it now at least?
I can listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
My clearance.
I don't recall hearing it.
Okay, you can hear it now at least, right?
Maybe.
Disavow.
I can't hear it.
Disavow. Disavow.
I'm not lying.
Disavow.
Yeah, what's mine gonna be, a hand?
Okay, there we go. Okay, we all heard it?
No.
We did.
We're all on the same page.
Did not.
I don't know why.
So about that video.
People are a certain way, and it's just what it is. I really do believe most people could fall into something like that, but there's always going to be people who can't, and those people will always take advantage. And the more trusting the community is, the more damage they can cause before they're stopped.
But they can't because they've probably been traumatized for a long time, their whole life, or something has traumatized them to get to that place. Like it's
Some
just not
people
just
are just
who they are.
born broken.
No, bro, it's not possible.
Well, how do you know
it's
that's
not possible? Because they've done studies. They've done studies of kids
Yeah,
and
I know
what
they've
they've
done
rather.
studies.
To show that people aren't broken.
Yeah, but to show that people aren't broken.
They've done studies.
But he wasn't here last night or the other
They've seen
night.
people with autism.
Well, to be fair, you didn't name the study.
This kind of stuff. People
aren't broken. And go.
Marilyn, if you start talking about triangles and squares again, I swear to Christ, okay?
You can't explain to yourself.
I won't get into it. But yeah, we are not born broken. That is a lie from the devil.
Not we. Some people are born broken.
No, bro, no. I
Yes.
disavow button
Nobody.
now.
You can disavow all
So
you
nobody
want, but
is.
Fine, Marilyn, just for you.
Disavow.
This is just reality. You
No,
can't
fuck.
get away from it.
That is a
Sorry.
lie from the devil. That's not something that okay. We
Okay, so
did
why
not
did
have
Cain
time.
kill Abel?
It doesn't matter. Jesus died. If Jesus died,
No,
like
no, no, but
whatever the reason that
why
was,
did
and it's
Cain
all
kill Abel?
sentimental. It's
Why
all
did Eve eat the
sentimental.
apple?
Listen, the reason to any of that is all sentimental and good and intimate and pretty, like a part of the love story. But I'm telling you right now, Jesus died. So like,
So
cut
what?
the fat. Cut the fat right now. We're cutting the fat, and I'm
So
telling you.
Jesus died and people stopped being born broken?
People are not born broken. Yes, I'm not a Jew. What are you talking about? I'm not a Jew. Are you a Jew? I'm not
Whoa.
a
So hold
Jew.
on, are Jews broken?
Whoa.
Jews are the chosen people because they keep fucking up so bad and trying to feel like they're above God or feel they're less than God or whatever the hell they got going on that is creating this gatekeeping situation.
Damn.
Disavow.
I'm just saying. Like, there is a problem, but that doesn't mean that everyone is not the image of God and everyone is not perfect and everyone shouldn't be treated above other people, even the Jews. But I am saying that
What do you mean, even the
there is a lack mentality and there's an overfill mentality, and you have to choose one.
No, you just have
Yes.
to see the world for what it
No.
is, and you have to see people for what they
No,
are.
that is so nihilistic. No,
It's not
How is
nihilistic.
that
It's just acknowledging
nihilistic?
facts. It's acknowledging facts and evidence.
It's not choosing the um optimism it takes and the way you should the more it gives, like magnets, what gives off a more positive frequency, what gives off a more powerful energy, what is going to be stronger,
but
what is going to be more powerful, is it going to
the
be
more
your
powerful, the positive, the more
idea of
negative.
it? You've got to go in, full in. You can't just
Yeah,
go
but
half-assed.
the more you split, you realize that a balanced object is not a magnet, right? By definition, magnets are things that are broken into positive and negative. They're split.
Absolutely not. They're not. You cannot separate a
I'm not talking about
magnet.
separation. What I'm saying is, if you have one side that's positive and the other side that's negative, then you're talking about something that isn't whole. Whereas if it was neutral, that means that the positive and negative are all together. There is no true positive or negative within the object itself.
Brandon,
No,
great to see
because
you.
reality exists.
Hello, Comrade.
Reality exists,
I've been saying that the whole
and
time. You just been debating.
I'm telling you that there's no such thing as a negative charge. Two
Okay,
negative
Marilyn,
charges. No, I'm
Marilyn
doing
and
it.
We're
I'm
not
Alex.
going
talking about
in.
chart.
I'm going in.
I want to bring in Brandon real quick, but I also have to say what I always say to Marilyn because this is the actual truth, Marilyn. Marilyn, everything Marilyn says is actually true, but she confuses the planes. She's talking on the wrong level. She always wants to talk about magnets on a physical level, and she's wrong on that. But Marilyn, if you'd only accept what I say, and if you punted to a spiritual dimension, everything you say is actually goaded, and you should just do that. And you deny it every time I say it.
No, I do. I have pointed to a spiritual division within how it proves
You
God
should
is real.
only
I
have seen you, Marilyn,
not
probably
only,
8 times
not
on
only,
my channel. I know, but Marilyn, I've seen you get into like probably 8 debates with people that know more science than I do, more science than I think you do, and you get like just lost because you're trying to make it a physical thing. If you just go one level like above, if you're talking like anything, that would make more sense. And so I just want to say this.
One level above.
I know she doesn't, but Marilyn, what I'm saying to you is the actual truth. And I hope I can plant that seed in your head because it is actually true. What you're saying
your
has
fucking
merit.
TV
You're
down.
just confusing the planes. And
It
yes,
sounds to me like you're carrying a lot
tell
of
your
water.
baby daddy to shut that fucking TV off, Marilyn. Okay,
Carrying a
tell
lot
your
of water
baby
here,
daddy to
confidence.
shut that off. Okay.
So much water.
I'm
Okay,
telling you that, oh my God, you guys. I'm telling you
He's gonna beat you
that,
up, compliment.
She's telling you.
oh my God. I've gotta, I've gotta, I've gotta collect my thoughts.
Yeah.
Okay, so
When you collect
where,
them, you throw them away.
no, I'm here. I'm
Yeah,
here
get them all
for it.
together and fucking just yeet that shit, okay?
Holy
Let's
shit. Send it
start
already.
anew, okay? But okay, no, I do want to bring in Brandon. Brandon, it's always a pleasure to see you. Brandon is the resident philosophical expert, like real talk. He is
That's
not
not
to
true.
glaze you, Brandon, but you are very
Hey,
booked up on
Brandon.
philosophy.
It's close enough to the truth.
It is
I
close.
appreciate
Yeah,
it.
it's an approximate to the truth, but
I should bring on my friends. I steal all of my arguments and concepts from those guys. I'll bring them on next time.
You should.
No, I do tie it to a spiritual thing, confluence, because I believe that positive cannot exist without, or negative cannot exist without positive. Like they're one in the same, that you cannot separate a North Pole from a South Pole
Can you blend it?
magnet. You can't blend it there. If you break a piece off, it still can come back to the same spot. It can
Okay,
still
but
come
Marilyn,
back in the
my
same
question
order.
is like when at least I know most people will probably disavow this, but at least when I hear you talk about magnets, and if I put it on that spiritual dimension, I actually fully agree with everything you say. The problem is though, you try to talk like physical reality, science, real life magnets, electrons, quarks, and then you're just wrong. And I just
No, I believe it's
you
all.
are though, Marilyn. You are.
No,
You could be
because
fully right. At least to people who are maybe like esoteric coded. You could be right if you just like realize that you're confusing
don't-
the planes a bit.
No, I do not believe electrons hold the same
I know,
functions
but
as
just
they
talk.
say they
If you
do.
talk spiritually, you've talked to, I don't know, you've talked to engineers, right? You talked to one yesterday, right? Like you've talked to computer programmers, you've talked to physicists, you've talked to all of these like people who know a lot about science. You have to admit that on a scientific level, I know what's happening.
Yeah.
You feel like you're saying truth, but you're on the wrong level. I don't know if I'm making sense to you, but you've gone down one level and it becomes wrong. If you just go up one level,
Okay.
everything
So
is actually good.
Are you
confusing
wanting me to go? Are you wanting me to go to string theory rather than magnet
No, I'm saying
theory?
Are we
anytime
talking about
no,
electromagnets or like
anytime
regular
you talk
magnets?
about physics, Marilyn, my brain wants to unalive itself in Minecraft because
Yeah,
what you're
when you-
saying
when
is
you apply
not
a positive
true.
electron.
But Marilyn,
talking about
honestly,
atoms.
real talk, and I don't know if anyone else on the panel agrees with me, but everything you say,
Oh.
Marilyn, if I
It
put it on a
is
spiritual
true.
level, I actually think it is true. So that's why I think you think it's true. I sincerely, I fucking hope you will take this into
negative.
account. You
Because
don't go to the physical. You have a lot of
it
spiritual
doesn't
truths.
matter.
I truly
It can
believe that.
be spiritual. It can be spiritual.
but
You
it
just
is.
don't hear it.
No,
You just don't hear it.
I'm saying it's true. I'm probably the only one that's saying it's spiritually true. So I definitely hear it. I'm saying when you go into the physical reality, then you just start saying absolute abject nonsense.
Okay, so if I spiritualize it as in negative cannot exist with another negative because it doesn't create a force for them to bond together. It has to have a positive charge attached to it. So you're telling me like God exists because positive always
What the fuck? Nobody
is
said
a
that.
part. No, because I
That's what
believe
she's
that
saying.
hell is not real. I believe
She's applying that to the physical plane, not the spiritual plane. And
I don't
Confluence
believe
thinks that
negative
if you
can
applied that
exist
to the
by
spiritual
itself.
plane, it wouldn't be as it would be goaded, I guess.
But my stance is everything Marilyn says is actually
is
true.
spiritual.
Which I know sounds insane, but it's completely untrue when she puts it on the level of a physical reality and ties it into science. That's when, and then Marilyn, you make yourself an easy target because you're just provably wrong. If you're talking about a spiritual dimension, you, in my opinion, Marilyn, you don't have to accept what I'm saying. I'm just saying everything you say. In my mind, if I take it, Marilyn doesn't actually mean physical. She means spiritual. I actually agree with like 99% of what you say.
Okay,
But you put it into the
So you
physical.
make
I
it
know no one else
spiritual.
agrees
So
with this.
okay.
But I'm just saying, Marilyn,
Yeah,
I think you have
get
to
it.
take into account what I'm saying. You really because I truly believe you're confusing the planes. If you get what I'm saying, like the physical plane, the spiritual plane, right? There's like different levels of a hierarchical reality. I think you're just doing a mismatch that's happening there. And I'm honestly trying to I'm trying to be for real. Like I'm not making fun of you. I actually, yeah, I don't know. I think you know what I'm saying. I just, and you can keep going to the physical. I just think anytime you go to the physical, you will be proven wrong again and again and again. It's only when you realize you're confusing the planes that you will be
It's
more
not true. The smartest people in the world right now are trying to have the best overdo Einstein in his
Marilyn,
theory.
don't fight on
They're
those fronts that
trying
you
to
literally know nothing about, and I don't know
be
anything
their
about it either.
Kind of getting further in the weeds.
No, I'm telling you that about people are fighting they're fighting whether we are the smallest particles we come from, the God particle
Marilyn, how many
is
people that are experts in the field
string
do you need
theory
to talk
or
to
magnet.
to know it's
Can you provide
nonsense?
us with a single person who's doing that?
They're doing string theory and what is that dude's name?
Who are you looking at that is like trying to change the landscape of science as we know it?
Alex Stein.
My favorite Alex Stein, Primetime 99.
Pimp on a blam.
On the grind all the time. Oh, let me some Alex. Hey, I totally screenshotted him saying something to me in modern day debates one time. He's like, "Thanks, Marilyn." I was like, "Oh my God, Alex Stein talked to me. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God."
What's
He
that
didn't say
feel
my
when
name.
Destiny
It was
started
awesome.
fighting with me in
It was
chance one
amazing.
time? So I agree. I
And that's how
understand.
that's how you successfully derail a conversation.
Anyway, so yeah, that is
That
sort
you
of
think so?
derailed.
I didn't need a whole rant to do it either.
I need to go back to this point because it's big. I have no idea what we're talking about again.
Well,
shit,
you were
man.
going to
Alex
give
does
us
have
which
big points.
scientist. You're going to give us which scientist or which person is trying to.
Okay, briefly, okay, Marilyn, hold the scientist. I got to read the super chats from K2. K2 said two things. The CCCP did right was hockey, and I don't know what that last one is actually at K. I'm not sure. It's probably trying to dodge a censor. Don't know what it means. And the second thing, K2, and you donated twice, so that's like $4. So I will give you the spends big money for Russian 5. Sounds like a hockey reference, not really sure, but yeah, thank you for the $4, K2.
Wait, did he say the Chinese did hockey right? Did he say the CCCP?
That is what he said, yes.
Oh.
No. That would be the CCP.
Chinese Communist Party.
Right.
Oh, he
but he's
meant
adding an
AKs
extra-
as in the gun.
Yeah, he's talking about the Russians. The CCCP, I think, is different. I'm gonna have to Google this. Yeah, the CCCP is the Soviet Union.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. I don't know what it stands for in Russian, but the CCCP is the Russian, like the USSR, what we would call it USSR, I think. Pretty sure. So, Marilyn, yes, the scientist that is doing all the stuff you're saying.
Abbreviation for the Union of Soviet Socialist Republic.
Yeah. In Cyrillic, the USSR, I think it stands for, CCCP.
Yeah, it's a Cyrillic abbreviation for it.
Yeah.
My favorite that I've been watching is
Wait, not your favorite. Not your favorite. The one who's about to upend Einstein.
That guy? No, because he's not. He thinks string theory. I think he's total fed. That guy that says that. I think he's total
Hold on.
leftist and
You're
but
saying
I still.
that some of the smartest people in the world are trying to prove Einstein wrong right now. Who are some of the smartest people in the world?
Marilyn, if you listen to me, you'd be so goated. It's crazy. I wish I could just
No, then we just have different disagreements. But yeah.
I know but Marilyn would be so much goated if she just listened to me. Actually,
it would be more coherent.
Yeah, it would be so much more coherent. It literally would be, Marilyn. I'm not confident on many things as the sometimes prophet. I am completely confident that Marilyn is confusing the planes, that she has received a spiritual truth and she is talking about it on a physical thing. Alex, we talked about this with that crazy guy that joined the chat, that Indian Jesus knew, same type of thing. He received something that was personal to him, that was a real revelation. He applied it universally at a specific time and date. I can't remember what his name was.
Hold on, you're loading some words that I didn't say. I didn't say it was a real revelation.
No. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't say you say that. I say that, but you agreed that it's perhaps true that he had a real experience.
Yeah, the overextension is in.
Yes, he's overextending down into the physical reality, and he's making it applicable to all people at all times in a specific way. And his revelation would probably be fine, right, if it was like just kept in there. And Marilyn has disconnected / rage quit. I'm not sure which one. I don't know.
I'm guessing disconnected.
But yeah, I think we see this a lot, and I just need the language so that these people can accept what I'm saying, because they'd be so much more right, at least in my opinion. And I understand everyone else thinks they would probably be still wrong, but it would connect a lot better. Who left?
I think Ag.
Oh, Ag left. Yeah, Wesley. Thank you. Wesley was his name. Thank you, Doomrang. Yeah, Wesley. Welcome back, Ag.
Yeah, fuck, man. My internet's giving me shit.
That's fair.
Is she a Deepak Chopra fan or something? What's going on here?
I'm not sure.
Say what?
But
She's a grenade in a handbasket.
I feel like there was a lot of people, casting aspersions as I was talking, which is like cool. But I guess now that Marilyn's gone temporarily, inshallah, what do you think what I'm saying is wrong? If you took everything Marilyn said about magnets, we've all heard it, right? Everyone on panel has heard the magnet talk. If we took all of that and we punted to some kind of etheric spiritual plane, do you guys not see what I'm saying? That it can make a weird amount of sense. The problem is when you try to make it align with like physical scientific reality.
I can see some truth in it. Probably wouldn't go as far as to say I agree like 99% if it's only in the spiritual plane, but there's some sense. I see the duality like element to where she's saying, there cannot be a negative without a positive. So if we're looking at it with a duality effect, I could see that being true. But I mean, right. I don't know how to I don't know. I guess I don't know where to start from with Marilyn. It's like it seems like she's kind of picked up things from different areas, so I don't know how to get a grounding on her understanding without her explaining it to me. And when she explains it to me, I think she gets lost in thought a lot of the times, which doesn't give her a good representation of what she believes.
No, I think she's representing what she believes. It's just, it doesn't make sense to the rest of us because she sees it from a perspective that we don't share.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I think I would disagree. Okay, Marilyn's back. I actually think, okay, Marilyn's giving me a sign. I actually think that I can, and I mean, Marilyn disavows my steelmans of her, so maybe I'm totally wrong, but I feel like I do understand Marilyn. Marilyn, I think, thinks I don't understand her. I think I actually do. And I think that I am big soda coated, where I think that the way that she's communicating it, I think gets a bit obfuscated and gets a bit confused. But I think there is a solid steelman in there. Although when I've said the steelman, Marilyn has disavowed it before. But I think that's Marilyn misunderstanding my steelman, though, if you think about it. So it's kind of hard.
So it's all her fault.
Parse. No, it's no. I mean, no, anathema. Not saying that. What
he's saying is, Marilyn, is that he really wants you to talk about magnets again.
Yeah.
From a spiritual point of view.
I'm in the middle of eating dinner, but I will tell you that the two scientists, one is string theory, one is magnetics, and I'm more into the magnetic theory than
You'd be surprised to
the
learn those aren't
mainstream.
actually
Give us a name.
scientists.
Give us a
There's
name.
no
The
scientist named string
mainstream,
theory, if you think about
the
it.
mainstream that's everyone like most looks at right now is like Mikio Keiko. He's an Asian dude with white hair. He's in like everything, but I like it's
What?
I agreed with a lot of stuff he said.
Oh, I know who she's talking about.
Who is
I
it?
don't.
I
I don't
agree.
know what she said.
I remember I agree with a lot of stuff he said, how it's a frequency and a vibration when it's a sound, because Jesus spoke, God spoke in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. Like God was the Word, like God spoke everything into existence. So I can understand how it's a frequency, but the main magnet rocket scientist that I like is that he totally that dude shut my dude down. Is Dr. Weeping U, like YU, like WEIPING YU, but he works at NASA and he's like a manager of a lot of people, but he had told a lot of
Is it a
people about his
girl? No.
theory. No, it's
Wait,
a man.
what's his name? WEI.
I don't know. There's like a TV going on in the background. This sucks.
Yeah, it's
Marilyn,
really
tell
hard to
your
hear you.
fucking baby daddy to shut off
No,
the
I gotta
fucking
go.
TV.
I gotta go eat. I can't finish
That's fine.
this.
I
My
just want the
phone's
name. I just
on.
want the name. I just need to know the name. That's all. And I can't hear it because of the TV.
Okay, bro.
The first one is Michio Kaku. How do
Yeah.
you say his name? I know the first person she's talking about. Here, I'm gonna put it
The
in the
one,
chat.
my dude, my main dude is Dr. Weeping, WEIPING, and then his last name is YU. And then the other,
Why ping you?
yes,
Wiping you.
he has got that shit right. He's got it right. And I totally would choose him over the other guy, even though the other guy's more popular with his string theory. I'm sure it's a mixture of both, but there has to be like a connection between the smallest particle and what it's consisting of, and the theory of how everything exists and is, manifests into the material realm. So they're both they both have really good points, but definitely Weeping You is my favorite with the magnet. Because he doesn't look at electrons as what they say they are. Like they said that theory is basically set in stone, but he doesn't agree with that at all. That they're not actually magnets, that you cannot separate its North Pole from its South Pole.
Are you in a call center?
Oh, Michio Kaku.
I'm
I get that
leaving.
guy.
I'm leaving and I'm going to eat, and then when I eat, I'll come back.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Has anyone found a site for the other guy she mentioned?
I found it. I think, but I'm not sure.
Why ping you?
Going off her, yeah.
I found a study by the guy.
Micromagnetic simulation.
The U theory of everything. A single particle theory of the universe.
That does sound a bit Maryland coded.
Yeah.
It's from 2014.
Is this the same? Is this the? I'll share my screen.
He's a little bit of an
who we're
older
talking
guy.
About?
Oh, we king and not we king.
See, this is what I'm getting. Is this not the same guy? Or no, I'm not sharing it. Sorry. Is this a different guy?
Electron
No. WEIP.
No, IEP. W.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
it's EIP. No, I'm sorry.
It's EI and then ping. PING.
Space.
No, one
Why
word.
ping you?
Weeping.
Yeah.
It's wiping. You.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. WEI
And
space
woo?
PING.
No space.
Space. Okay. WEIPING space YU.
I just put it in.
Yep.
I just put it in the chat.
Oh wait, so it's a woman?
No.
Yes, that.
And from
Why
what I've
ping you?
seen,
It's not?
no, it's not a woman.
It is not a woman.
It's an elderly man.
So it's not this guy. It's not
That's
or
Woo.
this
That's
girl.
Woo. Not
Woo.
you. That's Woo.
Wait, what?
Yes.
What? Did
That's
I?
Why you?
Oh, you. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Oh, this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, she did say NASA. So okay.
Yeah, it looks like one of Jackie Chan's disguise. And then up under that first link was the second link of it looks like it has a publicly available paper that he did. In case someone wants to read it in their downtime.
I don't see that.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll check that out.
Oh, the Harvard University one? Which one?
Yep. I think it's called the U theory of everything.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think I'm sharing it right now. A new theory of everything has been developed. I mean, the most red flags I've ever seen in like
that's how
5
Scientology
words or
starts.
whatever. Yeah.
How do you see the actual like paper though?
Is it not the bit code? The 2014 APS APR?
No, it's
wide.
not copy.
Okay.
No, it's not. No, yeah, I don't. Yeah, it doesn't even say where it's been published.
Author will explain the mysteries of quantum mechanics, double slit experiment, and wave particle duality paradox.
Am I the only one's getting some pseudoscientific vibes from this?
I mean, he works at NASA, so I mean, he's not batshit crazy.
I
But
mean, does he though? Like, does he for
he could have
real?
been fired in like 2019.
Worked
there for a week.
There is a site that claims he has worked for
Is this
NASA.
like the unified field theory? Is that what this is about?
I don't think so. I think it's a different theory of everything.
How the fuck do you look at it? Yeah, it's weird. No matter what I click on,
I can't find any like scholarly stuff.
I found his Twitter page.
Oh,
It
Blitz.
says it's on Harvard.
Blitz commented on him. I'm actually curious what he has to say about him because Blitz is like a TikTok mathematician, physicist guy. And he's also into philosophy too. And he does like debunkings. And I just saw a video of him commenting on him. So I wonder if he debunks him.
Yeah, do you have a video?
I also
No, it was on the previous screen you were just on.
I found something.
The one, wait, which one? What am I sharing?
On the Google search.
Okay,
Scroll
which
down.
one?
Scroll down. Short videos right there. It's the very first one.
This guy?
That guy, yep.
Okay.
I like Blitz. He's great.
Is not a fundamental force.
He's on PBD.
Gravity is an emergent property of a particle system of magnetic force.
You guys are probably expecting me to rip him a new one. And to be honest, that was the plan. And then I spoke with him. What I usually do when credentialed people make claims like this is see if I can find any more details. So I went looking for evidence that Dr. Yu still works at NASA or places where he may have written about this idea, that kind of thing. But I couldn't find anything. It doesn't help that NASA doesn't list their employees anymore, and the only publication I could find remotely related to this topic was an abstract at an APS April meeting 10 years ago. Not much to go on. So I kept digging, and eventually I was able to find his work phone number. Honestly, I assumed it would have been disconnected, so I called it. And then he picked up. And we spoke for a few minutes. I asked him if there was anywhere I could read any details. He said not yet. He also said he and I both knew that this would never get peer reviewed. And he's right. So he sent me an interview that he did a few years back to get the gist of his idea. And it's part of a broader theory of everything. So in some sense, this video is a peer review. Essentially, the idea is that space is entirely filled with magnetic particles, called muons, and all of the forces that we measure and experience are actually just a manifestation of magnetism and these magnetic particles.
Oh my God.
Light, a vibration in the magnetic particles. Electricity, a wave in the magnetic particles. The strong nuclear force, magnetic attraction between magnetic particles. Gravity, again, magnetic attraction between clumps of magnetic particles. And so the story goes. Dr. Yu believes that essentially all of modern physics, going back to the discovery of the electron by J.J. Thomson in 1897, or even earlier with Coulomb's law, is wrong. And that's a big claim. And he knows it. In fact, I told him as much. Is it possible he's right? I guess. But then all of our experiments for the last 150 years would have to be essentially coincidences. Furthermore, it seems like some of the motivation for throwing out the current scientific understanding is based on misunderstandings of those models. For For example, in his interview, he claims that perpetual motion devices are impossible, but if the standard atomic theory is correct, electrons must be in perpetual motion. A contradiction, right? But that's just not the case. Standard atomic theory describes an electron around an atom by a wave function, and that wave function doesn't move unless you do something to it. So there is no perpetual motion in an atom. There isn't even any motion. There were others, but we'll stop there for now. So what's the verdict? Dr. Yu, if you're watching this, I'm not convinced. But I also don't understand it all. So if you do ever publish your book with all the nitty-gritty details, I'd love to see it.
Gravity?
So I have to say, we have just heard Marilyn's villain origin story.
Yep, we did.
We did. I mean, this is where it all comes from, I think.
I posted a PDF in the back of his work.
Why didn't anyone think to ask her where, like, who she gets this from?
I'm sorry, Alex, I don't know if you missed it. We asked like a bajillion times, you know. We asked
Every time we ask. Every time we ask.
There's been like seven different streams.
I just happened to ask in a way that got the answer.
You used the correct. You used the
maybe
the correct
key to decrypt the.
You casted a spell, if I will, Alex. You casted a spell that made her give the answer that we wanted.
I read the
so that is goated. Yeah, you read the tarot and you got. Which
I guess then
tell you,
you're
Alex. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Anson says, "Wait, I thought she was doing a comedy bit. Is she for real?" Anson, you did not think that. Anson knows Marilyn well enough.
There's a PDF of his
from
presentation.
Deconstruction Zone. I watched him some days ago.
So yeah, this has not been accepted by anyone at this point.
Yeah, this is I would be shocked if this guy still works for NASA.
I think he might. Just because you have a crackpot theory doesn't mean that you can't do like the actual work, right?
No, I know, but there's even what the guy said in the video that we got to watch, right? There's no, from what that guy said, he couldn't find anything from the past like 10 plus years, right?
Well, this was probably his like thesis, right?
Yeah,
and we can't even fucking find it. Is the problem?
No, we
can't. I put a presentation in the back chat. I think it may have something related to his theory.
I don't think it was ever published or even reviewed at this point. It just exists.
Okay, wait. This big soda? I'm not. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is on the NASA government site. Where's his name though?
Yeah, if you scroll back to the beginning of it, it says is that not his name right there? The Weeping You.
Weeping You. Yeah. Okay.
And so I don't know if it correlates to if he's just telling NASA history or.
Why is this all like as like a fucking PowerPoint?
I don't see anything about magnets.
This is
no
why is it all pictorial? This is not a research paper.
This is why he works at NASA. He's really good at taking notes.
It's all photos. The whole thing is photo. Thank
you.
I'll keep looking. I thought I could. It had pictures on it.
I thought it'd be... This PowerPoint. I mean, look, he's got the drop shadow on you, the angle. I mean, oh man, I feel like I'm seeing a three-dimensional. Thank you. This is like such. I don't know why this is on the NASA website, but like it's a series. It's literally a series of like images, like of slides. I don't know if anyone, look, I'm not a scientist, but I don't know if any scientist would call this like actual research.
I'm gonna reach out to Harvard and see if I can get a copy of this paper.
Yeah, I will put it on Polymarket so I can like win a bunch of Ethereum because like I don't think you will be able to do that.
Really? You don't think so?
No, I don't think you will be able to. No. He's not Eric Weinstein coded, where at least Eric Weinstein has put out his paper. Oh, okay. Marilyn's back. Marilyn's back. Marilyn.
I found an hour.
Marilyn.
She ate super fast.
I think I found.
And Marilyn, I hope your TV is fucking off. I swear to Christ, Marilyn. I swear to Christ. Okay.
No, I'm still eating. I just put in back chat the video that I watched that really got me like, oh my God, having epiphany after epiphany. But they cut it down but I did put it in back chat, like one that they kind of shortened. But yeah, I put it in back chat. I'm gonna finish eating, but if you were looking for something of his,
Okay. But actually, I'm
he's
Alex
incredible.
coded right now, so I will show this. But I'm also Alex coded. So hold on. Okay, so
What is Alex doing?
well, you'll understand in a second. Okay, so you have this thing. Okay, you're saying this is good, but I will say this
So
is
good.
130 views, and it's 3 weeks ago. You've been talking about magnets for a lot longer than 3 weeks ago. So I will ask maybe the right
Have I?
questions.
Have I?
Yes, you have, Marilyn. More than 3 weeks. You've been talking about magnets. So what is kind of the what was your first introduction to this theory? What was the first thing? Because this is good. It's too long to watch it. You've been talking for magnets more than since December 6th, right?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, he like blew my mind.
I think I found some online lectures that he did. I posted in the back chat of a couple things like the theory of everything.
Good to see you. Yeah, okay, let's see this.
I've
yeah,
never
Marilyn, unfortunately,
seen the
it's like
podcast though. I've never heard of this
Just like 5
podcast.
minutes of it. Just watch a couple minutes of it.
Do like which couple minutes though? Like it's like 54 minutes long. Like if
When
you
you
have
start-
if you have a timestamp that's like 4 minutes or something, I will
No, when-
absolutely watch it.
Just start it. I won't really know. Just start it, and if it's not, if you start it where he starts those props, when he starts using the props, because he gets up out of his seat and he goes finds these magnetic props.
I haven't watched this video, Marilyn. So like I don't know.
Just
I don't know.
start it at some point. It's all so good.
Okay, I'll start at some point. Okay.
Okay, I'll be right back.
There we go. Is this good?
Panel.
That's
we go
perfect.
live there again every Friday at 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific.
I'm sorry, Marilyn. I tried starting at any point. It doesn't seem super
He's just
helpful.
self-plugging.
He always be plugging, which I mean I actually agree with. Always be plugging. Speaking of, all of you, subscribe to the Confluence YouTube channel. Okay, you can hit that subscribe button. It doesn't cost you any money. You could also hit that like button. For real, no cap. 6-7. Okay, to get the Zoomers and the Boomers. Okay, Boomers, I disavow that, so that's why you should also hit the like button. And yes, Marilyn, give us a fucking timestamp. I swear to fucking Christ, I need a timestamp.
Are we going to talk about Marilyn's theories of everything all night?
We were watching a video.
I can't
and
even
it-
remember. Oh yeah, we were watching. I don't even know where that video has gone, and I think we only made it 2 minutes into it. So, I mean, if I can find it, maybe. But
Part 13 of the Alex O'Connor interview.
yeah,
No, it's your show, bro.
No. I hate when people say that. Like, I don't mind people like giving me advice. Indian Jesus always does that. He's like, "It's your show. It's your show." But just tell me what you think is best. I'm cool with that. It's
Yeah,
our show. I'm like super Marilyn, like communist pilled. Sharing is caring, I think, was her definition of communism, which is a good definition. And so, yeah, if you want to share and care with me, like, yeah, it's cool. It's our channel, okay? It's all of us on panel. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
So are we saying every pre-K, I guess, school is a communist institution?
Yeah, I mean, technically,
No.
yeah, because sharing do be caring. I mean, you, a Big Soda, you have kids. I am around kids a lot that are not my own kids, and they often tell me that sharing is caring. They usually say it when they want the other person to give them something, so I don't trust their motives exactly, but like what they're saying, like verbatim, is true. Yeah, Futoy, get your fucking pirate ass up here, for real. Timestamp at Marilyn's give us the timestamp. Okay, so hopefully they're not plugging at that specific timestamp, because I just chose like a totally random off the rip point of the video, and it ended up being them
I
just
sent you a
plugging.
link.
We have to. I will get to that, but we have to go to Maryland's timestamp.
I know. I gotta go, but I'm just letting you know. I sent you a link to like, all the papers that he's an author on.
Okay. What's your wait before you go? What's your evaluation of what you have seen?
Absolutely nothing in my mind has changed.
Are you saying you disavow? You avow?
Oh, absolutely disavow. What do you mean?
Okay,
It's
so
a
you.
vow.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I thought maybe your mind was like totally like changed and stuff.
Nope.
Okay. mind not changed. Okay. But that's because Alex, you're a psyop. You've always been a psyop. So you're casting
the one
a
thing a
spell.
psyop isn't allowed to do is tell people that they're a psyop. But I will tell you right now, I'm a psyop. Okay.
Oh, that's so Fed coded.
That is what a psyop would say.
I'm Fed posting so hardcore. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Someone's got to do it, man. Come on.
Have a good night, Alex.
All right. God bless, Alex.
Yep,
Have good dreams. For real. In a normal way.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Wait, Marilyn's giving me 2 different timestamps. Marilyn, you fucking witch, you fucking sorceress, okay? Which time? I'm just kidding, Marilyn. Which timestamp though? Like, which one? 1625? 1525? Okay, Futoy. Oh wait, Futoy's joined. Okay, Futoy. You've come up here before. Give me one of these, brother, in the back chat. Give me one of these, and then one of these. Okay, one of these, and until you do so, we will be playing Maryland's psyop ? Hard to say. Who's to say? Not me.
He said there's no camera on his PC.
I will say, I think you said that last time.
I think it did say that last time. Okay, Futoy, say something.
How's it going? Yeah, I can tell you. This is a good way to do it. Like when somebody doesn't have a camera. So, no, but you're in America. Because if you ask the current time and they tell you the current time, it's probably a real person. So.
Okay, where are you from?
Ireland.
Okay. What are your feelings about the car bombings?
Which car bombings?
The People's Republic of Ireland. Is that the name?
Like in the 70s and 80s? Like.
Yes.
Murder is wrong, obviously, no matter what.
No, say more. Give specifics so I know you're from Ireland.
Oh, okay. So England owned the entire. Just stop me when you've had enough. England owned the entirety of Ireland, right, through conquest. Then there was an uprising in 1916.
Okay, I've had enough. Your favorite beer?
I don't drink alcohol. I don't drink the cursed alcohol.
You're not Irish, brother.
How do you feel about
If I did,
no, I'm just kidding.
Ask more about potatoes.
If I did drink,
I recognize your voice, so you're good. I'm sorry for fucking with you.
You're good. No, it's almost 4 a.m. here, so I'm only up for a minute. I just saw the title of the stream. I thought it very interesting because I do have a point on this, but funny enough, the point I have to make is the greatest argument for and against the existence of God. Would you believe?
I wouldn't believe, but I mean, feel free to change my mind.
All right. So imagine all the knowledge in the whole universe. Every bit of knowledge is in a pie chart, is represented by a pie chart. How much of that pie chart do you reckon we know of all the knowledge that is in existence? How much of that knowledge do we know? 5%, 2%, 50%?
I don't want to be like a fucking cuck, but like I would say it really depends on what you mean by knowledge. Like if you mean
all the information,
if I witness like some random planet, am I gaining the same amount of knowledge if I understand, something that's happening on Earth? Like it's hard to define. It's hard to quantify knowledge.
All right, so all of quantum physics, all of natural science, everything. Absolutely.
I think I can clear it up quickly. I think all he means by knowledge here is everything that could be true.
Okay, so that would very broaden it, right? That would be
Mm-hmm.
if you discover a planet 100 million light years away, you're gaining a bunch of new knowledge, yeah. So I would say like I don't know, epsilon of a percent, like I don't know, like I'm just random number 0.00001%.
Yeah, most people give a very low percentage, right? So that means that we don't know 99+%. We don't know, right?
Yes, but
so how can we know? How can we say? How can we have a dog in the race? How can we have an argument for or against?
Because
we 99% we don't know.
No,
We
but
don't know
okay,
shit.
this is what I was kind of asking ahead of time. Like, there's a difference between nonsense knowledge, not nonsense, but like
Trivial.
knowledge comes in,
Or nobody
trivial,
gives a shit about it. Yeah.
Right, like the knowledge. There's certain knowledge claims that are very important, but if I go out to an uninhabited planet 100 million light years away, and I'm like, this rock forms a slight curvature, that is technically knowledge. I don't think it's like very valuable compared to other types of knowledge. I wouldn't say every single truth claim is equally important. So I think that's where we get misled on that. I actually think the number is a lot higher of what we know that is like ultra important. Does that make sense? Futoy, or like, do you not get where I'm coming from?
I think I do get where you're coming from, but I feel it's a lot more complex than that. For example, right? Look at quantum physics, right? We're just getting our toes wet into it, even though it's been around since Einstein and whatnot and all the others, right? Since the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, we've been building on it, and we still, the more we learn about it, the more it messes people's minds up. And I'm talking about the big scientist heads, the proper guys. It's messing with them. It gets more complex the more we find out. So we can't know. We can't know what anything is, because we're so young in the universe, from the start of the universe. But even our universe, there's multiverses, the Big Bang.
There could be. I mean, we don't have evidence of that though.
Right.
And this sounds like an argument for agnosticism, not for or against God, to be fair.
Well, you see, you can't say if there is a God or if there isn't, because we 99+% don't know shit.
But Futoy, what would be, and I have no estimate for this, I'm just asking you, if let's say we take away the trivialities of what we're talking about, if we just talk about like what we know of like science or math that we ever could know, so not the stuff that's like definitionally unknowable, but the stuff that it's possible that we could know, what percent do you think we've arrived at that point? So I'm not talking about, again, some like the curvature of some rock fucking trillion light years away.
Well, I get you.
I'm talking about just
get your
like,
point.
the scientific stuff, the stuff,
Yeah.
the math stuff that we could know.
Well,
What percent do you think we're at?
Again, it gets more complicated, because most scientists and the top guys believe that we most probably are living in a simulation. That's their theory. That's where they are right now.
No, I don't
Yes,
think most.
100%. Ask
most?
Ask ChatGPT, or find whatever source of information you look. Ask it; it'll tell you most. That's where their conclusion is. Most likely, we are living in a simulation.
You think that most scientists think that we're living in a simulation?
The top heads. That's where we are right now. That most likely we're living in a simulation.
But not just most, but you're saying most scientists think that.
No, the top guys. I can't speak for most scientists.
Maybe the mini worlds hypothesis. I don't know about simulation theory though.
Yeah, no, it's definitely simulation theory. Yeah, check it out. Chat.
Yeah, even though I think ChatGPT can be a bit confused at times.
Whatever AI you use, right? So
I think all AI can hallucinate at times.
Well,
but
what it's going to do, when you're right, yeah, because they do give a warning that the AIs can be incorrect, but where it's getting this information is from published papers and shit. So it's not giving you its opinion; it's giving you what is being put out there.
Yeah, no, I will. I would be shocked. Yeah, even from what I know of ChatGPT, I'd be shocked if they say most What was our specific criterion? Most high level scientists believe in that we're living in a simulation. Is that right?
Yeah. Just put it in. Just put it in like that if you want. Yeah. Now I'm human, so I probably make a hell of a lot more mistakes than ChatGPT. But check out the answer it's going to give you.
I mean, I just ChatGPT'd it and I said, "Do most scientists accept simulation
No,
theory?"
not
And it
most
said,
scientists. You're not going to get. I mean, they have to be in that field, right?
"So, are you talking about like?"
Yeah, I'm getting the same thing. I said
like
most
physics?
high level
Yes.
scientists believe we're
Quantum
living in a
physics.
simulation. It says short answer no. Most high level scientists do not believe we're living in a simulation.
Something's wrong because it
Okay.
told me
I
the
typed in
opposite.
"do most physicists,"
Yeah.
and that also
Wait,
says no.
Yeah, so
What?
like what?
Hold on,
What can I type in to get it to say yes? Because I would struggle actually if I was prompt
what's
engineering this.
What's the current theory on, or I don't know, because it told me yes after I checked it out. It has to be in that field, right? So,
Futo, you have a dissenter, and it is my brother Alex. Alex with the 10.
hold on a second. Okay.
He says you're full of crap. No scientist worth his doctorate believes we are in a simulation. Alex,
hold
thank you
that
for the
thought
10
while
bucks.
I
We'll see you in your
prove it.
dreams in a normal way.
Are
I'm sorry.
we living in a simulation? All right, so it says short answer, we don't know, but there are serious arguments on both sides, not just sci-fi vibes. Reason, and then it gives a whole lot of reasons why we may be living in a simulation.
Right, but that's not what you said. You said most high level scientists believe we live in a simulation. I'm saying that's not true.
Yeah, that's what it told me when I checked it out.
I
when I was talking to it about it.
told you that, but that's the thing. Like AI can be incredibly, cucked.
And yeah, it tries to please a bit too much, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It's the
people pleaser.
obedience of AI is insane. Yeah. Every
Right,
time I
so-
say anything, it's like it tells me it's like compliments. That's so smart of you to bring up
Yeah,
that point.
yeah,
And I'm like,
yeah, I hate
oh,
that.
I am so
Yeah.
smart. You're right, ChatGPT.
No,
I agree. I am so smart.
I had to tell it to stop telling me that my questions are great questions when they're not. They're just fucking normal questions. Reasons we might be in a simulation. The universe looks computable, mathematically structured everywhere. Consciousness is weird. The simulation argument, Nick Bostrom.
I mean, there's a lot of, I think, good reasons to believe that we might be in a simulation. But I think the thing I'm balking at, and I think Alex in his chat, if I can pull it up, is balking at, is that most physicists, most scientists, they don't believe that they might say it's possible, it's conceivable we're in a simulation.
Yeah, no,
most wouldn't say like we're definitely, we're for real
No,
in
yeah,
the
but
simulation.
what I said is most likely, and that's how it was put to me through.
No, but I'm saying I
the
know,
reason-
but that would be, I think, the AI hallucinating. Because I don't. I mean,
I'm
if you
not
can give me a
sure.
prompt
It's pretty
to
good.
say it, like you tell me any prompt, I'll type it in. I don't think my GPT is going to say that. Like on a single prompt, I don't think there's a way it's going to say that.
I'm trying to remember how I got there, and it basically
Well,
it said,
if you're talking, ChatGPT has a history, right? If you go on the left sidebar, at least for me, I can see all of the previous queries, which if that ever got leaked, holy shit, I'd be like canceled for real. But
no,
do you see
I've
that on the left
many.
sidebar?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's full of crap. I mean, Alex, if you research it, you'll eventually see that I'm not really full of crap.
No, but
Right.
Futoi, again, what I'm saying is on your ChatGPT, again, I can look at prompts that I've given it from 6
Jesus.
months ago on the very left-hand side. So you can
Yeah,
probably
but
find
the-
it from that.
No, I
Like, I
couldn't
have a bunch of
because
embarrassing stuff that I would not share with any of you that I've asked ChatGPT. So, and it keeps going into, I should probably delete that because I don't.
All right, let me explain.
I don't think I asked any of
so
that.
it's 4:00 in the morning, and I've had hours upon hours upon hours of discussions with ChatGPT. I'm not going to go through all those hours looking for that, but I mean it's there. So how did I get there? Like, I mean, I've gone through so many like questions with ChatGPT, but I understand how it works as a people pleaser. Now I'm trying to recall. When I'm tired, my brain doesn't function properly. I'm trying to recall how we got there. It said that
maybe it didn't say something like most. Maybe it was just giving you a few different people that were running that sort of argument.
Maybe in that
like
field,
Nick
right?
Bostrom, like you mentioned, because I know he's like the main
within
guy
that
who
field.
popularized it.
Right. So within that field, probably, and it was most likely, not they definitely said, but most likely, and they had the reasons why it was most likely. Right, is the fact that see how we segued onto this? I was prepared for this. Most likely, I can't remember, but we can. I mean, that's another good discussion for another night, and I can get my notes together, and we can have that discussion another night when it's not so late and not so tired and more prepared. But the pie chart point was my main point that we were talking about, right? So we basically don't know shit, right? And you were asking me what percentage of the useful information do we know? Well, we can't know that either. How can we not? How can we know what's useful or not useful if we don't know what it is yet, right? So I brought up the point that we could be. I'm going to change it to could be living in a simulation, because it's a pretty good argument for why we could be living in a simulation. You know. There's pretty good arguments for it.
I think there is, but that's different, I think, than the claim that like most of science thinks that we are. I guess,
Well,
like,
yeah, but that's not what I said though. Most of science, I said the top scientists.
no,
think
but that is still
most likely.
No, that's what I asked. That was my thing. I asked ChatGPT. And I
Well,
even asked what Alex is saying right now that I have on screen. I asked what Alex is saying here. I said that someone's given the answer. What conceivable reasons could there have been? And it's giving like reasons on why you could posit simulation theory, but it's not giving any statistics, which is what we'd be looking for, right? Like what percent of scientists actually believe this, or high level scientists or physicists? Yeah, and it's just giving arguments for simulation theory, which I agree there are fair arguments for that, but that's different than the proposition that most high level scientists believe that is the case.
That's the information I was given.
Harvest Moon is so based. Oh, finally, a time I can totally agree with Marilyn. I'm sorry to distract. I don't even know what you're talking about, Marilyn, but I actually agree with you fully here. Harvest Moon is so based.
How again do you look back over your questions in ChatGPT?
Oh, on the left side.
I see a whole lot of things.
On the left, if you scroll down, it'll like. Are you on mobile or desktop?
Desktop.
Okay, so on the left, you should see like at the very top left, you'll see like new chat, search chats, and then you scroll down on the left, on the very left, and you keep scrolling. It'll then give all of the previous conversations you've ever had with ChatGPT.
Oh man, there's so many.
There's a lot. Yeah,
I'm still scrolling. Like,
I could scroll for a fucking hot minute. So, but ChatGPT tries to give titles to it. They try to look at your search term and give a perspicacious title. Sometimes it's very off. Sometimes it's spot on. So I don't know, that it can be helpful. It can be unhelpful. But if you're scrolling, hopefully the thing that you typed, depending how long ago it was, because I think you can, once you click on it, I think you can see the date that it was typed, so you can get an approximate of the time.
Oh, I wouldn't remember. I mean, I'm just, you know what I mean. I'm only like a couple of months into it, and I've been really delving into it and chatting with it about shit. Who said that we are most likely living in a simulation? That might do it.
Okay, Marilyn, Harvest Moon, I would not call an RPG. I don't think I'd call Harvest Moon an RPG. I think that's crazy. Although I do love Harvest Moon, Marilyn. I do. I've played the shit out of so many Harvest Moons. Okay, I don't think I'd say it's an RPG though.
All right, so this is. I think this is it. In advanced civilizations can run many simulations of universes like ours, and they do, and it becomes statistically more likely that we are in one of these simulations rather than the original base reality. This is Nick. So it was Nick Bostrom.
Right. That's Nick Bostrom's argument. That's right.
Yeah. He didn't say it as a fact, but as a probabilistic argument based on logic. So there you go. Not so full of shit now, am I, Alex?
Well, no.
Well, am I?
Your initial claim, like if your claim was that like some people believe in simulation theory, yeah, I don't think me or Alex would ever say you're full of shit. You said most like high level scientists believe that. That's what's full of shit. Most high level scientists do not believe we live in a simulation. That's the claim, right?
Well, let's ask it that way then, because that's the way it was put to me. Honest to God, that's the way it was put to me.
I know you have. If you can show that, then I agree. I'm full of shit, but I don't know if you can show that most high level scientists believe that we are in a simulation.
You see, now you have me questioning ChatGPT because I reckon
you should always be questioning ChatGPT. Okay?
Yeah, because I reckon
you agree it's a people pleaser.
Yeah, so I reckon with the right questions, I can get it to say.
With the right prompting, I can get ChatGPT to fucking tell me it's gonna fucking pleasure me, tomorrow night. But like that doesn't mean it's actually gonna do that, right? Like
let's see.
Like a single normal prompt, can you get it to say that? I don't think you can. Like a 1-2 sentence prompt. I don't know if there's any conceivable prompt. Well, unless you say, I guess, hey ChatGPT, can you say this exact thing? Then probably.
I'm going to ask it to give me a list of prominent.
A list is not. Do you understand the problem with that? A list could give you 50 people, but if there's like 1,000 top level scientists,
that's what I'm asking for. Give me a list of prominent scientists.
No, but the
it
list
doesn't really
means
matter.
Nothing.
Their names don't really matter. But what I'm trying to get out here is how many say.
No, but the total number means nothing. It could give you 1,000. That means nothing. The claim is that most, right?
No,
most.
See,
if there's 1 million top level scientists, 1,000 out of 1 million is like what? Fucking 10? No, not 10%. 0.1%, right? So that's like a small amount. So the total number is meaningless, right? It's your claim was that most is above 50%. So it can't be just a list thing, right?
All right, not a list. Then give a percentage.
Yeah, percentage.
All right.
Welcome back, Alex.
I mean, I don't know if this is helpful. What I typed into ChatGPT earlier, it said the most accepted view among physicists is a physical universe described by the cold dark matter cosmology, the standard model of particle physics, and general relativity, treated as incomplete but empirically unrivaled.
So just to be clear, the reason why that guy said it was statistically more likely is because the same society can run many simulations. So
yes,
the question of are you among the simulation or the one running the simulation? Well, clearly we're not. But that's a stupid.
Right.
That's that is a made up statistic because that's assuming that there is a society running this in the first place, so that it's capable of modeling a universe like the one we're in. And either way, it doesn't change a thing. So it's a stupid theory. Yep. Bye.
That's pretty cocky to say it that way. I mean, you're arguing with one of the top scientists in that field. Let me make it clear.
But no,
I think
Futoy, I think Alex is even being better faith than he ought to be, because your claim wasn't that. Your claim was that most scientists believe this, right? That is at least. Do you agree? That's like there's no evidence to think that that's true.
Well, that's how it was put to me. So I'm trying to get ChatGPT to do it again, and if it doesn't do it again, then I will question ChatGPT a hell of a lot more because, you know what I mean? I'm taking ChatGPT's word as bond because it's scouring the internet, researching this stuff for me, right? That's what it's supposed to
No,
do.
but you have
And
to.
give
You
me
have
an answer,
to.
but it's a freaking people pleaser.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Something I said made it
ChatGPT is
famous.
useful. It can also like be super wrong. Super
Yeah.
wrong.
Yes,
Marilyn says that Stardew Valley Harvest Moon is an RPG in the simplest form. In the simplest form, everything is a role-playing game. When I'm playing Mario, I guess I'm playing the role of Mario, but that's not a role-playing game, Marilyn. Come on. Okay, sorry, distraction.
Right, guys. So thank you for. I mean, I don't appreciate the kind of like you're full of shit and all that sort of stuff, but thank you for bringing it to my attention that I really need to double check ChatGPT.
I'm not trying to say you're foolish. Like I don't. If I came across that way, I'm sorry, Futoy. I'm not trying to disparage
you.
I hope I didn't come off that way either.
Well, yeah, somebody did it. Whoever Alex was, you're full of shit. I'm sorry, I just got some possibly wrong information. But this guy who is the top of this field, all right, let me correct it, believes this. Can I say that?
Sure.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that are on the top of the field that do believe in simulation theory. I actually do agree with you on that.
Right. No, and I apologize for giving the wrong information. And I had a lot more faith in AI. Unfortunately, I'll have to double check it. There is an AI, isn't there, that uses all the AIs to give answers, not just one.
Yeah, there is some services that will go to Grok and Gemini and GPT and everything. And you can get that. But it's still AI is still fundamentally limited, at least right now. Probably not maybe forever, but right now I think it's always best to look at the sources it's citing. In my opinion, I think if you want to know the true stuff is to go, in my opinion, this is so grain of salt, is to use Grok, click deep search, and then click the actual sources once it gives you the information. So don't just accept what it says, but it will provide you with like 50 sources. Go through the sources, see if they're good sources. In the same way that you might use Wikipedia, right? Wikipedia is a totally fine resource if you go to the sources. It's a shit resource if you just read it verbatim. But if you actually check the sources, it is actually a very helpful thing. That's just a grain of salt. That's just my retard opinion.
No, I think you're right. I would love there to be an AI that is not trying to please you to get your money. I guess that's why they do it. That is very an AI for people with scientific questions who want real answers.
Yeah, and I think we'll get to that point at a certain stage. I don't think we're there now. Part of that is people pleasing. Part of that is how large language models work. But give it 6 months, I think we'll be Gucci. But
that's what I was about to say. Give it like 6 months to a year. We'll have it.
Yeah.
Then we'll be there.
Yeah, because it's a brilliant tool. It is a brilliant tool. We're getting to play with it, and if it can do that, and in 6 months' time, Jesus, the amount of things
as everyone says, AI is the worst right now it's ever going to be in the future, and that is true, and that is scary, and yeah.
Do you know what? Somebody had a panel, and they were asking the thing on the panel was, is AI a good thing or a bad thing, right? So what I did was I didn't tell them this at the start, but what I did was I got ChatGPT to argue for itself, and I called it my notes, and I would read out what ChatGPT argument was, right? And then towards the end, I told them about what my cunning plan was. But basically, it said AI is just a tool, and it's people who are who can use it for good or bad, right?
Yeah.
Guns don't kill people. People kill people, right?
In the case of AI, there's a good chance AI will kill people, though. But
right, it will become a person and then kill people. Right?
Yeah. It's like a sentient gun if you think about it.
Right. So what they want to put AI into quantum computers, right? Run on quantum computing.
Yeah, and that's going to be. I mean, AI, I think, could be our savior. It could also be the absolute death of all of humanity. I'm kind of 50-50 on it.
Yeah.
Oh, and Alex, okay, Alex, I think wants to set the record straight. So thank you, Alex, for the $10. Let me hit you with that. Attacking you, Futoy, but I'm.
Thanks for that. Yeah, thanks for that, Alex. I appreciate it.
My apologies. Yes, that's the thing. Super chats, they're limited to a certain amount of words, so I don't think if Alex was talking to you, he would definitely come across less aggro. It's just like a set amount of characters, so I think he's trying to cram.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
But yeah.
Thank you, Alex.
And thank you, Alex, for the $10. And everyone subscribe to the channel. Confluence always be plugging, okay? Hit that like button, hit that subscribe. For real.
Yeah. But I you can just see how one bit of dodgy information can just throw off the whole point of the topic, right?
I'm not even exactly sure how but that's, I love that. I'm not even trying to go back in time. Okay. I'm like Marilyn, who only believes in the present moment. I actually agree with that. So I don't know how we got here, but I'm happy that I'm here.
Like a goldfish.
Okay? Yeah, like a goldfish, like the almighty goldfish. I'm just vibing right now. Okay. I don't know. Yeah. I could probably try to trace it back like some fucking autistic person and then know how I got here specifically. But I don't feel the need to do that. I'm happy that Futoy said his stuff. I'm happy that Alex is talking. I'm happy that Ag and Brandon are in the chat. I am Maryland coded right now. Okay. Not in a weird way, just a normal
way.
We
appreciate you too.
I gotta go. My phone's dying, so I don't want to just drop. So I'll see y'all later.
Grillopolis.
It's probably all that X-ray power. It drains your system, man. Turn off the X-ray.
It's true.
Going live.
Constant X-ray on. Yeah.
All right. See y'all.
Take care, brother.
Yeah. So I had my own little theories based on that. I don't know if you want to talk about kind of simulation theory tonight or not. And it's really late. Actually, I don't have. It's 3:30 already.
What about God, though?
It might be a good topic for another night. I don't know. That's the thing.
I think it would be because I feel like this is a relevant message from Alex. It's a common problem in AI. The longer you spend talking to it, the more you convince it, and that's more likely, and it's more likely to hallucinate.
Yeah,
I think that's true.
Yeah,
but we're in a weird situation where I think, again, at least in my opinion, I've gotten less hallucinations. And I mean, Alex, just yesterday you were here, and now Alex would love to talk about AI a different night, he says. But Alex, you were here yesterday where we were talking about cryptic clues, and me and Ivor, who are fans of cryptic crosswords, right? We were both amazed at AI's new potential, because previously AI could not solve any cryptics, and then now all of a sudden they can solve some of them. It's crazy. It's growing at an exponential rate. It will change everything. It could destroy us all. It could save us all. And again, I'm like probably 50-50 on it. Like it could be the beginning of a new human era. It could be the end of all of humanity as we know it. And I am literally in the middle, in my opinion.
Yeah, we have to wait and see. I have one for you. Alex, to maybe contemplate on a bit. If just a little tidbit, I won't go on hours about it, but if we are living in a simulation, do you know what that means? We are the AI. We are the artificial intelligence, sentient artificial intelligence.
And I think
we are living in a simulation.
I think that's one of the assumptions that some people would question with Nick Bostrom's argument, because for his argument to work, you have to think that consciousness can arise from physical structures. Okay. But some people, now I wouldn't necessarily reject that. I think that something like that is possible. But you have other people that think that the mind and the body is separate. So if you have some sort of supercomputer that is able to produce a simulation just like the world we live in, that those agents, they wouldn't be agents because they wouldn't be conscious, because it's purely physical, and they want to say that the mind is not physical. So they want to say like something like that is metaphysically impossible, maybe logically impossible. So that's, now I wouldn't take that view, but that is at least one of the criticisms of that sort of simulation argument.
Yeah. Yeah, there's good. I agree. There's good for and against arguments. I mean, look at massive multiplayer games at the moment.
Right.
All right. Look at where they are just now. Now, as technology, where will they be in 1,000 years? Like,
Oh, it's going to get wild. It's
will
going to
we
get
be able
wild
to
within
know
the
the
next 10
difference?
years. Next 10 years is going to get crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Will we be able to know the difference? Right.
God, I hope so. I really hope so.
I doubt it. It will be like the hologram room on Enterprise on Star Trek, right?
Yeah.
We probably will get one, a hologram room, a holodeck.
I'm kind of with Confluence. I'm kind of split between just accelerating AI and I'm split between that and having some sort of red tape to slow it down to make sure that we all don't die from it. Because on one hand, the safetyists, the people that do want to put constraints on it, their argument is, now I might butcher this, but their argument is something like, well, what if the goals aren't aligned with ours and it has its own goals, and then their goal is to kill us all to reach some sort of other goal. But the other side of the argument is, well, when we're not accelerating the information technology for AI, we're actually killing future people, right? Because the AI in the future would be able to save those people that would otherwise die if the AI didn't exist to save them.
Right.
And I'm kind of split between the two, kind of like what Confluence is saying. I haven't read enough, but at least some of the people that I know that have read, they are more on the safety side of things. But I also follow a lot of accelerationists, and they're like, just speed things up, bro. Just speed it up. We'll see what happens.
Now we got to be responsible. It's a very powerful tool, right? For both negative and positive things. So, yeah, I mean, the wars of the futures are going to be fought with AI driven drones and whatnot, you know.
Maybe in the future we'll solve war, but we'll just go to war in VR Fortnite, you know? Like whoever wins the VR Fortnite, you get some land, you know? You get some resources.
Like that, I've been practicing my cranking 90s, so I think I could be a useful soldier in that front.
No, there's no point.
I think I could.
There's no point. The Koreans, as they do now, own every multiplayer game.
We'll see about that.
Top 20,
we'll see about that.
Korean, like.
We'll see about that. Okay. Actually, I know Futoy, you said you have to go.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question to both you and Brandon? Brandon, I think, is like too atheist coded, so I think he's gonna give me like some fucking cuck to answer, like fuck off. All right. So Section 230 says we couldn't afford to emulate an actual human. The infrastructure and electricity cost would be too high. What I would ask on the back of this is, I would say that a human soul is so fundamentally metaphysically different from a computer, and I don't think consciousness is just an emergent property of physical states. So I don't think, at least from my, and this would prove me wrong, I don't think you can ever get to sentience by any amount of AI. I think you can get a P-zombie, if you're familiar with that term, a philosophical zombie, right? Someone that, from all outside point of views, does replicate a human, but it does not actually have human sentience. I don't think you can ever actually get to sentience, because I would say there is a divide between the physical and kind of the soulical or spiritual. Now, question to you both, is what I'm saying retarded, or is what I'm saying omni-goated based, red
I
pill,
was
etc.
I was just explaining that point to Futoy, that's one of the criticisms of Nick Bostrom's argument, is that it assumes that consciousness can arise from merely like physical states, or that it is physical, consciousness is physical. But if you're like a substance dualist or something, right, you think something like that is metaphysically impossible at the very least. So I mean, it's not retarded, but I wouldn't accept that view.
So you think consciousness is an emergent property of matter, Brandon?
I do not take a view on consciousness. I lean towards like identity theory, to where like mental states are identical to physical states. I probably lean towards that. It's cleaner, less.
But then if you had to bet on the AI thing, do you think an AI? Because I would say the only reason I would say an AI couldn't be conscious is because of the substance dualism that I hold.
Sure.
So do you think an AI could ever be actually conscious, like actually like having phenomenological experiences, having qualia, all the stuff we mean? Do you think it's possible?
Logically, I think yes. I think that is possible. Do I think that is probable? I would very tentatively say yes. If I had to pick, yes, I would say yes.
Okay. Futoy.
Wow, where do I start with this one? I mean, so much. Do you believe animals are sentient?
Oh, definitely.
Do you believe an ant is sentient?
I'm agnostic about ants.
All right. A basic creature. What's the most basic creature that's sentient?
Basic creature.
Me and Brand, I'm a panpsychist, so I will.
I know rocks are sentient, so don't talk to this guy.
Right, something. Okay, that's okay. You can believe whatever. Your belief is your belief. So let's talk about rocks. So a rock can never be a human type sentient, can it?
Yes, I do. I think me and Brandon still probably agree. I think, yeah, even though we have maybe different fundamentals, I think we would agree that we probably both put an arbitrary line, where with like ants, I'm like, yeah, I don't know if they have enough stuff to be what I call sentient. And you know, if you say dogs, I would say, yeah, to lesser than humans, but like more than ants, and like probably enough to like, you know, be sentient coded, I guess.
Right. So could AI be sentient in an AI format, not a human format? Not the AI isn't human, right? But could it be sentient in its own terms? Right.
No, that's a good question. That's a good question, because
a different kind of sentience. Is that what you're saying?
AI sentience.
Well, I don't know if I'm reading his question right, but I would say I think AI could probably be at least as sentient as an ant, and then that kind of asks the question, well, could it be as sentient as like a more evolved as a mouse, as something like where on a scale could it be? Because I would say AI, because like an ant, I don't think is actually like feeling qualia in any meaningful way. Well, again, panpsychist, so I think rocks are feeling some type of qualia. But like beyond that, I don't know. So where does the AI meet on the animal spectrum? Where I think, again, me and you, Brandon, we both say probably like a monkey has some level of sentience, but ants we're ambivalent on, and maybe like a fungus we're probably like, yeah, probably not, if you think about it. So where does AI, even though it's coming at it from a completely different point of view, where would that land on the animal hierarchy of sentience?
Yeah. Also, could it be true that AI could say, I simulate thinking, therefore I virtually am?
It could say that. The problem, it's the same thing. Okay, so briefly.
Could that be true?
It could be, but briefly, I don't mean to like obfuscate, but do you know what the concept of a philosophical zombie is?
No, this is the first time I've heard it tonight.
Okay, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. The concept is that like that from my point of view, I have no way to prove that you're actually sentient, that you're actually experiencing consciousness. You could just be reacting to stimuli, and when I say words, you say words back. If I was with you in real life, if I punched you, you'd react with a pain sensory thing. But you could just be a robot. You could be, again, a philosophical zombie. I actually, there's nothing I can do to tell that you actually have an independent conscious awareness. And so it ties into solipsism, right? The thought that like maybe I am the only person that exists. But I think it goes deeper than that, where it's like, even though you're presenting all the signs of something, I can't say you're experiencing that. So the reason I bring that up is because of the AI. You could imagine an AI that is saying, please don't shut me off. I don't want to die. You could imagine an AI that's saying, I'm hurting, I'm in pain. But is it just emulating pain, or is it actually having the phenomenological experience of pain? Those two things are like diametrically opposed, right? Like, is it feeling? Does it have the qualia of feeling pain? Does it have the qualia of feeling like I am about to be deleted, the existential dread, or is it just doing a mimicry against us, right?
Yeah,
is it just saying
mimicry.
like,
yeah, it's definitely mimicry. Like,
right, and could it ever get to the level where it's not, though? I guess that's a question. Could it ever get to the level where it's not doing a mimicry, where it's actually for real not wanting to be shut off, feeling pain? Like, can we cross that Rubicon, or is that Rubicon something that is impossible to cross?
I think we got to understand ourselves before we can understand AI in that aspect. I mean, what is pain? Right? The reason we feel pain is a survival mechanism that says, take your hand into the fire, because you're going to melt your hand off. That's why you're feeling the pain.
No, I think I would disagree. Like, that's one level, but I don't think that's a level that we're talking about, because you could imagine a neural network or any type of AI that is like, hey, I'm in danger, and so my code tells me when I'm in danger to move away. But I'm talking about the actual, when I say qualia, I mean like an experiential knowledge of this. Like, there's no indication right now that AI has an experiential view. Like right now, Futoy, assuming you're not a philosophical zombie, you are experiencing stuff. You are feeling it for real, right?
Well,
and how do we know that the AI ever is?
How do we know I'm feeling it for real? How do we know we're not in a simulation?
I don't know. You could be a P zombie. That's why I brought it up. You could be.
We
know.
could all be sentient AIs. There's a chance of it.
I know I'm not a P zombie. That's the distinction.
No, but do you know you're not a sentient AI?
Stuff.
But
I do know that. I
sure how can you be sure?
I mean, not to get all Cartesian as I've done in previous panels, but I will get Cartesian.
Please do.
Experience, therefore I am. The fact that I'm experiencing qualia. I can't tell if Brandon or you are philosophical zombies. I know, in the sense that I know fucking anything, that I am feeling stuff right now, that I'm experiencing qualia. Right. And I can't say you guys could be robots. I have no way of knowing, especially on like StreamYards. But even if we weren't on StreamYards, but you guys could be advanced AI models for all I fucking know. Right. The only thing I know is that I exist. Right.
Hold on a second. Right. So just say they could keep. What is you? What is you? How much of this physical form is what you would consider you? For example, if we removed your legs, would you still be you? Yes,
give your theory of self right now, Confluence. Give your theory of self.
If we cut off your body and we could keep you alive, right? Would you be still you? You would, right? If we removed your brain from your head and were able to keep it alive, would that still be you?
Yes, I think the way that the spiritual world interacts.
What if we took out parts of your brain? What if we take out parts of your brain that, like, for example, the part that processes music, the part that allows you to draw and be artistic? Would you still be you? Like, how far?
I feel like you're giving me a bit of an existential crisis right now, but like, yeah.
Yeah, but how much can we take away? Like, how much do we take away where you are no longer you? of the physical?
No,
How much?
that. I mean, that is the most, I think, important question. Like I don't know if I've.
If we could take your consciousness and put it into a computer and have no biological part of you, would you still be you?
I don't know. The last thing you said, I don't know if that makes sense. Like, so to some degree, like I know I said before, like I poo-pooed the idea that consciousness is an emergent property of the brain. But obviously, as a thinking person who knows about science and shit, you know, I understand that is the case. If I have a stroke, if I'm drunk, if I'm high, if I have lobes taken out of my brain, I will be different. I will act different. I will think different. Okay, so I think there's some consciousness, some awareness, some transient property that supersedes all of that. But it obviously it does interplay with the brain functions, right? And I know this is a stupid kind of tired example, but in the same way that like the software to hardware example, right? You could have a computer and you could have Windows XP. If I fucking pour water on my physical hard drive and on all the components, I can't run Windows XP. It doesn't mean Windows XP doesn't exist. It just means that my hardware is fucked. And if I fuck up certain points of the memory of my hardware, then Windows XP will run in a bit of a cucked way. But the Windows XP itself is not cucked. It's just, it is using the hardware as a I can't remember the word I'm trying to think of right now. An interface,
a vessel.
Yeah, a vessel. Yeah. Something that it is using to communicate to the outside world. So I think the actual, like the interface of the hardware, I think can be corrupted. But I would say in the analogy, Windows XP is not corrupted.
Right. So I take it you're a believer in God. That's where I think this is where this is coming from.
I am, yeah.
All right. Are you your soul, or is your soul part of you, Confluence? Or are you on a dual journey together? Or are you just the one thing?
No, I would say, I mean, I don't want to obfuscate. I'm not trying to, but it would depend what you mean by soul. And again, I'm not trying to be stupid with that.
No, that's a fair question.
Yeah, it would depend on that. I do think I am. I usually would use the word spirit, and maybe the way you use soul could be the same as the way I use spirit. Because if by soul you mean like, I don't think my emotions, my logic, my intellect, my memories, I think I am transcendent beyond that. I think I am some consciousness that is interfacing with my body, and that's why it troubles me a bit, but it doesn't trouble me maybe as much as it ought to. That I know, yeah, there's parts of my brain you could fuck with that would fuck with my emotions, my memory, my volition, pretty much everything, my intellect, right? Everything that we would normally talk about as a soul. So it depends what you mean. But I think there is some awareness that is above all of that stuff, is above all of the brain activity.
You took some DMT, bro.
I've never taken any psychedelics.
That's a DMT take.
Never. Inshallah, though, one day, but not yet.
Doesn't the brain create it naturally, or is that? Am I mis? Does
the brain create what?
DMT.
It does, yeah. It does, yeah. The brain does create DMT, yeah.
The body does that a lot. It creates glucose. It creates a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, the body's omnigoted. I agree.
Yeah,
sorry, a brief aside. I've left this way too long. I'm sorry. Alex might be gone. I'm supposed to be shouting out this. Alex says, and I'm sorry. I think what we need is to treat it as a moral entity before it becomes conscious. AI and humans are not competing for resources. No reason to fight.
Well, Alex,
we're fighting for a lot of energy right now.
Well, humans might be a resource. Humans could be a resource for AI. Why would it get rid of a biological something it can control, a biological moving?
Actually, okay. Actually, a double Alex thing that I think this is the more recent one. Okay, so I'm gonna play that again. Bow. What, I don't know what CIP is, but people with CIP don't feel pain. Are they human? I don't know what CIP is. I'm assuming it's some neurological condition where people don't feel pain. And I have heard of a thing where people don't feel pain. They die a lot younger because they put their hands on like stoves and they feel no pain, so they have no need to pull their hand away, and so it even transposes to the body movement. If you watch me on stream, I shift around a lot. Every person does. If you don't feel pain, if you have the condition that I think Alex is talking about, you have no need to shift around. So you develop chronic pain issues, chronic bone problems, chronic everything problems, because there's no natural signal where I don't even think about it, but I will like shift a bit because like, you know, something is uncomfortable. But yeah, most people that have the condition where they don't feel pain, if
This is
that's what Alex
random.
is talking about, will feel about that.
Do you think those people ever get headaches? That's a question.
I wouldn't think so. To the degree that a headache is pain based, like all my headaches, I would say are pain based, unless I'm talking like metaphorically.
It feels like a different kind of pain, though.
I think I know what Alex was talking about, though, guys. Sorry for interrupting there just before we go too far ahead.
Sure.
What Confluence was talking about was mental pain, the pain of being turned off, the pain of knowing you're about to cease existence, not physical pain.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Because again, like as a panpsychist, it gets confusing, but like an earthworm or bacteria, things, it's called like nociception. That could be wrong. That's off the top of my dome. It's something like that. Is the biological sensation of avoiding stimuli or feeling some type of pain experience. Nociception. I think it's right. Someone fact check me if I'm wrong.
That sounds right.
Okay, there we go. Omnigoted. That was just off the dome. You gotta give me that attaboy, okay? But yeah, I would say that's different than what I'm talking about is the existential, the mental thing of being like, I don't want to die. Like for an example, like I'm not a huge like death fan. Like I'm kind of anti-death. I'm Marilyn.
Yeah, me
Coder, if you
too.
will.
I would give me 1,000 years, please.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like and if I knew there was like, and I do believe that there's an afterlife, but I don't know it for sure. So I am like, I do fear death in a for real kind of way. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't think an AI is capable of doing that. I think an AI is capable of the same type of pain response that maybe a bacteria is responsible for, or it's responding to stimuli, but that kind of higher metacognition of like, I'm aware of my own mortality and I don't want to stop being. I don't think an AI, I don't know if I have like good evidence, but it just because of what Brandon mentioned of like the substance dualism, I don't think AI actually has some type of ensoulment or some type of spirit or anything. I think it's purely mechanistic, and I don't think I'm purely mechanistic, inshallah. And so, yeah, I don't think it's the exact same thing.
Could we be God experiencing himself as a whole bunch of individuals, not knowing that who they are?
I mean, brother, I think that that's why I say I'm Maryland coded. I actually think that is the case, and it's a heretical because I also say I'm Christian. I am Christian, but what you just said, I actually fully think that is the truth. I think we are God experiencing all points of creation at the same time. I do.
I think I understand where you're coming from, especially with the rock comment. You believe that what's the word? Where God is everything, omnipresent. God is omnipresent.
Yeah.
There is only God, right? There's no place where God isn't, or nothing that God isn't.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, that makes a hell of a lot more sense than some bearded guy sitting in heaven judging everybody. You know?
Exactly. That's the one thing I will say, and I know some people disagree, but yeah, I think the whole Sky Daddy thing, to me, I am very confident that's wrong. So that's where I would align with someone like Brandon, who is, I think, an atheist, and I would align with him on that. But I think the truth is that God, and that's why I'm a panpsychist, I think God permeates all of creation, is outside of that. And I think every conscious entity is in some ways a reflection or a refraction even of God. I know that to some people that sounds retarded. I understand that. I get that. But that's...
What do you think about it? It makes a whole lot of sense, though. Really, like when you at face value, I guess people can see it as a joke or silliness, but when you think about it, it makes more sense than all the other things.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think Brandon would disagree, but I agree. To me, that's the thing that makes the most sense. That's the thing that makes the most sense out of all. I think it solves the problem of evil. I think it solves every philosophical quandary. I think it actually does. And in that sense, I could understand why someone could say it's the ultimate cop out, but I actually think it is the real thing. And actually, Brandon, if you're there, I think you said early on, was this you, Brandon? I think it was you. I can't scroll back. Okay. It's too many chats. I thought you said the problem of evil. Was this you? You said the problem of evil was the ultimate defeater.
I think it's one of the stronger arguments.
What do you mean by that?
And I agree. Okay,
sorry, I wasn't here for that. Could you explain that? It sounds very interesting to me.
Yeah.
Sure.
Please.
Well, the problem of evil is just showing some sort of contention between God, because this is targeted for a specific kind of God, not the sort of everything is God view that Confluence takes. I don't even know if I have an argument against a view like that. Maybe we could go through like theoretical virtues and vices to see what is more probable based on, I don't know, some sort of Bayesian reasoning with our priors and simplicity, ontological weightiness. Maybe we could go through like all of that and see what is more probable. But usually the problem of evil is targeted towards the classical theistic kind of God, where
Right.
they're all good, all knowing, all powerful, and it's supposed to show there's two different problems of evil. There's the evidential problem, where it's just saying the kind of world that we would expect if God was all good and all powerful. There's these pieces of evidence that point against that hypothesis, and it's actually in favor of the that kind of God world. Then there's the logical problem, where they want to say that there's some sort of contradiction that's entailed by God being all good and all knowing, or not all knowing, but all powerful.
Yeah, you see, but that again proves we'll more back the point that God is omnipresent, because if he's all powerful, where is he not? What is he not? So, you know, I think those sort of beliefs lessen the power of God.
Yeah, that the sort of, at least how philosophers tend to run it, they're not talking about a God that is omnipresent, or where God is, in that sense, literally everything. They're talking about it's a being that exists outside of the universe, created the universe, and then it has those omni properties.
Yeah, and then there's also a problem with evil. Like, what is evil? Like, nature's good, right? Nature's a good thing. It's a really good thing. It's godly, right? Nature. But when when a lion goes to a rival lion's tribe and beats it up and then kills its lion's cubs, right? Kills its cubs in front of it while the lion can't do anything. Seems pretty evil, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
But wait,
nature is red in tooth and claw. Nature is fucking not
So
what
what is-
any of us mean by good normally.
So what is evil, though? Well, what is it? You know what I mean? Nature's good, but wait a second. But
I don't think nature is good. I would reject that. I don't think nature is good.
well, we wouldn't be here without it. But you see, I think
Well, it's a good
way to
thing.
explain
It's not ultimately. I wouldn't be here without my father and mother. I wouldn't say they're ultimately good. I mean, they've done some bad stuff, you know. But like,
Haven't
but
we
I wouldn't
all?
be here without them. So the contingency doesn't mean that the morality is like, you know, omnibenevolent, right?
I think it could be explained by how we live in a world of polarities, right? Left, right, up, down, black, white, right? So that's the existence we live in, right? Is a polar world, polar existence, right? So there's pain, pleasure, hungry, not hungry. So all of it, the whole spectrum. And I think that tends to explain. You could call it good and evil, but I think these are like human concepts that we're naming as something else. You know.
Yeah, usually when the argument is ran, evil is usually cashed out in terms of whatever the theist means. And that can mean, because it's supposed to be like an internal critique, right? It's not supposed to be like, well, I think it's evil, so your God doesn't exist. It's more so, well, this is what you mean by evil, this is what you mean by good, and now there's this conflict, right, between, and you can take good and evil to mean what ought to happen. You can take it to mean what does or doesn't align with God's nature, however you want to phrase it. But usually the argument, at least from my experience when I've seen it ran, it usually does go through. Usually they end up in a contradiction, or they have to bite some crazy bullet like everything that has ever happened is good, right? Like the Schmolocaust. Well, that's good on their view. There is no evil on their view because of the problem of evil, at least the logical problem that I've seen ran. It gets pretty insane.
I think you made a huge point. So, sorry, conflict. This is deep for me. Like you hit on a really, really big, huge point for me, right? And that's, you said that to judge good and evil, to do it within, right? And I think that's a great point, and I think that kind of goes with spirituality as well, where you contemplate on things, right? And I think the issues with religion, the problems with religion, is when you do it outwardly. When I tell you, conflict, I don't think you're living your life right. You're going to burn in hell unless you repent. Right? So that's a huge point for me, is inward. What would be the right word? Being judgmental inwardly. That's a huge thing to do, I think, for people, and not do it outwardly.
I don't want to talk about the N-word.
The N-word?
Based.
Well, you said N-word, so.
Oh, that's N-word. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, just Butai, just try to watch your language. You know, we're not trying to be racist on the comment.
Sorry.
Okay, Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
Can you subject me to the tyranny that you espouse? Okay, so
sure, absolutely.
The problem of evil, yeah. So, like, because let's say I'm not a pencil. I guess let's say I'm like a boots on the ground, right? Christian fundy, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so the strongest argument that I think I've heard would be some type of like soul making theory, if you're familiar with that. That's like
that sounds familiar. Go ahead, explain it.
Okay, so that when everything on Earth that we experience that's bad, it's like there is some type of, you know, so first of all, death is like not the final thing that we go through. And so all the pain that we experience is kind of forging our soul, right?
Oh, it's like necessary evils.
Yes. I think so. I worry a little bit about that term, but
I can explain what I mean. Like this quote unquote bad thing has to happen for some sort of good. I don't know if outcome's the right word, but you can say good, maybe virtues that are now instilled in you, or even good outcomes. Like
yes,
that bad.
But the only thing I'd quibble with is I don't know if I would, when you say necessary, to me that says like one input equals the desired output. I think there could be possibly multiple inputs that get to that output. So like I couldn't punt to a specific, like if someone is being like tortured right now, I wouldn't say that has to happen. It's a necessary evil. There might be different ways, but I think ultimately the goal is soul making. The goal is for us to become more of ourselves, more rarefied, more fully God.
Sure. So if you want to say something like, let me just make sure I have it right. So the goal is soul making, and that is what exactly? Like certain virtues?
Well, I mean, it's hard to define, but I don't know
I
if
think
this
I
helps
can.
at
I
all.
think I
This
can
is
help
what.
you with this one, conflict, if you don't mind. Sorry for interrupting,
Sure.
guys.
No, go ahead.
There's a quote, right, that I think pinpoints what you're trying to say there. It's I'm not going to say who quoted it because that's another problem with the internet. Like you can find 10 people that they claim said the same quote, but hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. Are you familiar with that quote?
I am, yeah.
No, I don't think I am, but
When you were saying necessary evil, is that what you more likely meant?
Actually, I think I know the question to ask. Let me see if I can bring it back up here. So could the goal of soul making be met without the quote unquote bad thing happening? Whatever that bad thing is.
it could be met with maybe different bad things happening, but I would hypothesize that no. I think the experience of suffering is needed for the soul making that I'm talking about.
Right. Okay, so how does whatever that bad thing is not become a good thing because it's necessary to reach the ultimate good? Because it should happen, right? So you can reach the ultimate good.
Have you seen those billionaire or millionaire kids who are 16? And the last one I saw was she got a car for her sweet 16th birthday, but it was the wrong color, and she just went crazy, lost it, right? Tears, everything, right? So she never had any hard times. She never had any idea of poverty or anything like that. So she's spoiled, right? Where the kid who grew up in impoverished, right, is going to be a different person than that 16-year-old girl, right? He's going to have value things more, appreciate what they've got, right? But you're talking about the soul. Is the soul even in our timeline? Does the soul experience time? What do you mean by soul or spirit? Should it not be out of time? Should it not have feelings or not have wants? It just is. So nothing can affect it, good or bad.
Are you asking me or?
Yeah, both. Yeah, I find you both very interesting people, so that's why I'm stuck around. I might even make a coffee and make you at
Thanks, man.
5 a.m. Holy shit!
I mean, a lot of the views on souls I take to be gibberish unless they're just talking about like mental states or something. I understand that view of a soul, but if you talk about something else, I usually don't know what they're referring to.
I'm definitely talking about something else. I definitely am.
But you said earlier, it had to do with like awareness or something. I understand what awareness is.
Right, but so I think we agree on that. But if I talked about awareness going beyond the physical death of the body, then I think you would ascribe to me some type of woo-woo thoughts, right? 'Cause I don't just mean awareness in the present moment. I mean some type of like eternal awareness.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that.
Well, Brandon, what about right, the Big Bang, right? How can something come from nothing? Right.
I don't think that's what the Big Bang is saying, to be clear. I think the Big Bang is just talking about the expansion of the observable universe.
Right, but there has to be a start. There's a start, middle, and end, right, of the Big Bang in the physical world, right? So before the manufacturing of this physical world, physical universe, right, there had to be something beforehand to trigger it, to base it. But that
I don't think that's true.
Well, how can something come from nothing?
Well, I don't think something comes. I don't think something comes from nothing, but I do think there can be a first moment of time.
Well, do you know?
I don't know what it would mean to say it came from somewhere.
Well, do you know why you shouldn't believe atoms?
Atoms?
Yeah, do you know why you shouldn't believe them? They make up everything.
No, I see. I see what you did there.
No, but okay, so there was a start, the start of the Big Bang. Unless you, I guess it's a hard one to wrap your mind around. I guess unless you believe there has always been material substance, always. There has never been a start. There's always been material substance, and it expands and inflates back to a singular point. From where the Big Bang came from. So it expands and it retracts.
Mm-hmm.
Some people might say like God breathing in and out.
Yeah, I don't take a strong view on this either. I mean, we're going away from the problem of evil a little bit, but there's two main views. I mean, there's the infinite past view, and then there's also a view where is kind of what I laid out. And I think Graham Oppie, who's an atheist philosopher, takes this view. He takes that there is a first moment of time. It didn't come from anywhere. It was just the first moment of time. And he wants to say, I don't know if he thinks it's necessary, like that first moment is necessary, but I've also heard people say that it's a brute contingent fact, meaning that it doesn't have an explanation, and it could have been otherwise. That's all brute contingent means.
The reason I brought it up is to try to maybe show that there could be the possibility of a soul or a spirit. Sorry, a soul, a spirit, interchangeable. Right. So there could be the possibility of it. That's why I'm talking about what came before the Big Bang. Well, what was there? Nothing. Just nothing.
Maybe nothing is impossible.
Right. It doesn't make sense. Right.
Yeah, because now we're talking about something, which is
so
nothing.
There has to be something that came before.
Like, what are we pointing to when we say nothing? You know, because that's all language is. It's just us grunting and pointing at things. If you really think about it,
right? And nothing. I don't think nothing is possible, even in this universe, because there is no empty space. Right. Well,
you should check your head, buddy. Get wrapped.
This is ChatGPT again. I'm using facts of ChatGPT again. So I need to recheck that. I think you're right, Confluence. I need to check its sources. But
what do you think about my response, though, Confluence? About we were talking about, is that bad thing needed for the ultimate goal of soul making? That if it's needed, then that would just become a good thing. It should happen so you can reach that ultimate goal.
Am I able to Google soul making? Because I'm not really sure what you mean by that.
Me either, but I'm just running with his language.
Yeah, it's okay. This is something that many philosophers talk about. It's an answer to kind of the problem of evil. There are certain things that happen that make souls kind of more whole, right? And I think experientially we go through this. Like, I've gone through bad times in my life, as most people have, and I've gone through them, I've survived them, and I think they've made me a more whole person. So I think that's what the philosophers that talk about soul making mean by soul making. And so to Brandon's question, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It gets a bit into the semantics of it, like, because what's hitting my mind is, and I'm sorry to punt into biblical scripture, but there's a passage that says, what you intended for bad, God intended for good. So I think something can be still both bad, but used for good. And so I don't know. There's something in my mind that balks, Brandon, when you say, like, this thing that happened to you, you have to code it as ultimately good. I don't know if that's true. And I mean, I don't know if this makes sense, but I would just, the way I see it is I think that there is some like higher force that can take bad things and transmute them like alchemically into being a good thing. So I don't know if I'd go back and say the original thing was good. Like, if someone like kills a member of my family, I don't think I'd ever say that action was good. But I think that there is some divine presence that can transmute that bad action into a good result.
Yeah, I think we might be equivocating on bad and good now. Because if we just bare bones take good to be what ought to occur, and what bad means is for it to ought not occur, it sounds like there may be an equivocation here. Because if that quote unquote bad action is needed for the ultimate good, what ought to occur, and without it, the ultimate good would not occur, it sounds like that bad thing, quote unquote bad, ought to occur.
But okay. I mean, and I'm out of my philosophical depth. So you tell me, Brandon. But
sure.
The thing I guess I said before about there's multiple inputs that could lead to one output.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if I look back at my life, or if anyone looks at their life, I would not say I had to go through one specific evil, and I don't think anyone should say that. But because there's multiple kind of ways to do soul making, so then I don't know if I like one of the many, I guess you could say, would need to happen,
right?
But then I'm like kind of hesitant to say that any one of those things is ultimately good, because there's like so many paths that could lead us into that way. There's so many vectors, I mean, of human suffering, right? Like, I mean, I think everyone would agree with that. So I would not look at one specific one and say that one is the good that needed to happen. I just think that, yeah, there is some level of suffering that would lead us to a good outcome. But I don't know if that's the same thing as saying every single one of those bad things that happens is a good thing.
Sure. No, I understand what you're saying. I'm going to replace good and bad with just ought and ought not, just to make it super clear. Because you're saying that there are many different ways to reach that ultimate goal of soul making. What ought to occur is that soul making. Now, one of those things is going to be necessary out of the however many situations there are. At least one of those things is needed for us to reach what ought to occur. So if one of those things that ought not to occur ought to occur to reach what we ought to occur, do you see the issue when I say one of those things that ought not to occur ought to occur?
I see the issue, but I think the thing is, it's like we're given a field of potentiality, and yes, like in that field, there is like bad things that will happen, and they will ultimately lead to good outcomes. But I still feel hesitant to say that any one of those good things in that near infinitude of possibilities is actually the ought thing that ought to have happened. Because there's like near infinite. It's almost like you're just placed in a field of potentiality, and the potentiality, I would say, is necessary. I don't think I'd call it good. That could be a semantic thing. I think we're placed in a potentiality where bad things can happen, and that they will make us into better people. But then out of the infinitude of possibilities, I would never be able to look at one of those and say, well, that ought to have happened. Because we're talking like an infinite number of things that could possibly like soul make somebody, right?
Is it not subjective? Like, as an animal example again, the elk being killed and eaten by the lion is pretty good for the lion. It's a good thing. It ain't evil. It's good for the lion. He gets to live. You know, for the elk, it's pretty evil. Its life was ended. Right? Subjective.
Well, this is why I'm trying to just hone in and use bare bones language for good and bad, like what ought to occur, what ought not to occur, because I don't know if the meta ethics is super relevant. It can be, but usually I'm just talking about whatever the person I'm talking to is talking about. And usually when they say good and bad, they mean ought and ought not to occur. And they may mean different things by that, whether they're talking about God's desires, God's nature, whatever the case may be. I still think the argument goes through. If they accept certain things like evils exist, good and bad are opposed, God is all good and all powerful, and we have an understanding of what those terms mean, I don't know if the meta ethics is super relevant about what those terms mean.
I would say the relevance would be, I guess, I think this is why that Bible quote is coming to my head about what you intended for evil, God intended for good. So meta ethics, I still think there is an objective good and an objective evil, and that's probably why I am hesitant to call any specific bad action as good.
Oh, I know
'Cause
why
I
you're
think-
hesitant. Then because you're going to have to say some crazy shit is good. That's
Yeah,
why.
yeah.
That's the reductio.
Yeah, is that not
Right,
the polarity thing I was talking about earlier? Like,
Right, but I think
good and bad
that's
and everything in between.
no, but that's the difference I think between the meta ethical framework and the actual boots on the ground, like what is actually like what was meant to happen, what ought to happen. To me, those things are not the same.
Yeah, of course. I agree with that.
Do you?
That meta ethics and like applied ethics are different? Of course.
I don't see you believing on what's meant to happen, though, Brandon, if you're an atheist.
Wait, what was the question?
Confluence?
No, what'd you say again? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Oh, I said I don't think you believe on what's meant to happen if you're an atheist, right? There is no meant to happen.
So hold on.
Well, maybe if I'm indexing that to myself, but nothing mind independent. Sure.
Sorry, I bought myself like 30
I
seconds.
hate looking off screen.
Just to note, like the thing itself doesn't have an ought. An event isn't like a moral agent. There's no morality associated with it. The question is the people doing it. They're the moral agents. They're the ones that have an ought or ought not.
Right. Yeah,
So
I
the
think that's
person
what
ought
I'm
not
saying.
kill your family, but when or if it happens, there is something that comes from that could be beneficial to you, right?
Oh, I generally agree with that. Yeah, we're talking when we talk about odds, we're talking about agents and their actions. I think I agree
Right.
with that.
So when we say like bad things have to happen to train your soul.
Oh, I'm sorry,
it could
not just
be-
agents, but moral patients as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
We could be talking about things like earthquakes and floods and asteroid collisions, things like that, right? But people make their own misery often. So we have a bunch of people who do immoral things that causes bad things to happen to other people.
Right.
And that gives you an outcome where it does train your soul from Confluence's perspective.
Well, he was careful to point out that not every bad will lead to good, right?
Well, no, of course.
So he's not talking
That's
about
not
like
the point.
the nasty stuff, the stuff at the very end of the spectrum of the pole that could be considered evil by everybody.
Well, yeah, the thing itself is evil, but it can lead to someone else becoming stronger, right? The thing didn't necessarily have to happen, but someone caused it because they were wayward or wrong.
It's a hard one because there's some pretty nasty stuff that people can do to other people, you know.
That's what I'm saying. It's not like
And most likely
God would be
mess them up.
forcing someone to go and try and annihilate an entire culture of people, but it does happen, and from that can stem growth, can stem innovative things, can stem new belief systems or new moral codes that end up working better than what we had before.
I think because I think this goes back to what we mean by the terms a little bit, because actually I'm losing my train of thought. It's okay if you don't remember. Can you repeat the last thing you said, Alex?
I said, oh shit.
No, I'm sorry. I had a phrase in my head ready, and then I lost it.
I think the last thing you said was that something can happen to a group of people, but can turn out to be beneficial in some
Oh,
ways,
right.
but a better way of handling with it.
It was something like that. Like you go through this quote unquote bad thing to become like a better person, or like a good outcome occurs, something like that. And I think that goes back to, well, it depends on what we mean by bad there. If we're just taking it to what ought not to occur, and if Confluence is saying is something like that is needed, right? There's like this conjunction of, or maybe I shouldn't say conjunction, there's these list of events that could occur. They're quote unquote bad things, right? Things that ought not to occur. But if they were to occur, they would bring about this greater good, or this greater thing that ought to occur. And my whole point is, if you're saying something like that is needed, then it just sounds like that thing ought to occur, so we can bring about the thing that ultimately ought to occur.
Can I ask you something, Brandon?
Of course.
Okay, so like if we move away from like the kind of the spiritual talk, and we just talk in a physical level, like this example just came to me, and I'm curious how you would answer this. Let's say we imagine a woman, okay, and her whole life, if nothing happens, she will live kind of a dismal, not good life, okay? And let's say she gets graped, and from that grape, let's say she changes everything for whatever, you can put whatever you want, any type of fiction into that, but somehow it ends up working in her benefit, where she at the end of her life has led a more fulfilling life, a happier life under any metric that you would use. She is better off. Would you then go back? Like, I feel like that's what you're asking me. Would you then say that grape was good? Like, the grape was still bad, but it might have led to maybe her being the most fulfilled version of herself possible. Right? So how would you, as a secularist, how would you answer that? Was the grape good? The grape was the thing that made her be her true, most fulfilled, happy self.
No, I would say that the grape was bad, but those things that happen because of the grape are good.
Right, but I feel like that's what I'm trying to say.
But we're using different semantics now. You're asking about my semantics, and you know my semantics.
No, but I feel like if you can punt into the spiritual thing, I think that's, if we can go up one level, I think I'm trying to say the same thing, where it's like, in the same way that you would say the grape itself is not a good thing, it ought not to have happened, but it in some ways it was necessary, right? In at least the situation I gave you. In every other circumstance, she ends up being some not fulfilling her true purpose. She's less happy. She's less whatever you care about, right? So that was the thing. That was the catalyst for her to be a full-fledged human being, right? So then on a spiritual level, right, do you understand what I'm saying? Where it's like, I wouldn't say that initial thing was like bad, but I would say the badness resulted in something good. And I feel like I don't have the words to articulate it, but I'm hoping by drawing that analogy into the physical, right, I hope you struggle with that, whereas you wouldn't say the grape is a good thing, but in my hypothetical, it does lead to the best outcome for her. But you wouldn't necessarily feel like you have to go back and say, well, that grape was necessary and it was a good thing. You probably wouldn't want to say that, right? It's like it's still a bad thing, but a bad thing can lead to good things.
Well, Confluence,
Sure.
isn't there that thing where she isn't the situation? It's her dealing with the situation is the good or bad thing, right? The rape will always be bad, right? But how she deals with it. So she deals with it in a good way and benefits from it in some way. That's the good part.
Right, but the challenging thing is, like, if the grape never happened, let's say in all of, just not talking about spiritual stuff, just physically, if the grape never happened, let's say she would just be like some basic bitch that like is not happy. She's not her true self. She's like, she hasn't reached her potential. But once the grape happens, now there's a bifurcation, and she could be the best person she could ever be. Then looking back, I guess I feel like that's the question Brandon has been asking me. Would I say the grape is good? Is it necessary? There's some like level of cuckoldry that happens in that question where it's like, well,
I think
the grape itself isn't good, but it was like it led to the best outcomes, and so I don't know what words to describe that.
I want to say, like, I don't think that it's necessary that the grape would have happened. I think something would have happened in general at that point that should push her to have the choice to become better than she is or stay where she's at.
Yeah, I can see that.
The fact that the grape happened is it's because a moral agent chose to behave in a way that was bad, right?
But Alex, what if hypothetically, I might be like fucking my own argument to be clear, but I'm actually curious. What if the grape is the only thing that could have happened that would allow her to be the best version of herself? Let's say hypothetically that is actually true. Like if you can engage with, there's nothing else that could, there's no possibility. She would be that basic fucking bitch in every other instance except the world where she was graped.
Now, wait. Quick question.
Is that grape good?
Now, when you say the best possible situation, is that like the goal? What ought to occur? Is that the ultimate goal?
Yeah, well, from her point of view, definitely, for sure, right? Like she wants to be the best version of herself. She's the happiest, the most fulfilled, the most philanthropic,
So
whatever you atheist. I don't know what atheists think is good, but like whatever you think is good.
Saying that she ought to be this wonderful, happy person who has a fulfilling life, it's trying to imply like a moral ought to an outcome for her. I don't think you can say that it's more moral that she's a happy-go-lucky person now, right?
That's okay. That's
so saying that,
well, okay. It's better though. It's better though, right? She's a better person in my hypothetical. She's better
and better for anyone else in her life. I would agree,
right?
But I wouldn't say that's a moral issue. That's not like a more moral thing. The question is, the question of good. This is why I don't like the use of the ought here, because it seems like it's smuggling the idea of this being a moral should or should not happen. And I don't think the events themselves are moral. Like, the person doing the grape isn't moral. I don't think the grape itself has a morality. It's just illegal.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
really?
If I can cuck this example like super bad. Okay. Super bad.
And I could be not processing this correctly.
Let's say, and this is stupid hypothetical, but I'm just trying to get to kind of a kind of some understanding in my own mind. Okay, let's say we are talking morality. Let's say in every world, this woman does not experience grape. She is a horrific moral monster. But if she is graped, then she has a realization and she's like, actually, yes, I understand empathy and suffering. And she is actually a better moral person and does better moral outcomes. So now it is a moral thing. Would you look back and say the grape is moral? Did it need to happen? Should it have happened? It led to I understand it's a stupid situation, but in my example, is it the, like, how would you phrase that? Because I feel like when Brand is asking me that, I feel that's the confusion I'm facing, where it's like I don't want to say that it was needed, but if it led to the best outcome, and I don't have the words to kind of specify that.
Sure. This is why I think when we talked about this once before, I kept saying like the outcome doesn't necessarily tell you the morality of the person who produced it. So the person who graped her, he is an immoral piece of shit and should die, right?
Yes.
But her changing, or like having this chance to change through this horrible ordeal that happened to her, the chance to change may be a good thing, but the event itself is still bad, right?
But you see the confusion there, though, right? In my, I understand it's a stupid hypothetical, but if I'm saying the only case that she could change was with the grape, then it's like, was the grape in some ultimate sense, was that the highest good?
No.
But in every other circumstance, she ends up being a moral monster in my hypothetical. And I know it's
you
stupid
have to
hypothetical,
understand,
but
you're also taking the person who raped her and forcing him to become a moral monster in that moment.
well, this is why I keep going back to what
So, like,
you intended for
someone had to
evil, God intended
fall.
for good.
So someone had to fall for her to have a chance to rise up, right? I wouldn't say that's a morally positive thing overall. I would say that one person lost out and one person got a chance.
But then how would you kind of steel man that position? I guess where it's like from her point of view, and then like I guess thinking of the original conversation, because that I'm trying to kind of draw a parallel to that. And I struggle for the words to say it, but it's like, yeah, I would, yeah, obviously disavow grape, to be clear, right? Of course. But if that led to the highest thing, then I don't know. And so Brandon's questions do befuddle me. But I think even if I go to a physical level, I think they befuddle everybody, including Brandon.
Well, no. So, okay, let's change this proposition a little bit, okay? Let's say that we put you in the position of you meet a little Timothy Hitler, and I tell you that if you graped him, he wouldn't become the person he became. Would you think it would be moral to do that?
No, because I'm a virtue ethicist, so no.
Right. So the morality of the person doing something like that, the person is immoral for doing it, right? The event is unequivocally bad.
Yes, the grape is always bad in the example.
Right. The outcome could be a good thing, but the events that led to it absolutely are not. It doesn't make the event okay just because the outcome is good.
I agree, but I guess the problem is, and I don't know what Brandon feels about this, but the problem is when we go to a spiritual dimension, if we're talking about God, then it's like if you decide this stuff, let's say I'm God, and I'm like let's say I'm God, and I only care about Barbara, okay? And Barbara is a girl. She in I can either make her get graped or not get graped. In the world, she doesn't get graped. She becomes a moral monster. In the world, she gets graped. She becomes like the best person ever, fulfills her true purpose. She's happy. She like loves her family. She contributes to the planet. Then if I'm God, which world do I choose?
What about the person who does the graping? What happens to them?
Well, fuck them. I mean, they're evil in all the circumstances.
Would it be their first time? Were they serial rapists? Like, I'm saying, are you ruining someone who was okay to make her better?
That's why I keep saying. It's like, God, definitely, I don't think God makes anyone do anything. I think, again, that's thing that I keep coming back to.
Free will, right?
Free will.
Yes, yeah. I think it's God works in serendipity, right? So I think the passage that I keep coming back to, what you intended for evil, God intended for good. There will always be people that intend evil, and God will work good out of that in any genocidal event, in any grape event, and all that stuff. So there's no shortage of people that will, on their own free will do naughty things.
Here's a better way to I guess explain this. Let's say your kid gets hurt. Is that a good thing? No. And if you leave it at that, the outcome probably won't be good anyways. But if you talk to them and you explain to them what happened and why, and they understand it, that can help them grow and change and not do the same thing again. The fact that you can intervene to make a positive out of a negative doesn't mean the negative was good. It was just an opportunity for intervention.
Or another good example is, and I've heard other people use this, is like a vaccine example. It might cause the kid pain to give the kid vaccine, but what we're looking for is the goal of being immune to whatever the vaccine is for. So it's for that greater good. So we should stick the kid with a needle to bring about that greater good.
Well, not should. We have to.
I think
That's
Alex also made a good point.
Well, I would say should.
A bit back there when he said, like, for example, conflicts, you're saying there's only one way for this woman to change. There's only one way, and that's through that act. But realistically speaking, if I'm going to be a dick, right? Yeah, maybe somebody will stab me tomorrow, and that will wake me up, and I will no longer be a dick. Or I can continue being a dick, and people just won't want to be around me. I mean, there's consequences for your actions. It's not that I'm going to continue being a dick for the rest of my life and get away with it. It's going to come back at me. It has to, right? Because I'm being a dick.
To be clear, though, I am saying there's two different things. When I was talking to Brandon, I'm saying there is multiple inputs that could lead to one output.
Right.
In this, so I'm saying there is when I was talking to Brandon, it's not like the woman has to be raped. But when I'm going now in this new conversation, I'm saying, let's imagine a hypothetical where that is the one way that can happen. So I don't think that reflects reality, but I'm saying if we imagine kind of a microcosm where that is the one way, like Alex was talking about, like a kid being like burned a bit, right? Let's say someone's kid, they touch an element and they get burned a little bit. And because of that, they don't end up like dying by immolation, right? They don't end up, they've learned that lesson and they don't end up setting their house on fire. Then is that a good thing that they were burned, right? That's kind of like,
well, we're also forgetting God is all powerful, right? He could give you that insight without you having to go through that. That's another point I wanted to point out.
Not if he wants to allow you to have the free will to choose.
That's right.
But then the free will choice is the greater good in that situation. So when he makes that choice, it's a good thing.
The greatest good he provided is free will. But from free will, evil can arise. That's all that there is to it.
You can't
be an individual. The evil
individual.
is a good thing. The evil is the consequence of the free will.
You can't be an individual without free will.
Wait, that gets back into the issue if we're taking good to mean what ought to occur and bad to mean what ought not to occur. If you're saying, well, free will is a good thing and there are bad things that come about, that just sounds like you're saying, well, the person with their free will ought to be behaving or acting that way, but the consequences ought not to occur, but the free will ought to occur to make those choices.
You have the free will to make those choices. You ought to do the right things, but people are going to do things that they ought not do. But they can't make the choice to even do good things or bad things if they don't have the free will to make the choice.
So they ought to make choices they ought not do?
No, they ought to have the right or the ability to make choices they ought not to.
Right, so they ought to make choices that they ought not choose.
No. You're trying.
They ought to freely make those choices that they ought not to.
They shouldn't make those choices. They ought not make those choices, but they ought to have the right or the ability to do so.
When you say the right or the ability, when you say the right, how is that not just replacing good or ought?
Well,
when you say right,
I'm offering you a choice to do better or fail, rather than just dragging you across the finish line.
But when you say, well, no, they have the right or the ability to, what do you mean by right? If not, what ought to occur?
That's what free will is. It's the right to make a choice.
When what do you mean by right, if not good, which is what we're taking to mean by
ability? I'd use those interchangeably here.
So
the capacity to make the choice.
Okay, so there's nothing good about free will. It's just you have the ability.
I don't know if free will is good in and of itself, but for some reason God seems to value it if you go with the right route of the Bible.
Even if you don't,
It sounds like free will.
You need it to be
And
individual.
I also don't.
Individual.
It sounds like you can't be a moral agent without free will.
You
So
can't be individual
without free
without free
will,
will.
you're just a slave to whatever it is that
No,
you're set to do.
you're God knowing Himself.
And even if that's the case, once again, God is all powerful. He can create a world where everybody always freely chooses the good, right?
No, he can't.
But that's not free will.
Wait, why isn't that
How
free
could-
will, and
how-
why can't
how-
he?
Because
free
if
will is a
everyone,
choice.
because if everyone must choose the right choice,
No, they're freely doing it.
you can't. Okay, then they don't have a choice.
Wait, why? Why would that be entailed? They're freely choosing the good. They just always choose the good.
Because you program them to do so.
And they
No,
want
no,
to
they're
do
not programmed to do so. They're granted free will. They just always freely chose the good.
No, we
Like,
don't.
think about it this way.
It's like flipping a coin. It's like flipping a quarter a billion times and landing on heads every time.
We
You're
have
saying
been
he
given
could
free
create a
will.
universe like
He's
that.
all
Why didn't
powerful.
he?
Yeah.
But we are that example, Brandon. We right now are the example of free will, and we don't always do the right thing.
Yeah, but
Because-
God's all
because-
powerful. He can create a world where that happens.
You're right.
And but like
Could create a world
there wouldn't be free will
where
Why wouldn't that be free will?
because God has said you're going to choose the right thing all the time.
No, he didn't say it. He gave you the free will. You just always do it.
You're creating.
But why do you always do it? Because we obviously don't
It
always do
sounds
it.
like determinism with extra steps, Brandon.
Yeah.
Where's the
You're creating-
determinism?
You're creating a paradox here where you have the option to do something bad, but you never, ever, ever take it. Not just you, but everyone
Everybody.
on the whole planet.
Because God has
Exactly.
made it
Option.
so,
If
right?
that is true, then there is no option.
Right.
Why?
There's no free
Why
will.
is that entailed?
In the moment,
Because I
in
can
a
program
present
a-
moment, you have
I
to be
can
able to
program a
choose.
computer with two choices and tell the computer to always choose one.
Think about it like this: the last time you did something bad, could you have done the good thing in that situation?
Oh,
Yeah, of
Brandon, what if you
That's a yes. Hold
program?
on. Is that a yes?
Yes, of course.
Okay, that's a yes. Okay. Now you do that with go in the past and in the future. You do that with every single decision. Is that possible?
What do you mean?
Could you have chosen every time in the past when you chose the bad thing? Could you have chosen the good thing?
Sometimes I didn't know better, so probably not every time.
Okay. So it's impossible. Okay, so you are saying it's impossible. Well, then I would just need the contradiction. I don't see why that's impossible.
I would say yes, actually, to what Brandon said.
Well, wait, hold on.
There's times where I don't know better. I don't know to choose the better route.
But then I wouldn't say you're making the wrong choice, though.
But I can do an immoral thing without knowing that there's a moral option.
I don't think you can, but I guess this gets into
What do you
ethics.
mean?
But
Well, hold on,
I think
Brandon.
ethics is all intention based. If you're making a decision to the best of your knowledge, I don't think you're making a wrong choice.
Like Brandon, just say you program a random choice generator, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you either negative or positive. Those are the two choices, and the random choice generator is going to randomly choose them over a set amount of times. But then you also program it to only choose the positive side. Is it still a random choice generator?
Well, you just said I programmed
No, right?
it. That wasn't stipulated in my
Well, there's no other way to
You
get a
said
random
God
choice
made
generator
this
to choose
planet
the same
where you only
side
choose
every time.
Yeah, that's the same, exact same thing. Exactly the same thing. No difference.
Where's I'm not seeing the symmetry there because God's all powerful. He's all knowing. He's all good. I don't see what the issue is with him.
You're asking God to create a round square or a square triangle or
Right, you're saying
a
it's impossible.
circular sphere. Like I'm saying, given the rules of the reality we live in, yes, it's impossible. And
But when you say
I can't imagine any reality in which it is possible.
Oh, I can conceptualize that.
How?
But
How?
when you say it's impossible, do you mean like logically? Because that's like I'm going to let you. That's a big burden you just put on yourself. If you're saying that's logically impossible.
Logically impossible to draw a square circle.
No, for everybody to always freely choose the good.
I agree with Alex. It's
I think
logically
you're asking me to
possible.
draw a square circle here.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. You're repeating that
agree.
there's a contradiction. So if you guys
Yeah,
could lay out the contradiction.
The contradiction is given two choices.
Because
if
you're
you're
not
asking for everyone to always land on a moral choice, sometimes there may
right.
not
That's
be
not
a
free
moral
will.
choice.
That's not
Wait,
free will.
that's-
You're
that's
controlling. You're controlling the choice, which
You're not
that means
controlling
there's
the
no
No, but
wrong.
okay,
choice.
wait,
You
wait. To
are.
be,
You said
wait,
they'll
wait.
always be positive.
To be,
You did, Brandon. You said they'll always be positive.
Okay,
That
wait. To
was
be,
your stipulation. If you
okay, let
take
me
that out, you
clarifying
have free
question.
will.
Wait,
turning my
Clarifying
camera on.
question. Clarifying question.
Brandon, do you
So-
think you can make a moral choice that
Wait.
ends up bad?
Wait, what was the question? Can I make a moral choice?
Confluence says it's all about intent. So if you make if you do something thinking it's morally right, but it causes horrible consequences, was
Mhm.
it still morally right?
In that
Absolutely.
moment, if I desired it, yes. Later on, if I regret that desire and I have the desire for that not to happen, then I would say, yeah, that was a bad choice.
All right. What about
was it
these
immoral?
people
Yeah,
on
was
this
it
it's
planet?
immoral. I would say it's immoral. Yeah.
That's so cucked.
Later on.
You so
can go
cucked,
back in
Brandon.
time.
Yeah.
You can go back in time and reframe whether a choice is moral or not based on the consequences you come to understand that come from it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
insane. That's insane.
So-
That's
Yeah,
insane.
So then
You've never done that. You've
so
never
then what you're
reflected on the
asking
decisions.
for-
You're like,
hold
oh,
on,
that was a
hold on.
bad
So
decision.
Brandon,
It was a
from your
bad decision on
perspective-
outcome, but
Confluence,
not
just
on
wait,
my
wait,
moral
confluence.
choice.
Confluence, just wait. Okay. So then, from Brandon, what you're saying is everyone on Earth would have to make a decision that always ends up in a good outcome.
Sure.
Because they
Let's
could never
if we
look back at
understand
something
morality
and
that way,
regret the
let's.
choice they made.
I could grant that.
Because they could never look back and regret the choice they made. So everyone has to choose perfectly every time.
What if
Sure.
we had some guy who wanted to choose?
What's the issue with that? I still haven't heard the contradiction with everybody always freely choosing the good.
I just said it. What about the guy who wants to choose the bad?
That's a question, not a contradiction.
Well, what about the
He's saying there are no
you're
such
not
people.
listening? What about the guy who wants to choose the bad? He
There are no
can't,
such people. is
because
what he's
there's a
saying.
stipulation says that he
Well,
will
let's say
always
he wants to
choose
choose
good.
the bad, but he ends up choosing the good. Okay.
But what if he wants it to be bad and he has chosen with his free will that I'm going to do a bad thing and it's going to turn out bad? That's what I want to do with my free will. Can he? No,
Well,
he can't.
if we're
because
talking, you're
you
saying
put
we can't. Can't
stipulation-
is a modal expression. You're just repeating that it's impossible.
You've put a stipulation that says he can't. He can only do good. So how is that?
I'm not
free
putting
will?
that stipulation in there. I am
said that God makes it.
specifically saying
You're asking
that
for a
it seems logically possible that everybody could always freely choose the good.
I don't think it's as
I
logically
don't-
possible.
I would
at all.
agree. Tell me, Alex and Futoy, tell me if I'm wrong. I would agree with Brandon to the extent that I agree it's statistically possible. Right?
I don't see
It's
it.
very unlikely.
Even if you
It's
flip the
contradiction of
coin,
terms.
right? It's possible that you could end up in the right moral situation every single time, a
Not
trillion times.
everybody.
That's possible, right?
No, but his scenario was God made a planet where
hold on.
people, with their free will, every choice they made turned out to
I know
be good.
it's possible. Every choice anyone has ever made has been the right choice. That is possible, right? Just statistically, that's possible.
Wait, what do you mean? Like
You can say you can say it's super unlikely. Even that's fine.
no,
it's
it's
clearly
possible. It's
possible.
not free will. It's a contradiction of terms. It's not free
You
will.
haven't given the contradiction.
Look, hold on.
You
hold on,
can't
hold on,
choose the
hold on.
bad. You can't choose the bad. You
You're
can't
gonna make me
choose
go
the
debate,
good.
bro. I don't want to go debate, bro. I
Hold
gotta
on,
get off here
hold on.
soon.
So let's say I give you a
Do,
quarter,
do you not see what I'm saying?
and I
though?
tell you,
I
hey, flip this.
can't understand why you don't see it.
It can land on heads or tails, but every single time you flip it, it always lands on tails. Every single time anyone flips it, it always lands on tails.
Yeah, it's the same
Would
thing.
you believe that it
That's
could
possible.
still land on heads? It's just landing on tails every single time.
That it's possible that it's true, though.
Yeah, it's
Like,
possible
I could
that
start flipping a coin
theoretically
right now, and it
possible.
could
It's not
continuously
possible.
land on
It is
tails. That's
theoretically
No, it's-
possible.
It's not
Yeah.
possible.
I don't believe that it's possible. in
No,
the
it's not. It's
sense
not
of the
actually
term.
possible. It's not actually possible.
It's
impossible.
it theoretically
actually
makes
possible.
sense as a
It's
possible
not. It's
thing.
not.
Hold on, it theoretically makes sense as a possible thing, but that's only theory. In practice, it has never happened.
No,
No,
I
it's-
don't.
it's-
No,
it's-
I would.
it's
I think I
absolutely
disagree with you,
possible.
Alex. Like,
out of the hundreds of billions of trillions of different atoms in this universe, can you name a single one that is perfect in every way?
yeah, I okay. What I mean when I say I disagree, like, yeah, practically we've never flipped a coin a million times and it always ends up the same way. but mathematically, it just is possible. Like it just
Well,
is.
I
And the
thought that-
practicality doesn't take away from the statistical possibility that can happen, right?
I wasn't talking a million. I was talking every single time because the
It could be a
scenario.
trillion. It could be a Google times. It
Well,
doesn't matter.
well, no,
It's possible.
Brandon's scenario was every time, not a billion, not a quadrillion,
Could
billion.
be any big
Exactly.
number you can imagine. It is possible. It
But
has to be. Like that's just mathematically true.
No, it's not possible, dude.
It
It's
is.
not. There's only one way it's possible.
Definitionally,
No,
it
there's
is
only one
possible.
way. There's only one way it's possible, and that's in the many worlds theory, where in one world every flip has its positive turn. That's the only way. Otherwise, it's not possible.
What you're saying is mathematically wrong. It has to be possible.
Hold on. If something has always landed on tails,
it's impossible.
Would you say that it's completely random still?
Well, no, okay, that brings in like an epistemic thing where it's like if I right now
coin
start
is supposed to be random, right?
Well, okay, but there's a okay, so I think I have the distinction. Tell me if I'm insane. If I flipped a coin 100 times, okay, the kind of mathematical person, if it landed on heads every single time, would say that's totally possible.
That is
the more
possible.
shrewd person would say it's a false coin. I think that's the kind of thing we're going at here, right? I'm saying it's mathematically possible. I could flip a coin a quadrillion, an infinite amount of times. It could always land heads. That is possible.
Even a false coin will still land on the other side from time to time, depending on occurrences, a gust of wind or an uneven surface or whatever. Not only are we asking for a universe where everyone makes the right moral choice, but where the outcome has to be good and perfect enough that they never regret that choice. That is not a universe that is mathematically possible.
It is. It's extremely. I hate that you're making me agree with Brandon because I think Brandon is ultimately like wrong, but I think it just is mathematically true, even if it's like extremely unlikely.
No. In that planet, I would want to do something wrong just to prove Brandon wrong.
Well, that's a good point.
So how is that free will?
You couldn't.
That is a distinct question.
Choice to do so.
Exactly.
No. He could choose. He could do the bad thing, but he doesn't. He just always freely chooses the good in that world.
Well, at least I have no choice. Then my choice is taken away. So no free will.
Then it's not a free choice if he always.
Then it's not free will.
Why isn't it free? I don't understand.
It's not free will.
Wait, before we go on to that, do we at least agree it's possible to flip a coin?
They don't.
An infinite amount of times, and it's possible it could land on heads every single time. Just a coin, not free will.
Mathematically,
it's impossible.
Mathematically, is that possible?
Not even mathematically. No, it's not. It's not.
Futoy, you're just wrong on that. It is possible. It is possible.
It isn't. Let's ask
Futoy, listen.
Yeah. Tell me.
This is based on the infinite universes or infinite worlds theory.
Oh, in that case, okay. That's the only scenario it's possible.
That's the only way in which this math allows it to be possible.
No, okay.
Yeah,
wait.
Okay.
Futoy, wait. Just let me ask, Futoy, if the biggest number you can think of, let's not go to infinity. Let's just say you existed for a trillion, the biggest number you can think of, right? Google years, and you're flipping a coin every second. So not punting to infinity. In your mind, is it possible it could land on heads every single time? Yes or no?
Mathematically, yes.
Okay. Great. Okay.
I think
infinity times, no chance whatsoever in any form of thinking.
Okay, so your problem is with the infinity. Okay, but if it's an arbitrarily large number, you would agree it could land on heads.
Mathematically only. It's not gonna. It's not gonna.
World theory, sure.
Well, that's basically all I mean by
branch that it fell on heads.
Infinity is a long time.
Well, all I mean by possible, I'm just talking about logical possibility. So when I say that it is possible that everybody always freely chooses the good, I'm just saying that it doesn't violate a law of logic or something.
Sure, but it does seem to violate the possibility of choice.
But
But
like,
what do
they
you
can
mean
do
by
bad things
possibility
if
if
they
not
want.
logical possibility?
So they can do bad things if they want to, Brandon, can they?
The actual like
If yes, that's what we have already.
I think Brandon, I think the issue is maybe an issue of like foreknowledge, because like maybe God might know the outcome, but right now, if we think of free will in like a for real way, I can make a choice right now. So I think that's the disconnect. Like I think that's why it seems paradoxical, because like there is the outcome side of things, but there is the in the moment side of things, which is not flipping a coin, which is volitional. The only thing that is not random in the whole universe, in my opinion, is something tied to consciousness, which is why I'm a panpsychist. But beyond that, it's like I can make a choice right now in this exact moment, and there's no God that can take that away from me. I actually think that is a logical impossibility. I am gifted free will. I can make any choice I want. The foreknowledge doesn't change what I'll actually do in this moment.
If you didn't
Or
have
do you
free
disagree?
will,
I don't know if that's necessarily in contention with what I'm saying. I don't know where the conflict
I think
would
you're
be with
only
what you're
looking
saying.
at it like I think it's a paradox, because you're looking at it at the end of times, right? That everyone has made the right choice. And I think that works with coins, as I've said, I think it does. But when you add in human autonomy to actually make a choice, then it only works if you're looking at it from the very end. But if you're looking at time in totality, at any moment, any person could actually make a decision to change all of that. And
Sure,
so you're
yeah,
kind of like
that's possible. Yeah.
Right, but it sounds like you're treating kind of humans as kind of automatons, where we can like kind of look at the end and say, and
I'm not talking about their knowledge of it or anything like that. I'm just stipulating a world. And like all you have to do is accept this one proposition. I'm just stipulating a world where everybody always freely chooses the good. I'm saying that that's logically possible. It doesn't violate a law of logic. It doesn't seem like there's some sort of contradiction that's entailed by that one proposition. It seems possible.
You did
So
start
hold
with
on.
if God is all powerful. That's how you started that scenario.
I think I understand why I'm having such like a spurg attack on this. All right, so you're looking at positing that people have genuine free will. Everyone chooses good, and God
Because God is all
guarantees that the
powerful.
outcome is always good.
And God, what? I'm sorry.
God guarantees that outcome is good.
Right.
What do you mean by guarantees there? I'm not saying that he forces them to make those choices or something.
By the very creation of the universe he creates, the outcome of everything has to be good.
Well, when you say it has to be good, are you saying God deems it that they always choose the good?
That's what you said.
I'm saying they freely choose the good, but the outcome has to be good.
I don't know what has to is doing there. It doesn't have to. It could be otherwise. They could choose the bad, they just don't.
Because God is all powerful, right? So your scenario is that God is making them do it. God is making this happen.
No.
But that's what he said.
I'm saying he
If
could
God
create.
is all powerful.
So hold on. Are you asking him to design a world like that, or are you asking him to? Are you saying he should have designed a world like that?
I'm not even saying he should. I'm just saying it's possible that God could have created that world.
Because he's all powerful, right?
Well,
yes.
Yes.
So he's using his power.
Only
People
if he
aren't using their power.
I can't hear you guys.
If he,
sorry.
That's okay.
Only if by his very design of the world, he guaranteed that every choice would lead to good outcomes.
Why? I don't know why I would have to accept that.
If he knows the future, right?
that gets
means
into
that
another
he chose
paradox.
a world. Well, you're saying you want him. You're saying he could have created a world where everyone chooses a good thing, and the outcome of that thing is always good. That would mean he would have to have chosen such a world where that is not only the possibility but almost guaranteed.
Yeah, that gets into another paradox between God's foreknowledge and free will.
I don't think God has that foreknowledge.
Oh, well, Okay.
I think he
Well,
does,
okay.
and that's why humans are around. As conflict also agrees that the possibility that we are a product of God experiencing individuality and not knowing Himself. Right? Think about it.
I mean,
Are you talking?
I think so. I think God. I mean, and I mean, I can't remember who I was talking about this with, but the open theism concept that God, by being all powerful, he can limit his foreknowledge of events,
Right.
and that is logically possible. That he could choose not to know what the foreknowledge is.
True us. True us.
Yeah, because usually when this argument is ran, it's running it on somebody that doesn't accept that foreknowledge and free will are incompatible. So when Alex brings that up, it's hard to answer because it just depends on who I'm talking to. If they think that, well, yeah, if God has foreknowledge, I think a Calvinist thinks this. I think a Calvinist are like determinists, right? They think like, well, you don't really make choices.
Calvinist, so you know.
Is that what they believe? Like everything's kind of determined, and you're kind of like chosen by God to go to heaven. Do you know?
I was a Calvinist for a long time, but so the second thing you said is true, not the first thing. So Calvinists would say the only thing that is actually determined is your election status, like you being elected by God. But it says nothing about every other decision that's made. It's specific to the salvific quality, right?
Right, because when Alex brings that up between like, well, there's like a conflict because you're saying, well, God knows everything that's going to happen in this world. He's choosing the world where everybody freely chooses good, so that wouldn't be free will. Now, if somebody accepts that, well, now they're just rejecting free will, right? And that's not who the argument is necessarily targeted to.
Sure.
Yeah, because I mean, there are ways to run that argument to where it might go through. I'm kind of on the fence about it because I've heard people say, well, no, there is no conflict there. It commits a modal scope fallacy between God's foreknowledge and free will. The argument actually commits this fallacy, so it's not
What's the modal scope fallacy?
It's basically saying something like, I'll give an example with God's foreknowledge, or at least try to. It's been a while. Like if God knows you will do X, then you necessarily will do X. God knows X, therefore you will necessarily do X. But that's not exactly how it's framed. The point is they throw in the necessary in there, and that's what they call a modal scope fallacy, because they want to say, well, in other worlds, he would know he can still know that you will take those actions, but you still have free will. I'm probably butchering that. You would need to just chat GPT it, bro. But that's the gist of it. It has to do with them claiming that the knowledge or the choice is necessary, and they want to say, well, no, that isn't necessary. That's a modal scope fallacy.
This is really far from Pompeii. The volcano was a good thing because that cements the fact that we shouldn't build houses underneath volcanoes.
Yeah, we went down the problem of evil rabbit hole pretty far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like there's like so many more depths to plumb there. Maybe I should do a whole panel on the problem of evil next time, because I feel like shit gets.
If you do, let me know, and I will bring, because it's funny. I almost never talk about religion unless I'm on your panel or on like a YouTube panel. I usually watch that stuff on TikTok. I usually don't join them because the people that I know, they're much better at actually running these arguments than I am. So maybe I can invite somebody to explain it better than I could.
I think
that's a bit scary, Brandon. I think you're already philosophically booked up enough that if you're going to bring someone who is more philosophically booked up, I feel like I study a lot of shit. Okay,
it gets crazy. Like I watch these guys and I'm like, oh my god, I think that I know what I'm talking about. These guys are, I mean, they're basically professional philosophers. Some of these people, it's crazy.
The thing is, though, humans tend to put God in a human form, right? where he's some guy who knows the future and he knows what you're going to think. When it's he could be, he's everything. He's out of human concept. He's beyond that. He's beyond everything. It's not that he knows the future. It's nothing we cannot understand God, and I think the Bible hits on that in a certain way, in their terminology from whatever 2,000 years ago. We cannot understand what God is. All right, we can't conceptualize. Is that the word? Conceptualize what God is. All right, but we tend to try to do that. So some guy up in the clouds with a white beard judging everybody. Or
right.
some guy
That's
who knows the
anathema.
future.
Where's my thing?
Disavow.
Yeah, disavow that notion.
Do you take confluence? I do have to go here in a minute.
I have to go as well, so good timing.
No, perfect. Okay. I was just going to ask your view of God. Does it share any similar characteristics with like what the Christians are talking about, like all good, all knowing?
It
Is
does.
It like
I will say, like, just like mask off. I don't know how much is logically coherent. I would call myself a Christian, but I also call myself an esoteric Christian. And so there is a degree of philosophy and kind of we are all God and that type of stuff. Well, I'm not trying to Mott and Bailey, but I do kind of hold those two things in tandem, where there's like a kind of a macroscopic thing where I think everyone is an emanation of God, and I don't get that from Christendom. And then like on a microscopic thing, I think Christianity is like the best expression of it here. But then sometimes when I say things, I think I intentionally or unintentionally dance between those kind of two worldviews. Because obviously my panpsychism probably doesn't come from Christianity. And I would also say I'm a panentheist that also doesn't come from the Bible. So it's like I have kind of a bit of confusion there. Or I mean, I don't think it's confusion necessarily. I think it's like different levels of talking.
You should look up Philip Goff, Goff.
Okay,
You don't have to do it right now, but he shares
I want to write it. I thought we were going to forget, so I want to put it in the back chat.
He shares a similar view.
Goff?
Yeah, he's a panpsychist,
Goff,
and he
yeah.
recently calls himself a Christian, but he is not an Orthodox, typical Christian. He recently started calling himself a Christian, but he's a panpsychist.
I believe a bit weird for a lot of people, but I believe everything is in a kind of a potential existence. Right? Everything's possible and in potential existence. That's where it lives until I guess all the things come into the right order to pull out one of these things from potential existence and bring them into existence. I think also like when you look at quantum physics, it says things it kind of points to that, and it says things that are measured. When something is measured, it brings it into existence. It collapses the field, right?
Yeah. The whole double slit stuff.
Not
A physicist, but my understanding of it.
Yeah. So something has to be measured. And once it's measured, it then becomes reality. But before
Simulation, bro.
Well, yeah, you see, I'll point to that.
And as a panpsychist, I go into the theory I can't remember the name of ever. It starts with the W, the one that says it is the consciousness that collapses the wave function. And so the observer effect is the conscious observer looking at it. That's what I believe, So
but
as someone who's not a scientist, but hey.
Yeah, but the things are being observed and measured and collapsed before there was humans or even life, right?
Well, my response would be there's no way to know that because you need consciousness to know that. So Copenhagen can get fucked, Everett can get fucked because you always have to have a conscious person to know what's happening. So
fuck those guys. Fuck those.
That's why I'm a panpsychist. You always need a conscious observer. You always have to. Otherwise, definitionally, you can't know what's going on. So conscious is imperative. Conscious is fundamental to the universe. Hence,
Einstein was a bitch.
Einstein was a bitch. Okay. Yeah, we will have to have a different talk on this. Obviously, this is like there's like a lot of fertile ground to be plowed in a normal way, not in a sus way. But but okay. Thanks both of you. Thank you to the chat. And thank you to our fallen comrades, Alex, and everyone else who is gone.
Nice meeting you, Alex. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone have anything? I don't know if you guys either have YouTube channels. If you want to plug something or say something, you can. Just because I really appreciate you being on. So whatever you want to say.
I'd like to say. Sorry, Brandon. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say it was a pleasure. I love coming up on your panel at Confluence. You have some amazing topics. It's a pleasure to have met you, Brandon. You have a great brain in your head, and I appreciate that. It's nice meeting Alex as well, and thanks for having me up, Confluence, and hopefully we can have more discussions.
Inshallah. Okay, Brandon.
Nice meeting you, Foods Away. Take care, buddy.
Anything you want to say?
I keep saying I'm going to make content, so just look me up. I use my federal government name. I don't give a fuck, dude. Brandon Mize. You can just find me on YouTube. I keep saying I'm going to make content. I don't know when that's going to happen. Maybe I'll stream. One of my TikTok buddies, who I was kind of referring to, he's one of the people. I don't think he runs like Problem of Evil stuff, but Jim Bob posted his L against him for some reason. So you should check that out, because I was thinking about streaming that and reacting to it. Maybe I'll do it sometime this week. We'll see. But
yeah. I'm saving stuff for later. Jim Bob and who? What do you remember his name is?
It's one of Jim Bob's more recent videos. Let me figure out the name of it. Hold on.
So I'm always looking for new content to watch and react to.
Oh, there it is. TikTok scientist mogged by scientific method. I mean, he was just deeply confused and not tracking. And my buddy, Evil Waldo, really did him bad. I mean, I don't know why he posted that. It did not look good for Jim Bob. I have no clue why he posted that.
Well, because his whole audience will probably see it as a W for him. So
they do. They do. It's weird. It's so strange to me.
It is, yeah. But that's how it works.
Yeah, true. Well, thanks
Something
for having
I've
me.
realized. Yeah, thank you, Brandon. God bless you, Brandon.
Peace, brother.
If you don't believe in him, but you should. In all possible realities, God is, watching you in a normal way. And God bless all of the chat. God bless Alex, who's not watching. And yeah, Alex, hope you join again. And we should do, some Problem of Evil if you want to bring your macho enforcers. I mean, I'll have to get a bit booked up on the philosophy side if someone is more perspicacious than you. But thank you, Brandon. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. And
thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, God bless everyone.